Chapter 38:12. Rip. Along with the soft cries in the surrounding void, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the edge of the rat hole area at this moment, attracting the gazes of all the experts. All of them gathered there. At this moment, the fleshly body of the ancient ape demon, which was one of the three true forms of the ancient ape demon, actually shot out a blazing beam of light from its glabella. It continued to exist, and as the head of the fleshly body turned, it swept through the void. The sound of ripping silk was the sound of this blazing beam of light shooting out from the void. It was as if the void was torn apart like silk. The strongest eye technique. Demon Soul Pupil. For the Space Rat Clan's Star-Lord Old Monster, this kind of strongest eye technique was Yixian's biggest reliance. The bloodline talent of the Space Rat Clan was indeed extraordinary. Even the clan members with a slightly stronger talent could perfectly blend their bodies into the void. Not to mention the experts of the same level, even if their cultivation base was 1 or 2 realms higher, they would still not be able to see where their bodies were. This had nothing to do with cultivation base. It was a kind of magical technique that involved the bloodline of the desolate void rat that was inherited in the Space Rat Clan's body. Unfortunately, all this was effective against others, but it was not difficult for Yixian. The Demon Soul Pupil was the strongest eye technique, which was on the same level as the legendary fiery golden eyes. Not only did it have offensive attributes, but it also had auxiliary attributes. Not only did it reach the level of void glimpse and break illusion, it could even see the source. Finding the whereabouts of a space rat from the void was really not a problem. Not to mention the experts of the Space Rat Clan who had weak bloodline in their bodies, even if a real desolate void rat came, it would not be able to hide under the power of the Demon Soul Pupil. The blazing beam of light that represented the power of the eye technique swept through the void, and the huge figure of Rat Pao Shan fell out with a plop, looking battered and exhausted. This is impossible. Linghu boy, what kind of eye technique did you use? Fiery golden eyes? Apart from that ultimate eye technique, no other eye technique can break through the space divine ability of my Space Rat Clan. His body suddenly fell, and the one-eared rat was horrified. He turned to look at Yixian, a trace of panic in his triangular eyes as he cried out involuntarily. He wasn't afraid of Yixian because of this. The reason he'd executed the bloodline ability of the Spatial Mouse Clan and directly concealed himself in the void wasn't because he was cautious of Yixian. It was merely a habit of the clan. Scoundrels had always been sinister. Even if their cultivation surpassed their opponent, they would use this kind of method that seemed like a sneak attack the moment they attacked. But at this moment, his bloodline talent had been broken. Although Rat Tushan cried out in shock, his heart was also a little flustered. The reason was that he had been caught off guard and was too surprised. After exclaiming in surprise, Rat Tushan immediately regained his composure. So what if his opponent had an ultimate eye technique? So what if the Spatial Mouse Clan's bloodline ability to perfectly blend their aura into the void was useless? The difference in cultivation level between the two sides was a glaring wound. His opponent had only reached the 3rd level of the universe realm by using a bloodline secret technique. But compared to his Star-Lord cultivation, he was still too weak. It was simply not enough. If a Star-Lord were to fight against an ordinary universe realm expert, he could at least fight 1 against 10 and still be able to crush them. Not to mention, his opponent's universe realm combat strength was barely reached by using a bloodline secret technique. Once the battle started, he would be even more vulnerable. So what if you have an ultimate eye technique? This old man just wanted to play with you. Since you're so boring and want to die, then I'll end this quickly and kill you first. Squeak. After calming down, Rat Tushan quickly regained his composure. His calm voice reappeared, but the coldness in it was even thicker. Finally, he let out a soft squeak, and his enormous body turned into a bolt of blue lightning and rushed toward Yixian. He actually gave up the opportunity to use a long-range attack with a spell, and decided to suppress Yixian in close-range combat. His purpose was obviously to vent his anger and wash away his previous humiliation. Although it was the same method of killing the opponent, long-range attacks with spells and spells were beautiful, but how could it compare to the satisfaction of killing in close-range combat? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Rat Pao Shan, who had transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, was so excited that even the thick whiskers of his enormous bloodline true form were trembling slightly. Young Master Linghu, who had the supreme halos of 3 peerless geniuses, would fall at his hands today. No, immediately. After this battle, who wouldn't know about Rat Tushan? One Ear, you seem to be very excited. Do you feel that you'll be able to kill young Master Linghu soon? And even the primordial demon ape and the netherworld young master will disappear at your hands? Is that why you're so excited? Yi Xian stood in the void in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape true form. His body was towering and motionless, but his 3 pairs of eyes could see through everything. He took in all the changes in Rat Tushan's expression. Then, while he was speechless, he immediately ridiculed. Unfortunately, the final result only proves that you're really thinking too much. The one who will be killed is One Ear. Today, I'll use the life of a Star Lord to test the power of this young master's armor and saber. Yi Xian practically roared out the last sentence. Before he finished speaking, he'd already waved his hand and directly took out his battle armor, the undying Nirvana armor, and the withered demon blood blade. Although these 2 treasures had been displayed in Prince Xian's hands before, their appearance was already different after being refined. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't feel any pressure at all when he summoned them at this moment. He didn't fear the danger of exposing Prince Xian's identity. Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air rang out. The indestructible Nirvana armor, which had just been promoted to the starry sky level, was instantly summoned and covered his body. Although Yi Xian was now in the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed demon ape true form, his indestructible Nirvana armor had been promoted to the starry sky level. It was ever-changing and could be activated at will. At this moment, as soon as it was summoned, it instantly enveloped the 3 bodies of the demon ape true form. A gorgeous and unique armor instantly appeared in the eyes of countless experts in the surrounding void. The entire armor was extraordinarily agile. It was seething with the flames of a true phoenix's nirvana, and it gave off an indescribably strange aura. There was exuberant vitality and death. Immediately after, the right hand of the body of flesh and blood suddenly flipped, and a ferocious blood-black demonic blade silently appeared. It was also ever-changing, and the blade was 30,000 meters long. The right hand of the body of flesh and blood revealed a monstrous aura of slaughter. Chapter 38:13. The moment the undying Nirvana armor and the withered devil blood blade were unleashed, a wave of exclamations instantly resounded in the surrounding space. What? A starry sky treasure battle armor and a blade? That's impossible. How many years has it been? There has never been such a man-made starry sky treasure. But today young Master Linghu actually summoned a starry sky treasure battle armor and a starry sky treasure battle blade at the same time. Judging from their auras, they didn't appear to have been born long ago. They are definitely not ancient treasures. Heavens, do you still remember the 3 arts of alchemy, tool and array? Could it be that young Master Linghu personally forged these 2 battle armors and battle blades? In such a short period of time, not only did his cultivation grow to such a level, even his attainments in weapon forging have broken through again. He can even equip starry sky treasures. This is heaven-defying. The demon race has picked up a huge bargain. Young Master Linghu just casually gave them some pointers, and their gains in weapon forging and alchemy are incredible. No wonder the demon royal brother Mo Jinfeng was able to give 2 starry sky treasures to young Master Linghu. Both of them are great talents in weapon forging. In addition to becoming close friends, Mo Jinfeng also benefited a lot from young Master Linghu in terms of weapon forging. Maybe young Master Linghu is also the reason why the starry sky treasures were able to overcome the cooldown period in such a short time. The final result of this battle is hard to say. Although young Master Linghu's cultivation is slightly weaker, he has 2 starry sky treasures in his hands. Moreover, they were personally forged by him so he can maximize their power and close the gap. He no longer has the advantage of One Ear. He can even forge a starry sky treasure battle armor and a battle blade. Young Master Linghu's reputation as the 3 arts of alchemy, tool, and array is not just for show. After the initial shock, Rat Pao Shan's triangular eyes immediately shot out 2 incomparably cold rays of light, faintly revealing greed. Unfortunately, no matter how monstrous a talent is, he can't be used by my race. In the end, he's just a floating cloud. No, he's not even a floating cloud. He can only be called a cloud of evil that must be removed. Today you will die. Chila. Rat Tushan's last sentence was uttered with a shrill howl. At the same time, his bloodline true body raised its right arm and swiped down at Yi Xian from thousands of miles away. There was a tearing sound in the void, and a greenish-black claw print suddenly appeared in the void 100 meters in front of the primordial ape demon. The bloodline ability of the spatial rat clan wasn't only able to perfectly and thoroughly merge their bodies into the void. They could even integrate the power of this bloodline ability into their own attacks. At this moment, Rat Paoshan was using such a move. A claw came from thousands of miles away, but it was silent. When the giant claw was waved, it had already appeared in front of the ancient ape demons. This claw is really good. It doesn't leak its aura. When I notice it, it's already in front of me. The body of the ancient ape demon was still towering, and there was even a mocking smile on the face of the ancient ape demon that was made of flesh and blood. It snorted. Unfortunately, you are simply showing off in front of an expert by using your claws against me. Netherworld claw. Yi Xian didn't shout the last 3 words out loud. Instead, he softly spat them out in a voice that only he could hear. Of course, this wasn't the same as before. It was because he was worried that his identity would be exposed. His identity as the Netherworld Young Master was no longer a secret. Everyone in the 3 universes knew about it. The reason for this was because of his contempt and certainty. That's right, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the universe realm, he didn't have to worry about using the Netherworld Claw without hiding anything. Yi Xian didn't dare to say that he could directly kill a Star Lord, but it was still extremely easy for him to break through this mouse claw seal. Screech. After a fierce roar, the Netherworld Claw appeared. A huge dark green claw mark appeared out of thin air with a wave of the skeleton's hand, and it directly faced the rat claw mark that was about to approach. Boom! A majestic explosion of energy rang out, and the rat's paw imprint was directly blasted apart. However, the dark green Netherworld Claw did not dissipate, and instead shot forward from the center of the rat's paw imprint. In the blink of an eye, it traversed a distance of 10,000 li, arriving right in front of the rat's paw imprint. The latter's expression suddenly changed. Although he was a Star-Lord old monster, the Netherworld Claw's ferocious reputation was extraordinary. It was the most powerful bloodline ability of the desolate antiquity era, and it was said that the sharpness of its claws could cut through anything. With a change of expression, Rat Paoshan flashed and dodged the incoming claw. It wasn't a problem for him to do so, given his strength as a Star-Lord. Spiritual lightning. Crack. The next moment, the ancient ape demon shouted again. The black fog of the ancient ape demon waved its hand, and a thick black lightning bolt instantly appeared, directly above Rat Paoshan's head. Almost at the same time, the ancient ape demon's starry sky supreme treasure, the indestructible Nirvana armor, suddenly flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had crossed thousands of miles of void and was behind Rat Paoshan. A Star-Lord old monster? I wonder how it'll taste. I'm really looking forward to it. At that moment, Rat Paoshan was dodging the black lightning bolt that smashed down on his head. He didn't notice anything behind him at all. Or more accurately, he couldn't sense it. For the current Yi Xian, a distance of 10,000 kilometers was something that could be traversed with just a single step. However, before he took the step, he did one more thing. That was to fully activate his mental power secret technique, perfect vibration, and perfectly hide his aura. Although there was still a certain gap between this and the space rat's ability to perfectly hide their bodies in the void and leave no trace behind, that was because even though their aura and body were perfectly hidden, it was only concealment, not integration into the void. It would still be possible to sense them when they raised their hands. However, for the current situation, just perfectly hiding all aura was enough for Yi Xian. After all, Rat Paoshan didn't have a powerful eye technique, not even one that was slightly weaker. He couldn't see through the power of perfect vibration at all. That was why he was destined to die. When Yi Xian's voice sounded like a faint sigh, the flesh and blood body of the ancient demon ape's 3 true bodies had already raised its right arm, which was covered in black ape hair, and held the incomparably ferocious withered demon blood blade as it slashed towards the back of the rat-plucking mountain bloodline true body's neck. Go. Puff. Chapter 38:14. You want to run? Do you think that's possible? Yi Xian sneered when he saw that Rat Paoshan's source of consciousness was about to escape, but he didn't do anything. Screech! Almost at the same time, from within the withered demon blood blade that had just cut off Rat Poison's head, a shrill howl rang out. Then the figure of a demon suddenly rushed out and swallowed Rat Poison's spiritual source in one gulp, chewing it into a pulp in just a few bites. That fiend was exactly the withered demon, which had evolved from the demonic blood of the sword spirit of the blade. The withered demon had a mysterious origin. It was said that an extraterrestrial demon had lost its memory before the world was separated. It hid itself in the depths of the void and lived in chaos all day long. One day, the evil will of this devil was completely revived. A great devil was born, turning into a withered blade that shone with pitch-black light, slaughtering countless creatures. Those who perished had their souls extinguished and their bodies withered. This was the withered devil blade. Although Yi Xian's battle weapon had only fused with an imitation of the withered demon blade, after the sword spirit demon blood had evolved into the current withered demon, he didn't dare to say that it could be compared to the great demon from the primordial era, but it had more or less inherited a certain amount of power. Besides, Rat Pao Shan had been cut down by that blade. It wasn't difficult for it to swallow his source of consciousness. Rat Pao Shan, a member of the space rats, had finally perished. His true body had been beheaded, and even his source of consciousness hadn't been able to escape. It was a tragic end. Behind them, the countless Devil Cultivator experts within the Devil Cultivator's 10 million battleship army were already dumbstruck. They were all stunned by Yi Xian's terrifying battle achievements. Although it wasn't as if Yi Xian hadn't killed the Star Lord before, when he was in the source of all evil star domain, one of the top 10 colored Python clan elders in the second universe had died at the hands of the primordial little demon ape. However, that was obviously different. Back then, the primordial devil ape had launched a sneak attack, and the colorful python's leader hadn't been in a good state. He had been heavily wounded and his strength had dropped. However, that Star Lord of the Space Rats was not only in its peak state, but had also been cut down by Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Not only did it fall, but it also didn't take too long. It seemed to be extremely easy. Even the source of the opponent's spiritual sense couldn't escape. It could be said that the opponent was completely defeated. This battle proved young Master Linghu's strength. Although he was only at the 13th Great Realm, 6th rank Genesis Realm, and hadn't even reached the 14th Great Realm, Cosmic Realm, he could already kill a Star-Lord old monster. This was absolutely terrifying. He had never heard of such a thing before. At the ends of the void on the left and right sides in the distance, the masters of the first universe had activated the concealment array of the battleship. They had been hiding inside and watching from a distance. They were even more shocked. Many of them were so scared that their legs were trembling. After all, a Star-Lord old monster was on equal footing with the leader of any race. It was rare to see a Star-Lord old monster being killed with one's own eyes. Yet today this scene had been clearly displayed before their eyes. Moreover, the person that killed this Star-Lord was actually a young human junior that hadn't even attained the cosmic realm. So how could they not be astounded and shocked by this? After a moment of silence, soft exclamations echoed on the battleships one after another. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is unbelievable. Indeed, this was a fair and square battle, but the result was shocking. Not only was Rat Tushan a Star Lord, but he was also a Star Lord with a powerful bloodline. Even so, he still fell at the hands of young Master Linghu. A dignified Star Lord old monster died at the hands of a Genesis Realm Junior. In the end, even his soul couldn't escape. The Space Rat clan has lost a lot of face this time. Rat Pao Shan's name will become a negative example, a stain on their history for thousands of years. What a terrifying demon blade. Not only is it a star-grade treasure, but there's even a demon sealed inside it. Its aura is strange and seems to be from outside. How did young Master Linghu do it? Medicine, artifact, and array masters, what a monstrous talent. Yi Xian had already discovered the battleships watching the battle from afar, when he used his beastly soul pupil to scan Rat Pao Shan, whose figure had perfectly blended into the void. However, he didn't pay attention to it right now. In that battle just now, he had chopped off the head of the Space Rat clan's old monster with a single slash. This was also a form of intimidation to them. This was also the result that Yi Xian wanted to see. After all, the Space Rat clan was only the first stop on the demon army's path of conquest. Next, this enormous fleet would pay a visit to the slave races of the first universe one by one. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity of the Heaven's Legacy race withdrawing from the first universe, the demon army wanted to replace them as quickly as possible. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian stored Rat Pao Shan's three-horned rat head and enormous headless corpse into the Shenong cauldron in his undying world. He planned to roast them with the Shenong tricolor flames later. Ever since he had killed Shu Wushuang and tasted the flesh of the Space Rat clan, Yi Xian had been thinking about it. The same went for the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle. This time he could finally collect a large number of Space Rat bloodline true bodies for roasting in the future. With Rat Pao Shan's death, the hundreds of thousands of Space Rat clan experts at the Genesis realm and above all retreated in shock. Some charged into several giant fortresses that were 100,000 meters long and fled into the void. Some fled with their physical bodies, returning to their nests in the rat-ruined starfield in front of them. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to chase after them, nor did he try to stop them. In any case, the monk couldn't escape from the temple. The entire army of 10 million battleships only needed to advance a bit more before they would arrive at the city and approach the Rat Shu Star region. At that time, none of these fellows would be able to escape. In the void in front of them, millions of battleships were spread out, but they were all ghost battleships, and the spatial mouse experts inside had all perished. Unfortunately, these fellows were all inside the battleship, and when their souls perished, they didn't reveal their bloodline true bodies. At this moment they were all in human form. Yi Xian had a slight psychological barrier, because he couldn't roast them. Soon a few demon experts charged out from the tens of millions of warships behind them. They brought small shuttles with intelligent robots and charged toward the millions of warships in the void ahead. These demon dwellers entered the millions of warships, and in just a few hours, they finished modifying the central control systems of all the warships and took full control of them. After everything was done, the army moved out again and slowly advanced into the void ahead. Chapter 38:15. Yi Xian returned to the flagship fortress of the Western expedition. At this moment, as the entire army of 10 million slowly advanced towards the Rat-Ruined Star region, he was discussing the details of the attack on the Rat-Ruined Star region with Grand Elder Mo Qigong, and the other upper echelons of the demon race. In the battle just now, the subjugation army had achieved shocking results. Not only did they destroy the million-strong army of the Space Rat clan that was in charge of intercepting them midway, but even the commander of the fleet, the old monster Star-Lord, had been killed by Yi Xian. However, this battle also exposed some of the advantages and methods of their side. The Space Mouse clan would definitely make some targeted strategic and tactical changes, and the subsequent battlefield would no longer be the void of the universe outside, but the base camp of the Space Mouse clan, the Mouse Clan planet that had been operated by the clan for tens of thousands of years. Starfield. For the subjugation army of 10 million demons, the following battle would undoubtedly be even more difficult. Because of this, Grand Elder Mo and the other high-ranking members of the Imperial Demon Clan were clearly worried. This battle is all thanks to our young friend Linghu. However, after this battle, some of our young friend's methods have been exposed. I'm afraid the Space Rat clan will have some targeted measures. At the very least, the rat hole traps they set will not be as simple as before. They may be more stable, and the small power of the Void Battle Claws may not be able to play the role of minesweeping. That's right. We must pay attention to this. The enemy is very likely to play tricks in this regard. The rat-ruined starfield is originally densely covered with countless void rat holes. They can definitely secretly set up more stable rat hole traps in some of the more easily triggered rat hole traps. At that time, the Void Battle Claws will activate the easier rat hole traps by bombarding them with small power, but the danger will not be eliminated. Once the army enters, the more stable rat hole traps will start to explode. This will definitely be a catastrophic change that will be difficult to bear. This time, I don't plan to use the Void Battle Claws. Hearing the discussion of the Imperial Demon Clan's high-ranking members, Yi Xian nodded and was still confident. In fact, whether it is the Void Battle Claws or the Weeping Soul Battle Claws, they can only be used 10 times in a short period of time. We have already used 3 times before, so there are only 7 left. Even if you want to use it, you shouldn't waste it on something like minesweeping. After that, there will be a real battle. The Void Battle Claws and the Weeping Soul Battle Claws will be of great use. It would be too much of a waste to use these 7 low-power attacks just to clear the mines in the rat-ruined star area. As for demoning, I already have a general idea in mind. Let's talk about it when the time comes. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Hearing him speak with such certainty and confidence, the upper echelons of the Demonkin imperial family were stunned once more, but out of their trust in Yi Xian, no one asked any further questions. A day later, they finally arrived at the headquarters of the Space Rat clan, the rat-ruined starfield. The army of 10 million stopped and spread out in space. It continued for a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, and it was vast and mighty, causing its impetus to be extremely shocking. To the left and right of the distant void, the scout fleets from the slave clans of the First Universe had already found their positions. They had activated their concealment arrays and were closely watching everything. The rat-ruined starfield in front of them belonged to the Space Rat clan, and it was the headquarters of this clan. It did not have a barrier like the one that separated the root of all evil star areas' outer region, the central region's buffer zone, and the core region, but one could still tell at a glance that it was different. In the rat-ruined starfield, all the large and small stars seemed to have been eaten away by rats, and they were covered with rat holes of varying sizes. In fact, it wasn't just these stars. Even the void that these stars were dotted with was filled with rat holes that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was impossible to tell how many tens of thousands of kilometers they were. The entire rat-ruined star area was like an infinitely large three-dimensional beehive. In this place, besides rat holes, there were more rat holes everywhere in the sky and on the ground. What a headache! We've come to a rat nest, and it's so big that it's boundless. Looking at this extremely strange rat hole void in front of him, even Grand Elder Emo sighed helplessly. He couldn't even imagine how the Tianji clan had subdued the Space Rat clan. In this beehive-like void filled with countless rat holes, not a single expert of the Space Rat clan could be seen. There wasn't even a rat beast that had yet to develop intelligence. These fellows had all scurried into the various stars and the innumerable rat holes that were spread throughout the entire void. If they wanted to conquer this star field, the first problem they had to solve was how to enter. Of course, although this rat-ruined starfield was full of rat holes, there were still empty areas. After all, the Space Rat clan also had starry sky warships, including large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. In this starfield, even large fortresses could be passed through, but it was difficult to move freely without any worries. The rat holes that appeared from time to time in the void limited the speed of the warships. This was like a huge rat hole maze. Even a small fleet could get lost in it. As for whether an army of tens of millions of warships could fully enter, it was a problem. Right now, in addition to the obstruction of the path to enter, a bigger problem for the punitive army was the rat hole traps. These rat hole traps might not exist in normal times, but now the entire Space Rat clan was facing a life and death crisis. The rat-ruined starfield, which was densely packed with rat holes, would be filled with countless rat hole traps in the near future. In an instant, it would become a dragon's pool and a tiger's den full of dangers. This starfield is filled with countless rat holes and it's too vast. If we slowly advance bit by bit, who knows how long it will take. During this process, a large number of experts of the Space Rat clan and an even larger number of rat beasts will rush out of the rat holes from time to time and launch attacks. They will even launch suicide attacks. Looking at the rat-ruined starfield in front of him, Yi Xian spoke with assurance. Don't forget, the reproduction ability of rats is very terrifying. The Space Rat clan may not have the largest population among the slave clans of the First Universe, but it can at least rank second or third. Those rat beasts that have yet to develop intelligence are even more numerous. If they are included, I'm afraid no other clan can compete with the rats in this rat-ruined starfield in terms of numbers. Therefore, even if there are frequent suicide attacks, they don't care at all. Today a large number of rats will come to die, and tomorrow a nest of rats will come. There is no pressure at all. Speaking of this, even Yi Xian grinned. Finally, he spread his hands and shrugged. Have you ever seen how ordinary people on some planets catch rats? When they encounter a large rat hole area with a large number of rats, they can use water, smoke. All kinds of methods can be used, as long as they are forced out of the rat holes. Chapter 38:16. The largest planet in the rat-ruined starfield was the Rat-Ruins planet. For ordinary spatial rats, this was a forbidden area that they couldn't set foot in. Apart from that, there were no restrictions on the other planets and voids. They could do whatever they wanted if they wanted to. The Forbidden Rat Ruins planet was the ancestral land of the spatial rat race. The Rat Emperor of the spatial rat race resided on the Rat Ruins planet. Rumor had it that there was a void entrance somewhere in the depths of the Rat Ruins planet. It was connected to an independent universe, and that mysterious and independent universe was the true holy land of the spatial rat race. It was also the final resting place of the bloodline ancestor of the spatial rat race. At this moment, when the 10 million warships of the Demonkin race were approaching the Rat Ruins starfield, in the depths of the enormous Rat Ruins planet, which was also covered with countless rat holes of various sizes, a large number of densely packed Rat Ruins planet were at the edge of a bottomless black abyss. Numerous experts of the spatial rat clan were waiting in silence. These spatial rat race experts who had taken human form were extremely powerful. There were nearly 100 universe realm experts, more than 20 star lords, and even 2 domain lords. These 2 domain lord old monsters had some golden patterns on their green skin. Although they looked rather wretched, these golden patterns made their auras inexplicably emit a dignified aura. These 2 domain lord level spatial rat race experts were the clan's patriarch, Shu Wandong, and the clan's chief Shu Qian Sui. In the entire spatial rat race, Shu Wandong and Shu Qian Sui were revered and lofty figures. However, at this moment, the 2 of them stood at the edge of the black abyss with their triangular heads slightly lowered, appearing extremely pious. It was also at this moment that an old voice with a strong and violent aura slowly came from the depths of the black abyss. Even the Tianji race of the past had never truly invaded the Rat Ruins grotto heaven of our spatial rat clan. In the end, due to some kind of fear, they reached an agreement with this old man and withdrew. The puny Demonkin race doesn't have the ability to do so either. Go and fight. No matter how heavy the casualties are, it's nothing to our race. As long as the Rat Ruins grotto heaven exists, our race's inheritance will never be broken. Therefore, there's nothing to fear. Give the Demonkin a head-on blow. This is a good opportunity to tell all the other top races of the 3 planes to not provoke our spatial rat race. Our race is not to be trifled with. When needed, this sovereign will naturally take action. After saying the last sentence, this voice that was full of vicissitudes and violent aura completely fell silent. Shu Wandong and Shu Qian Sui, who were standing respectfully at the edge of the vast black abyss, were suddenly pleasantly surprised. They both agreed with the old ancestor's order and so on. Then, he led a large number of Space Rat Clan experts behind him and quietly withdrew from the vast black abyss in the depths of the Rat Ruins star. Calm. The price was too high for anyone to ignore. As a matter of fact, even Yi Xian felt the same way. However, compared to the loss of 1 million warships, Yi Xian didn't want to see the entire army of 10 million warships delayed in the Rat Ruins grotto heaven for too long. Yes, the price of the fireworks in space was 1 million warships. There were star-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, fortresses with diameters of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters, and a large number of fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. However, the million warships weren't too heavy of a loss to be taken seriously, because they were trophies in the first place. They were the first trophies they had obtained from Shu Pasan, a star lord from the spatial rat race, a day earlier. Following Grand Elder Mo's order, a large number of demon experts who had just entered the millions of warships withdrew in less than an hour. However, a lot of smart robots that were controlling the warship stayed behind and soon began to carry out the last operation command set by the Demonkin race experts before they withdrew. The million warships were divided into 10 echelons of 100,000 warships. They kept a gap of a few minutes between each other as they all rushed into the Rat Ruins grotto heaven one after another. Also, they were sailing at full speed, ignoring the countless rat holes in the void ahead. It was a weird scene. The leaders of the slave clans in the first universe, who were observing the battle from afar, were dumbfounded. Then they exclaimed again. What are the Demonkin race doing? Why are they charging in without caring about anything? Even if we don't consider the traps, can't they see the rat holes in the space ahead? They're going to be annihilated if they just charge in like that. Are the Demonkin race trying to cross the minefield in such a way? It's really a big move, but it's a pity that they've miscalculated. Even if 1 million warships are destroyed, they won't be able to advance far. The Rat Ruin starfield is too vast. And they're actually using such a stupid method to open up a path. Do they have so many warships to fill the hole? If this goes on, even if all the 10 million battleships of the entire army are destroyed here, I'm afraid we still won't be able to advance to the Rat Ruins planet, the home planet of the Space Rat clan. Is the commander of the demon race's army a pig? He actually made such a stupid move. Sigh, this is really disappointing. Previously, in the rat hole trap area, the demon dwellers and young Master Linghu's strategy and response were remarkable, and could be called classic. However, it seems that they are unable to carry on. In the end, this army of 10 million will have to stop at the Rat Ruins star area. Boom! Rumble. Just as exclamations and sighs were heard from the scouts of the First Universe's various clans who were secretly watching from afar, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the edge of the Rat Ruins star area ahead. It was so dense and continuous that the entire void trembled slightly. Among the 10 warship echelons that had just rushed into the Rat Ruins star area, the first echelon at the front mysteriously exploded at the same time after entering the Rat Ruins star area millions of miles away. It was obvious at a glance that this was a full-scale self-destruction of the warships. The 100,000 warships of various types instantly turned into 100,000 fireworks. They were of different colors, but they were equally gorgeous. They decorated the void and illuminated the vast void tens of millions of miles away as if it was daytime. This scene was too shocking. Whether it was the higher-ups of the royal clan of the demon dwellers who had long known this would happen, or the higher-ups of the scouts of the First Universe's various clans who were caught off guard in the distant void, all of them dropped their jaws in shock. However, it was far from over. Less than 10 minutes after the first wave of fireworks, the same sound of explosions rang out again. Chapter 38:17. The first wave of fireworks had only lasted for less than 10 minutes. Before the higher-ups of the scout fleets of the First Universe's slave races could recover from their shock, the same explosion rang out again in the Rat Ruins galaxy. Boom! 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 The 100,000 battleships in the second echelon also exploded at the same time, turning into dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the Rat Ruins star field. However, the place where the 100,000 battleships in the second echelon self-destructed was different from the place where the first echelon exploded 10 minutes ago. They moved forward another few million kilometers. The power of the first echelon's 100,000 battleships' self-destruction had shaken out all the traps in a large area, and a large number of rat holes had collapsed. Although it was only a small area, it had cleared out a relatively wide path, allowing the following fleets to enter directly. The power of the self-destruction of the battleships was obviously different from the power of the explosion of the battleships. It was like heaven and earth. Otherwise, it would not have had such an effect. At this time, as the 100,000 battleships in the second echelon turned into dazzling and terrifying fireworks, the following 8 echelons were also moving forward rapidly. There was no doubt that in a few minutes, the 100,000 battleships in the third echelon would also explode in the void of the Rat Ruins star field millions of kilometers ahead. At this moment, the commanders of the scout fleets of the First Universe's servants, who had recovered from their daze, exclaimed in surprise again. Oh my God, is the demon crazy? This is too cruel. He actually made all the battleships explode to open a path. This is not an ordinary squander. What is this? Didn't you notice? The millions of battleships that had rushed into the Rat Ruins star field were all the spoils of war that the demon cultivator had seized from Rat Pao Shan a day ago. This was really a dog's day. The upper echelons of the rat race in the space were probably vomiting blood at this moment, but their own battleships had been attacked by the enemy. The demon used their battleships to self-destruct in their ancestral land and wreak havoc. This is not the point. Point is, isn't the demon afraid of causing a large area of the void to collapse by doing this? The Rat Ruins starfield is not like other places where the void is filled with rat holes. This void is like being eaten by worms. Can it withstand such a torment? So what if a large area of the void collapses? It's better than stopping outside the Rat Ruins starfield and returning empty-handed, right? The demon is too ruthless. Since he couldn't subdue the Rat Ruins starfield, he simply destroyed their ancestral land. What a vicious method. Can't afford to offend, really can't afford to offend? Boom! Rumble! Just as cries of surprise rang out like a tide, The third wave of earth-shattering explosions rang out in the rat-ruined star field. This time, the 100,000 battleships that had exploded in the void had advanced another few million kilometers before they exploded into brilliant fireworks. It was close to the edge of the central region of the rat-ruined star field. At this rate, each of the 10 batches of self-destructing warships would push forward millions of miles. Eventually, they would be tens of millions of miles deep into the rat-ruins galaxy. They would not be far from the rat-ruins galaxy, the home planet of the Space Rat clan. His ultimate goal was not just to open up a path for the massive fleet of 10 battleships to self-destruct. That was only one aspect of it. The other purpose was to shake out all the Spatial Rat clan experts, and even more spatial rat beasts that were hiding in the numerous rat holes in the void. Yi Xian did not know, nor could he be sure, whether such a large-scale and continuous self-destruction could really cause a large-scale void collapse in the rat-ruined star field ahead. But whether that was the case, the result was the same for him. It would be good if the void really collapsed. Since he could not enter, he would force the rat-ruined star field out. It would not have mattered if the space had not collapsed on a large scale. Such a powerful explosion would have been enough to shake the experts of the Space Mouse clan and the saber beasts out of the holes they were hiding in. That was indeed the case. If the rats hiding in the countless rat-ruined starfield could still grit their teeth and endure the previous 2 waves of self-destruction, then as the third wave of self-destruction violently unfolded, the rat-ruined starfield experts finally began to appear in the densely packed rat-ruined starfield experts millions of miles around the center of the explosion. They and more rat-ruined starfield experts fell. One by one, they were shaken to the point of dizziness and disorientation. They were in an extremely sorry state. Like dumplings, they kept falling. The range was not large at first, but it was obvious that it was continuing to spread out, because the shockwave of the self-destruction was also radiating outward. During this process, the following 7 echelons continued to move forward, charging forward at full speed. A few minutes later, another few million miles of void was left behind. At this time, the 4th wave of violent self-destruction erupted. This time because a large number of rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts had been shaken out of the rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts had fallen out of the rat-ruined starfield experts they were hiding in. Therefore, as the power of the 4th wave of self-destruction spread out, a large number of rats were unlucky and were blown into a bloody mess. Those who were slightly closer were directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. However, none of this stopped the following 6 echelons of self-destructing battleships. The 600,000 battleships were divided into 6 batches, maintaining a certain distance from each other. They unleashed their maximum speed and crazily rushed forward. Soon, the 5th and 6th waves of self-destruction appeared one after another. Large amounts of dazzling fireworks exploded in the void again. More rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts fell out of the rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts were torn into pieces by the shockwave of the explosion. At this time, it had only been less than an hour since the 10 echelons of suicide fleets rushed into the rat-ruined star field, but as far as the eye could see, the vast void of more than 20 million miles in front of them had already turned into a flat road. In addition to some small cracks in the void that had been blown out, there were more broken limbs and remains of rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts. In less than an hour, the space rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts had lost at least tens of millions of rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts. Although the rat-ruined starfield experts' reproductive ability was heaven-defying and such a small loss of people was nothing at all, the key was that the invading enemy was unharmed and was currently watching the fireworks outside the rat-ruined star field. Even these so-called fireworks that cause huge losses to the space rat-ruined starfield experts were provided by the space rat-ruined starfield experts themselves. This was simply unbearable and unbearable. Finally, when the 8th wave of self-destruction violently unfolded, the void was filled with dazzling fireworks, accompanied by the explosion of countless rat-ruined starfield experts and rat-ruined starfield experts. At the end of the line of sight, in the depths of the rat-ruined star field, an incomparably shrill and angry roar suddenly shook the sky. And when it did, Chapter 38:18. Squeak. Devils. Linghu Kid. Are all of you intending to fight my spatial rat clan to the death? My clan isn't that easy to bully. I advise all of you not to make a mistake. A roar that was filled with rage resounded from the depths of the rat-ruined stellar region ahead, and it was the voice of the patriarch of the spatial rat clan, Shu Wandong. The pressure of a region lord was transmitted through his simple words, and it caused even space to tremble. Leave the rat-ruined stellar region right now. I want all of you to stay behind. Squeak. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Old rat, the general trend of the first universe is like this now, and the rise of the devils can't be stopped. The ones that shouldn't make a mistake should be all of you. I advise you to conform to the general trend, otherwise, it's no different than courting death. Yi Xian remained calm and unafraid when facing the threat of a region lord, and he withdrew the farmer god cauldron with a wave of his hand. As soon as it appeared, it took its complete form, and it was like an enormous star that stood towering in space. At this moment he stood above the farmer god cauldron, while the 9-colored mist that enshrouded the mouth of the cauldron endlessly resided beneath his feet. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Time War talisman within his undying world was utilized, and it lay before the farmer god cauldron. The golden Time War talisman was like a dazzling sun, and it glistened and burned the eyes of all under the illumination of the flames emanated by the ceaselessly exploding battleships in front of it. Roar! Roar! 2 furious roars and vicious howls resounded as 2 figures suddenly flashed out from within the farmer god cauldron. It was exactly the region lords of the native tribes, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise. As soon as these 2 ferocious emperor beasts appeared here, they immediately revealed their bloodline true bodies. Both of them were 30 kilometers in size, and formidable pressure that caused one's scalp to go numb instantly swept out and pressed down upon the space in the surroundings to the point of creaking. That wasn't the end of it. Immediately after, from the Shenong cauldron beneath Yi Xian's feet, a large number of savage beasts swept out like a tide from behind the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. There were more than 5 million native beasts in the cauldron. In just a dozen breaths of time, all of them rushed out and showed their bloodline true forms. More than 5 million enormous native beasts spread out around the Shenong cauldron, stretching across the void. Every single ferocious beast was monstrously ferocious and filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. When they converged together, they formed a shapeless storm of pressure. Even if they were 500,000 kilometers away, the numerous figures in the space ahead started trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, at the rear of the Shenong cauldron, under the command of Grand Elder Mo, the 10 million battleships of the demon race quickly moved in. Although the safe passage was not very wide, it was at least 1 million miles in diameter. It could accommodate 600,000 to 700,000 battleships of various types and tens of millions of fleets. Some of the cannons were pointed forward, while others were pointed left and right. They were definitely going to plow through the entire Rat Ruins galaxy. The rhythm. An army of 10 million battleships, over 5 million native ferocious beasts, and their cultivations were mostly at the Genesis realm or above. There were even a few dozen Star Lords, almost 200 Universe Lords, and 2 old fellows with rare bloodlines, coupled with the farmer god cauldron and the golden war cry that had been utilized. All of this had imperceptibly converged into a strand of powerful and heavy pressure that swept towards the entire Rat Ruins galaxy. At the end of his field of vision, the patriarch of the spatial mouse clan, Shu Wandong, had instantly become mute and didn't dare make another sound when the 2 ferocious beasts, the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise, had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Even the higher-ups in the scout fleets of the various slave clans in the first universe, who were peeping in the distant void outside the rat-ruined starfield, fell into a dead silence. They were too strong. The first thing they did was to launch a suicidal charge of self-destruction with the scale of 1 million battleships. Then, after biting out a small piece of safe space in the rat-ruined star area, the entire punitive army did not hesitate to show all their strength. Showing off their muscles would definitely not achieve their goal. They seemed unwilling to give up. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian's war cry of time wasn't just for show. If it was merely for deterrence, then he would have utilized all 4 war cry of time in his possession and not just one. At the same time that the space at the end of his field of vision had fallen into deathly silence, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack the universe realm violet gold slime within the war cry of time. Of course, it was still a small bombardment of restraining force. The true moment of the battle hadn't arrived yet. After all, the Rat Ruins galaxy was still a few tens of millions of kilometers away. As he strode forward, Yixian entered the war cry of time. After that, as soon as he appeared at the core of the beehive, he immediately gave the order to launch a small attack that was maintained at the level of a single tide. There were tides in time, and a single tide lasted for 10,000 years. A single wave was equivalent to 10,000 years. The spatial rat tribe experts and the more numerous rat beasts in the void ahead didn't have strong cultivation bases. They couldn't withstand the passage of 10,000 years in an instant. It was the same for the densely packed rat holes in the void. They couldn't withstand it and would collapse. Even the void that was filled with rat holes would decay because of this. Although this violet gold slime king's cultivation base was far superior to Yixian's, all of this was given to it by Yixian. Moreover, it clearly wanted more and longed for the second drop of all evil origin elixir. It didn't hesitate in the slightest at Yixian's order. It immediately took action. Hum! An extremely soft buzzing sound rang out. Then, a circle of invisible ripples instantly spread out from its body and entered the walls of the core beehive. Following the pipes connected to the outer walls, the ripples were instantly transmitted to the thousands of beehive nodes in the war cry of time. The tens of millions of golden slimes in the beehive nodes trembled at the same time. The long golden thread under their abdomens shone brightly. Then their entire bodies shone with golden light. This golden light was actually the biological frequency of the golden slimes. If there was only one of them, it wouldn't be able to do anything. However, when there were many golden slimes, layers of golden screens stacked on top of each other and gathered together. In the end, the light gold turned into a rich golden color. As if it had a mind of its own, it rushed into the walls of the beehive. The walls of the beehive nodes retreated along the pipes on the outer walls. From all directions they surged towards the core beehive node where Yixian and the slime of heaven and earth were. All of this sounded like a long story, but it was actually completed in an instant. Moreover, it happened inside the battle of time. Tens of millions of golden slimes shone with a golden light, and outside the battle of time there was simply one. Chapter 38:19. In front of the mouth of the battle of time, a vast fan-shaped area appeared in an instant. A wave of golden tide of time quickly spread out from the mouth of the battle of time, spreading out in the shape of a fan until it reached 1,000,000 miles away. It was just a wave of tide of time, but tens of thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye in this fan-shaped area covered by the tide of time. In this fan-shaped area of 1,000,000 miles, there were many experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan, but their cultivations were not strong, all of them below the universe realm. After tens of thousands of years passed in an instant, the experts of the universe realm could barely resist and not die, but the experts of the starry sky under the universe realm had absolutely no chance of survival. As this wave of pale golden tide of time spread out and flowed out in an instant, in the vast void of the entire fan-shaped area, countless experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan were instantly corroded, revealing white bones and internal organs. Then in the blink of an eye, all of them turned into flying ash, scattered by the wind. In less than a breath of time, hundreds of millions of experts and rat beasts of the Space Mouse clan had died. However, the power of this tide of time was not only aimed at living creatures, but also at other existences. None of them could escape the erosion of time. In this area there were no battleships, but there were countless rat holes. At this moment these rat holes had also experienced the passage of tens of thousands of years in an instant. Although they hadn't collapsed, they emitted a thick, ancient and decaying aura. The structure was already very unstable, and it was impossible to pass through them. At this moment, if a rat beast were to crawl into one of the rat holes, it would trigger a domino effect in an instant. All the rat holes in the fan-shaped area would collapse in an instant, burying the rat beast in the void. This scene was too shocking. The pale golden tide of time triggered by the battle of time was not like the weeping soul battle call at all, but was accompanied by an earth-shaking mournful howl. Time was silent. The same was true for the golden tide triggered by the battle of time. Everything was completed silently, but in an instant it caused a vast void with a radius of 1,000,000 miles, as well as everything in this void, to be eroded by the power of time. It was a shocking sight. Even though this was not the first time they had seen the power of the golden tide of time, The countless demon experts in the 10 million warship army behind still could not help but be stunned at this moment, falling into extreme shock. In front of the merciless power of time, experts of any realm could only maintain a state of awe. Outside the rat domain, in the scout fleets from the first universe, the commanders of the fleets were even more shocked. Some of them had never seen the power of the Battle of Time's golden tide. It's amazing. The demon race's royal brother, Feng, is indeed a monstrous genius. He can even create such a great weapon of mass destruction. It involves the universe's time law. The power of this golden tide is too terrifying, and it's an area attack. It's simply heaven-defying. What's this? You haven't seen the truly amazing scene yet. Not long ago, the demon race's royal brother, Feng, activated the Battle of Time at the frontier of the demon race's domain. After 3 waves of time tide, a Star-Lord old monster was reduced to ashes, and in the end, only a small part of his huge bloodline true body was left. That's right. This old man was too scared in that battle. He was a Star-Lord old monster, and he was gone in less than 3 breaths. This kind of great weapon of mass destruction is simply unscientific. If several of such great weapons of mass destruction were activated at the same time, who in the entire starry domain would be a match for them? The universe's time law power was originally the most mysterious and miraculous power. Even Star-Lord old monsters may not be able to touch it, let alone use it to form an offensive power. The rise of the demon race, sure enough, they are unstoppable. Demon race, you've already crossed the line. And young Master Linghu, are you going to destroy the entire ancestral land of the space rat race? It was also at this moment that a voice filled with vicissitudes and brutality came from the depths of the void in front of them. Then a ray of golden light shot out. At first it was only a ray, but in an instant it shot over. In less than half a breath of time, half of the void in front was completely covered by this golden light. This was not the end. The golden light continued to surge forward like a tide. In less than a breath, it had completely enveloped the entire rat-ruined star field, including the millions of battleships of the demon race behind Yixian, and the millions of ferocious beasts around Yixian. They were all covered by this golden light at this moment. However, Yixian's entire body was half hidden in the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, and was not affected in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the entire vast rat-ruined star field was enveloped by this golden light that suddenly descended and spread out. Only the farmer god cauldron was not affected in the slightest. This scene immediately caused countless cries of surprise to resound. This golden light. Heavens, it actually enveloped the entire rat-ruined star field. Such power, even Star-Lord old monsters can't compare. This is clearly the method of a Sector-Lord old monster. Something big is going to happen. The space rat race really has a Sector-Lord old ancestor alive, and he is not in closed-door cultivation. He has already come out. The demon race is going to suffer. Just the 2 domain lord level ferocious beasts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, are not enough. They are going to be crushed. Once a Sector-Lord old monster makes a move, they won't even be a match for him. The situation has reversed. The space rat race's foundation has been revealed. This time they are clearly not going to give up. Will they alarm the Sector-Lord old monsters of the demon race? If that is true, then the situation in the rat-ruined starfield will become even more serious. It is difficult to predict what will happen next. Squeak! Accompanied by the cries of surprise from outside the rat-ruined star field, the squeak of a rat came from the direction of the golden light at the end of the line of sight. Then within the golden light, a large rat that was only 3 meters tall appeared. This large rat was small in size, not even comparable to a normal rat beast that had yet to develop intelligence. However, no one dared to underestimate its appearance. In fact, the moment it appeared, all the existences within sight tensed up at this moment. This was a golden rat. Its entire body was golden, and every strand of hair seemed to be cast from gold. It was shining brightly, and there was not a single strand of hair that was mixed. Chapter 38:20. Devils Linghu, both of you have gone too far. Since you forced this exalt out, then it's impossible to resolve this matter peacefully. The golden rat strode through the air step by step as it spoke with an aged voice that carried a ruthless aura. There was a huge nest of rats behind it. However, all of them hadn't activated their bloodlines and revealed their bloodline true bodies, and they were in human form. However, all of them had the heads of animals, eyes of rats, and triangular eyes. Moreover, their eyes were suffused with a sly glow, and they gave others an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This was a special characteristic of the spatial rat clan. No matter how they took human form, they still looked like rats in the end, and their bloodlines restricted this. So, it was obviously impossible for a rat to become handsome. This group of spatial rat clan experts that followed behind the golden rat were all higher-ups of the clan. The two that were closest to the golden rat were both region lords, and they were the patriarch of the clan, Shu Wandong, and the head disciple, Shu Qiansui. Further behind them were a few tens of Star Lord realm experts and over 100 great figures of the universe. Even though there were merely less than 200 figures in this group, their forces were extravagant to the extreme. Not to mention anything else, merely this World Lord Realm Golden Rat in the lead was suffocating. As soon as this Golden Rat spoke, the golden radiance that enveloped the entire expanse of rat-ruined stellar region suddenly froze. In an instant, all the devil experts on the myriad of battleships and the few million native ferocious beasts in the space around the farmer god cauldron felt the space around them tighten, and their entire bodies were restrained by an invisible force. It was even to the extent that they couldn't open their mouths to speak. Only Yi Xian, who stood at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, wasn't affected by this pressure. The farmer god cauldron wasn't just a primordial precious treasure. It was a supreme treasure of an era. It was like the cauldron of a nation, so how could its might be so simple? The pressure of a world lord realm expert was unable to affect the energy within the farmer god cauldron. Besides Yi Xian at this moment, only the two old monsters, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were able to barely move in the entire subjugation army. Roar! Screech! Feeling the boundless pressure of the world overlord that descended upon them, the ferocity of the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise were stimulated. Their bodies struggled unceasingly as their baleful auras overflowed into the heavens. Their ferocity was boundless as they roared and howled. His battle intent was awe-inspiring, aiming straight for the sector lord level golden rat that was slowly walking through the void. If you were in the core hinterlands of the origin of all evil star region and were intimidated by the might of the netherworld furnace, you would more or less have the qualifications to challenge this sovereign. Hearing the taunts of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the golden rat's eyes flashed with disdain. He said sarcastically, however, "This is the rat-ruined star region now. Without the deterrence of the netherworld furnace, these two puny domain lord ferocious beasts may not be ants in my eyes, but they are not far from it. With just a thought, I can suppress all of you." At the end of the sentence, the realm lord golden rat's pair of small triangular eyes suddenly condensed, and two blazing golden lights instantly shot out from its eyes. It was only as thick as an adult's arm, but it gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Its speed was extremely fast, and one from the left and one from the right, it directly shot towards the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy turtle. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart trembled. Without even thinking, he reacted at the first moment. An attack from a sector lord level existence, even if it was just two golden rays, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, with the help of the farmer god cauldron's power, saving the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise was not a problem at all. The two figures were not far from him to begin with. Right in the void to the right of the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian activated the farmer god cauldron's power, and two clouds of 9-colored fog surged out from the mouth of the cauldron. One rolled and one wrapped, and in the blink of an eye, the immemorial porcupine and immemorial hairy tortoise were brought out from the golden rays and into the god cauldron. Within the 9-colored fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth, this golden light represented the pressure of the sector lord golden rat, but it was clearly ineffective against the 9-colored fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth. From this point of view, this sector lord level golden rat should be the same as the domain lord old monster, unable to forcefully break through the colorful fog of the farmer god cauldron's mouth and enter the cauldron. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down, but he was still worried. After all, there were still millions of indigenous beasts around the farmer god cauldron, and there was an army of 10 million warships behind it. Moreover, They were all restrained by the golden light of the Sector Lord Golden Rat. Yi Xian could not save all of them one by one in a short period of time, and bring them into the Farmer God Cauldron space. This matter still needed to rely on other things. Fortunately, Yi Xian was more or less certain about this point. Before leaving the Devil Emperor planet to gather his troops, the first Devil Emperor had said that if needed, he would descend in the form of a projection. Xiao! Xiao! The two golden lights shot into the sky but did not stop. Their speed was extremely fast as they continued to shoot forward. In less than 3 breaths, they had already reached the distant void outside the rat-ruined star field. Coincidentally, there were 2 fleets in that void. It was unknown which slave race they came from in the first universe. The size of this fleet was not large, only about 100 warships. At this moment, all of them had activated their concealment formation. When the commander of the fleet saw that the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had disappeared and were swept into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron by young master Linghu with the 9-colored fog. As for the 2 golden lights that shot into the sky, they were heading straight for their own fleet. All of a sudden, all of their expressions changed. They cursed. What the fuck? This is the real attack of a Sector Lord level existence. We are finished. Run. Quickly run. Rumble. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. 2 dazzling fireworks exploded in the void outside the rat-ruined starfield. 2 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters that were hit by the 2 golden lights instantly turned into fireballs. None of the scouts of the rat-ruined starfield managed to escape. This scene shocked all the experts in the scout fleets of the other races in the surrounding void. After a short period of silence, the scout fleets retreated at the same time as if they had agreed to do so. When the immortals fight, the immortals suffer. Sector Lord level old monsters weren't joking when they attacked. They were tens of millions of miles away from the edge of the rat void star field, and the 2 beams of golden light had shot out from more than 20 million miles away from the edge of the star field. Who would have thought that 2 of the fortresses would still be caught in the crossfire? It was too tragic. All the experts in the 2 fortresses had died too unjustly. Even being F***ed by a dog would not make them feel so sad. Linghu, you dare to stop this lord from taking action? Chapter 38:21. Linghu, you dare to stop this exalted lord from making a move? Then don't blame me for turning hostile. In the distant space ahead, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the gold rat. And then his gaze turned towards Yi Xian, who stood within the 9-colored mist at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron. A wisp of a cold smile slowly appeared on the corners of his mouth. You can save one, but can you save everyone? Let this exalted lord see who can stop me from slaughtering all of you today. Bang! Pooh! Pooh! Rumble! Rumble! Pooh! As the voice of the Realm Master Golden Rat fell, a large number of explosive sounds suddenly rang out in the space behind and around the Shenong cauldron, as well as muffled puffing sounds. The entire boundlessly vast rat-ruined stellar region was enveloped beneath an expanse of golden radiance, and this golden radiance represented the Gold Rat's Realm Lord level aura. From a certain point of view, the entire rat-ruined stellar region had actually fallen completely into the Gold Rat's control. His words from before weren't exaggerated at all. Under the envelopment of the Gold Realm Lord's aura, the life and death of all living beings were within his control. The Gold Rat originally intended to suppress the primeval porcupine and primeval tortoise that were native ferocious beast emperors at the Region Lord Realm, and used them as deterrents to force the devils to leave behind all their battleships and retreat from rat-ruined stellar region. After all, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise were the most powerful existences in the entire punitive army. Even young Master Linghu, who possessed the Farmer God Cauldron and the Great Battle of Stars, couldn't compare to them in terms of deterrence. Once the primeval porcupine and tortoise were killed, this army would basically be crippled, and it would be without a leader or confidence. The outcome would be decided. However, this thought had been destroyed by young Master Linghu. This caused the Gold Rat to be rather displeased. At this moment, along with a single thought from him, over 100,000 of the over 5 million native ferocious beasts around the Farmer God Cauldron had actually instantly exploded apart, and they transformed into a rain of blood that swept through space. It was a horrifying sight. There was even a Star Lord and a dozen grand cultivators of Universe Realm among them. The Realm Lord Goldmouse did this on purpose. His actions this time were also for the sake of deterrence. He didn't plan to kill all the native beasts. After all, they were still a powerful force. Moreover, the native vicious beasts were rootless and did not have the backing of a clan. He could bully them without any pressure. He planned to stay in the outskirts of the rat-ruined Starfield and guard the gate of the ancestral land for the spatial rat clan. At the same time, the demon battleship in the void behind the Shinnon Cauldron also exploded. However, these 10 million battleships were also considered to be in the bag by the Realm Lord Golden Mouse, so it couldn't destroy all of them. Even as a powerful sector lord, he indeed had the ability to do so, but who would be willing to destroy everything that was about to become his spoils of war? There were also about 100,000 battleships that exploded at the same time as the 100,000 native beasts. There were castles and fortresses of all sizes. Among them, there was even a vice flagship with the Star Lord of the demon race guarding it. However, it wasn't a Mochigong. This caused Yixian to break out in cold sweat. Golden-haired rat, are you forcing this young master to take action? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 savage beasts and 100,000 warships were reduced to nothingness. The former turned into a cloud of blood mist, while the latter disintegrated in the void, exploding into fireballs. None of the demonkin experts inside survived. Yixian was both shocked and furious. He jumped up and down in the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron. He pointed at the Realm Lord Golden Mouse in front of him and cursed loudly. At the same time, a cluster of 9-colored fog was spurted out of the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron, rolling toward the Star Lords and the 200 local ferocious beasts that were not far away from the cauldron and were in the void at the edge of the void. These were all high-end battle prowess. Although Yixian couldn't save everyone, he had to try his best to save the high-end battle prowess of the universe no matter what. At the same time, the largest cloud of 9-colored mist rushed towards the back of the Shinnon Cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the main flagship of the entire fleet, the West Expedition, was pulled into the 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. Grand Elder Emo and Emo Qigong were guarding the main flagship. Yixian didn't want anything to happen to these two old fellows. Among the upper echelons of the demon race, the ones he had the best relationship with were the two Grand Elder Emo and Emo Qigong. As for the other two vice flagship Star Lords, due to them being too far away, Yixian couldn't save them even if he wanted to. It was simply too far away. These are the people you want to save? At this time, the Golden Rat's mocking voice sounded. At this time, he had stopped and stood in the void 20 million li away from the Shinnon Cauldron. Obviously, even this Golden Rat with Sector Lord cultivation was fearful of this enormous cauldron that was like a star. He had said before that the Netherworld Cauldron in the core of the root of all evil star domain was enough to make him wary. The Shinnon Cauldron's grade wasn't any weaker than the Netherworld Cauldron. They were both primordial treasures, supreme artifacts of an era. Unfortunately, the Netherworld Furnace was in an ownerless state in the source of all evil, and its own internal domain could be activated to the limit. On the other hand, the Shinnon Cauldron had already been refined by Yixian, so the power of the internal domain that it could display would be affected by Yixian's own cultivation. Because of this, the current Shinnon Cauldron could activate some basic abilities in Yixian's hands. But in terms of offensive abilities, Yixian couldn't display its full strength. This was one of the regrets in Yixian's heart. It made him feel helpless. He believed that the Sector Lord Golden Rat had also guessed this, but out of caution, he didn't get too close in the end. He stopped 20 million li away in the void. After all, the entire rat-ruined star domain was enveloped by his Sector Lord level pressure. With a thought, he could determine the life and death of people. It didn't matter if he got close or not. The power of this Shinnon Cauldron is indeed extraordinary. But you've seen the warning just now. Even with the cauldron in hand, you can't save these native beasts and the army of 10 million. With a sinister smile, the Sector Lord Golden Rat threatened again. Demon Linghu, I'll give you 3 minutes to make a decision. Either leave behind all the warships and resources and obediently retreat from the rat-ruined star domain, or this Sector Lord will directly attack and kill all of you. Rumble. Big Tooth Jean, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, but your tone has grown. Opening your mouth, you want to destroy my army of 10 million. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue? Also, you want to attack this Emperor's clansmen. Have you asked this emperor about this? As soon as the Sector Lord Golden Rat finished speaking, in the void above the warships, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then a blood-red light split open the void. Chapter 38:22. Rumble. Thunder rumbled as the void split open. A ray of blood-red light spilled out of the crack in the void like a waterfall. The blood-red light pillar was only 1,000 feet in diameter, but it was like a heavenly pillar. It stood upright in the rat-ruined star domain and exuded a majestic pressure. A generation's demon emperor had descended in the form of a projection clone. The entire rat-ruined starfield was originally filled with blazing golden light that shrouded the vast void. However, at this moment, as the projection of the first demon emperor descended, boundless crimson light instantly radiated from this crimson heavenly pillar that was over 1,000 feet in diameter. Wherever it passed, the scorching golden light that was originally there was completely dissipated. This blood-colored light represented a generation's demon emperor's Sector Lord suppression. The blood-colored light sprinkled down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the 10 million devilish battleships behind the farmer god cauldron, as well as the millions of native beasts around the cauldron. However, even the blood-colored light couldn't reach the farmer god cauldron. There was no need for that. Even against a Sector Lord, the farmer god cauldron could still protect itself. As the blood-red light that represented the power of the demon emperor dispersed the original scorching golden light, it enveloped a large area around the Shinong cauldron and behind it. The millions of indigenous ferocious beasts around the giant cauldron, and the tens of millions of demon soldiers behind it were temporarily freed. They regained their freedom and were no longer in danger. At least, the Sector Lord Golden Rat couldn't decide their life and death with a single thought. Following that, a blood-colored light flashed and a figure walked out of the blood-colored heavenly pillar. It was the demon emperor Emojutan. In the distant void outside the rat-ruined starfield, cries of surprise rang out from the fleet of scouts from the First Universe's slave clans. What? Even the pressure of a Sector Lord old monster was dispelled. Could it be that this pillar of light represents? That's right. Another Sector Lord has descended. That figure looks so familiar. I have been to the Demon Royal Star, the ancestral star of the demon dwellers. I have also entered the Demon Royal City. In the central square of the Demon Royal City, there is a huge statue. Its face is exactly the same as this figure. A generation's demon emperor. A generation's demon emperor has actually descended. This supreme existence hasn't been annihilated by the passage of time. He's still alive. Big news, big news. The devilish people and space rat race are going to fight to the death. Both races have sent out Sector Lords. This is the first time in tens of thousands of years that this has happened in the three Great Plains. It's like an earthquake in space. It seems that the Devil Cultivator is still weak in the end, and the scales of the battle are still tilted towards the side of the Spatial Mouse clan. However, facing the projection of the Devil Cultivator's first emperor, once the battle really starts, the battle will definitely start. Unfortunately, the first Devil Cultivator's first emperor's projection is still very strong. Even if the space rat race wins, they will have to pay a heavy price. Retreat. Retreat immediately. The two Sector Lord old monsters seem to be about to fight. If we are too close, we will be caught in the crossfire. Emojution, you think you can suppress the original body? The Demon Emperor. What a joke. The arrival of the generation's Demon Emperor didn't make the Golden Rat in the void 20 million li away shocked or flustered. He seemed to have predicted the arrival of the Demon Emperor. His golden triangular eyes even shone with a crafty light. With a faint arrogance he slowly said, Emojution, I've been waiting for you for a long time. These 10 million warships and millions of evil Starfield native beasts are all for the benefit of my race. But these spoils of war can't enter the original body's eyes. I've been waiting for you. Waiting for treasures that can be of use to me. Speaking to hear, the Golden Rat's face was filled with filth. He proudly said, Old man Emo, your devilish people aren't very prosperous. Today you don't have more than 100 million people, right? Even if these 10 million warships are controlled by AI robots, there are still tens of millions of devilish people in the army. If you want to save them, it'll depend on what you can take out to tempt me. Big Tooth Gene, that battled 10,000 years ago, didn't I teach you a lesson? You really don't learn from your mistakes. You've forgotten the pain so quickly. This is the first time we meet after 10,000 years, and you dare to speak to me with such a tone? Facing the complacent realm master Golden Rat, the demon emperor smiled lightly. He stood proudly in the void with his hands behind his back and said, "You're right. This emperor has indeed descended with a projection clone today. I only have 60% of my peak strength, which is not enough to fight with you. However, if you want to fight with me, but if I give up this projection, it's still possible for your original body to create it. Plus, even if that's the case, it's impossible for it to happen today. You want to extort treasures from me. Your plan is good, but you're thinking too much." This was the majestic demeanor of a supreme supremacy. He openly admitted that he was weak, but he didn't show any weakness. In fact, he was even a little aggressive. The demon emperor was indeed extraordinary. Just this demeanor alone was enough to make people gasp in amazement. Facing these words and the calm performance of the demon emperor, the higher-ups of the various scouting fleets outside the rat-ruined starfield fell into a daze. Their faces were full of fascination. In front of the Shinong cauldron, the golden rat sneered again. "Emoitian, you're still the same. Hypocritical and shameless. Why, this time, do you think you can still suppress me with this method? Don't be delusional. You're just a projection doppelganger after all. Even if you can severely injure your main body will also be unable to recover after this projection doppelganger is destroyed. Who's afraid of who? It's not like I'm scared of you. Big Golden Tooth, you're as timid as a mouse. Do you need Old Man Emo to scare you?" As soon as the golden rat finished speaking, a mocking and sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the void on the other side of the rat-ruined starfield. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated through the void in an instant. Regardless of whether it was the powerhouses in the rat-ruined star zone or the powerhouses in the First Universe's scout fleet in the distance, all of them heard it clearly. Before his voice faded, a blood-green pillar of light suddenly shot out from the void in that direction. It was similar to the blood-red pillar that appeared when the demon emperor Emojutian descended. It tore open a crack in the void and descended straight into the rat-ruined star domain. Chapter 38-23. Another world lord had descended, and the surroundings of rat ruins instantly became deathly silent. It was extremely rare to see an existence at such a level descend in 10,000 years. Even if it was that world-shaking incident at the core area of the root of all evil not too long ago, only 2 native ferocious beasts at the World Lord realm had appeared at the final moment. Yet now 3 World Lords had appeared successively in a short period of time within the ancestral grounds of the Spatial Rat clan. Even though 2 of them had merely descended in the form of projection clones, a World Lord was a World Lord, and even if they were projection clones, the powerful aura of a World Lord was still far away. It wasn't something a region lord could compare to. Outside rat-ruined Starfield, all the experts of the various clans within the fleet of scouts from the First Universe had lost their voices. Seeing these world lords descend successively caused them to suddenly feel numb amidst their astonishment. It was like they were in a dream, and it felt so unreal. Another world lord had appeared on their side, so it was naturally something to be happy about. In fact, it was indeed so. All the experts within the army of devilish warships that were enveloped by the blood-red glow of the first Devil Emperor heaved sighs of relief in their hearts. The auras that surged out from the bodies of the few million native ferocious beasts around the farmer god cauldron became ferocious once more. They'd realized that the situation had changed. It was even to the extent that the primeval porcupine and tortoise by Yixian's side revealed cruel smiles at this moment. They were excited and impatient to charge out of the 9-colored mist that enshrouded the mouth of the farmer god cauldron and begin the battle. After all, even though this world lord had descended in the form of a projection clone as well, and the combat strength he was able to display was merely around 60% of his peak state, but they had 2 world lords on their side after all. Even if they were only able to display around 60% of their combat strength if they joined forces, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to defeat the ancestor of the Spatial Rat clan, the Gold Rat, who was at his peak state. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Every single time the ability of a world lord would be different, and it would definitely be extraordinary. So once the projection clones of 2 world lords arrived and joined forces, then the Gold Rat would definitely suffer a tragic fate. However, Yixian's expression suddenly darkened. He didn't look happy at all. Instead, it looked a little sinister, as if it was grinding its teeth, as if it had a great hatred. Liar. He's indeed a liar. Previously, when he heard from the first-generation Demon Emperor that the two old fellows, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher, were both at least at the Realm Master Realm, and might even be Universe Realm Supreme Almighties that surpassed the Realm Master Realm, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he lost his composure and cursed a few times. He had really been tricked by these two old men. However, at that time, he had forcefully thrown this matter to the back of his mind and didn't think too much about it. But now, with the descent of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's projection clone, his Sector Lord Realm cultivation base was completely confirmed. The anger in Yi Xian's heart was instantly aroused. It was unknown if he had sensed something, but the Mad Mosquito Emperor in the other side of the void glanced in Yi Xian's direction at this moment. When he saw that his face had darkened and he was gnashing his teeth, the dignified Sector Lord Old Monster actually shrank his neck slightly as if he had a guilty conscience. His gaze didn't dare to linger here for too long. He quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere, as if he wouldn't dare to look here even if he was beaten to death. Clearly, he didn't intend to have any more eye contact with Yi Xian. Mad Mosquito, you actually want to interfere? Following the arrival of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, the expression of the Sector Lord in the void in the distance suddenly changed. He instantly turned gloomy and his gaze turned to the Mad Mosquito Emperor. His face was full of unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and asked, "My Space Rat clan and your Fierce Mosquito clan have always minded their own business. Furthermore, didn't your Fierce Mosquito clan and the Demon clan have some disputes in the past? Since you're not an ally, why are you meddling in other people's business? Let me give you a piece of advice, Mad Mosquito. My Space Rat clan is not to be trifled with. The Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven is not just a decoration. You'd better think carefully about whether it's worth it to wade into this pool of muddy water. Cut the crap. Since this Emperor has already come, how can I be persuaded by a few words of yours and turn back?" The Mad Mosquito Emperor rolled his eyes and immediately expressed his stance. "If that's the case, won't the experts of the various clans laugh when we return? The fierce mosquito beasts are too cowardly, not even comparable to rats?" These words were really infuriating and expressed a tough attitude. The expression of the Space Rat clan's Sector Lord, Golden Rat, changed again and became even more ferocious. "This Emperor doesn't know whether your fierce mosquito beasts are bold or not, but my Space Rat clan is not cowardly either. Humph, so what if two Sector Lords have arrived? Even if the two of you can suppress me if you join forces, there's at least an 80% chance that I'll kill one of you at the cost of damaging my Taoist foundation. You'll be trapped in the Rat Ruins starfield forever. Mad Mosquito, you'd better take care of yourself." The meaning behind his words was clearly hinting that if the Mad Mosquito Emperor insisted on staying and forcefully stepping into this pool of muddy water, when the battle started, this Sector Lord, Golden Rat, might even abandon the Demon Emperor and bite the Mad Mosquito Emperor to death. Even if his Tao foundation was damaged, he would still kill his projection clone. Stay in the Rat Ruins starfield forever. This was extremely likely. After all, compared to the Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, who had interfered for no reason and caused the Space Rat clan to lose all their advantages, was clearly more resentful to this Sector Lord, Golden Rat. "Yo, what a big tone. You're clearly a mouse with a front tooth." Your words almost made this old man think that I've met a yawning toad. Just as the Space Rat clan's Sector Lord, Golden Rat, finished speaking, another Sector Lord Old Monster descended. Rumble. Another thunderous boom rang out in the void. This time it came from another direction. A blood-black streak split open the void and descended from a huge crack. In an instant, a large curtain of blood-black brilliance dispelled the golden oppressive brilliance that had originally enveloped the void. At this time in the Rat Ruins starfield, there were already 3 towering sky pillars erected in each direction, forming a tripartite balance. They surrounded the Sector Lord, Golden Rat, who was standing in the void 20 million miles in front of the Shinong Cauldron, as well as more than 100 Universe Realm experts and Star Lord Old Monsters behind him. At this moment, as the third blood-black sky pillar split open the void and descended from the huge crack, a slightly hunched and skinny figure stepped out of the blood-black light pillar. It was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Mosquito Butcher. Chapter 38-24. In less than 10 minutes, the 3 sky pillars split open the void of the universe and landed in the rat-ruined star area, sending 3 old monsters of the Sector Lord realm. This scene was too shocking. Outside the rat-ruined star area, in the void of the first universe, the scout fleets of the various large slave clans had collectively lost their voices. They couldn't even cry out in surprise. The shock in their hearts was too strong. In the rat-ruined star area, the Sector Lord, the Golden Rats, and the 100 or so universe masters and star lords of their race who were surrounded by the 3 sky pillars were completely dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and wondered if they were in a dream. Compared to the first-generation Demon Emperor and the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher was obviously more difficult to deal with. At this moment, as soon as he arrived, he grinned strangely. He looked at the Sector Lord Golden Rat and ridiculed sarcastically, "Yo, big golden teeth, I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years. Your front teeth seem to be a little bigger. Could it be that this thing also gives you courage?" In other words, the reason why the Sector Lord Golden Rat was so bold was because of the pair of front teeth in his mouth. A dignified Sector Lord Old Monster was actually played and humiliated like this. Sector Lord Golden Rat was so angry that his body started to tremble, but he gritted his teeth and held it back. Panting heavily, he stared fiercely at the wretched Mosquito Butcher and said hatefully, "Old Mosquito Butcher, didn't you die? Why are you still alive? In addition, the Demon Tribe also has a grudge with you. Why did you do it today? You and Mad Mosquito Butcher are willing to be enemies with the Space Rat Clan to help the Demon Tribe? You are clearly old enemies, but today you join forces to force me to give up. You can't bully me like this." At the end, the Sector Lord Golden Rat was really angry. His face was full of resentment, and even his tone was full of resentment, faintly revealing a thick sense of grievance. No wonder he was so resentful. If the same thing happened to any Star Lord, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle. Originally, the situation had just stabilized, and victory was already in his grasp. But suddenly, 3 existences with the same cultivation level as him appeared. This was already bad luck enough, but these 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters had arrived one after the other. They even had some enmity with each other, but now they had joined forces to deal with him alone. This was too simple. Damn it, even being F***ed by a dog wouldn't be this sad. At this moment, with the arrival of the wretched Mosquito Butcher, the situation in this star domain had been completely reversed. The Spatial Rat Clan didn't even have the chance to make a comeback. The Devil Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the wretched Mosquito Butcher. If these 3 old monsters were to descend with their true bodies, any one of them would be stronger than the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Gold Rat. Although the 3 of them had descended in the form of projection clones and could only display about 60% of their full strength, the advantage was that it was 3 against 1. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Furthermore, it wasn't just 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters but 3. If it was said that the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Gold Rat still had some thoughts of struggling to fight before the wretched Mosquito Butcher descended, then now, even this thought of struggling had faded away in an instant. Although his true body was here at his peak state, he could display 100% of his strength. In a desperate situation, it wasn't a problem for him to display 120% of his strength. But that didn't have any meaning. Facing the projection clones of 3 existences whose strength originally surpassed it, if they joined forces, even if this Sector Lord Golden Rat fought with its life on the line, it would only be able to heavily injure one of the 3 opponents and would not be able to kill them. As for him, he was definitely going to die. The price was too great. Even if his head was kicked by a toad, he wouldn't make such a decision. Because of this, the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Gold Rat's chest heaved up and down. After holding back his anger for a while, he quickly judged the situation and made a choice with incomparable grievance. "You 3 old fellows, what is the purpose of such a big lineup today?" The situation was stronger than the person. At this moment, when the Sector Lord Gold Rat spoke again, his tone was different. Although it was still unhappy, anyone could hear that he was showing weakness and had already decided to compromise. "Don't try to fool this sovereign. If it's just for the Devil Cultivator and the millions of battleships, it's impossible to accomplish. It's fine if the heavens come, but it's impossible for the Mad Mosquito and the Mosquito Butcher to descend. Since you have another purpose, why don't you tell this sovereign?" Old man, don't pretend to be crazy. This old man doesn't believe that you don't know the situation in the first universe. The wretched mosquito slayer immediately rolled his eyes. Halfway through his sentence, he glanced at the first mosquito emperor and the mad mosquito emperor in the other direction. He said in a muffled voice, "This old man is not familiar with the two of them. At least, the matter from back then is not over yet. However, this time I still have to come. No one knows what the Heaven's Legacy race is doing. But the various races of the first universe must unite in the shortest amount of time. Unfortunately, this old man thinks that the devil cultivator is more reliable than you mice. This is for the sake of the overall situation, and it has nothing to do with that MO guy. So, you know what I mean." Although these words were a little sarcastic, at least the meaning was very clear. No matter what, they would help the devil cultivator race to replace the previous overlord of the first universe, the Heaven's Legacy race. They would unite the various races of the first universe in the shortest amount of time. Obviously, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had the same idea. As soon as the wretched mosquito butcher finished speaking, he nodded in agreement. In this regard, the Devil Emperor didn't have much to say. He only shook his head with a bitter smile. However, subconsciously, his gaze still turned to Yixian. He glanced at him and quickly looked away. The two old men didn't admit it, but how could the Devil Emperor not know? In the end, the reason why the two of them agreed to help today was because of Yixian. However, he didn't know anything about Prince Xian's secrets. This made Mo Yiqian feel rather depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. He knew the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher very well. With these two old men's temperaments, they were so concerned about a human junior. Even a fool wouldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Unfortunately, no matter how Mo Yiqian probed, the two old men didn't reveal anything. Helpless, he could only instruct the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family to firmly bind themselves to Prince Xian no matter what. On the other side, the Devil Emperor Mo Yiqian was full of doubts. On the other side, Yixian was in a similar situation. At this time, the ashen expression on his face had been replaced by a thick sense of curiosity. It was rare to see these three old men together today. They even met each other. On the side, there was also the Sector Lord level Golden Rat who clearly knew about the grudges between the three of them. Chapter 38-25. You want to help the Devil Cultivator step on our Space Rat clan and become the new overlord of the first universe? The expression of the Space Rat clan Sector Lord, the Golden Rat, changed slightly. Although he had vaguely guessed this point, when he heard the wretched mosquito butcher's words and saw the Mad Mosquito Emperor nod in agreement, his heart still trembled. Following that, the ferocious look that had barely been wiped off from his face surfaced once again. Even his tone revealed a sense of ruthlessness that had not been seen in a long time. Why? My Space Rat clan, regardless of clan strength or true foundation, is inferior to the Devil Cultivator? Why should we let them become the new overlord of the first universe? Just because you, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, find them pleasing to the eye? Just because you have already made such a decision? GGG. Mad Mosquito, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, don't you think you're too important? It doesn't seem like it's your turn to decide the fate of the first universe, right? At the very least, in my clan's Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, there might be stronger existences. In fact, it's not just one or two realms stronger. You should know this in your hearts, right? If you really piss me off, even if this old man gives up on the Rat Ruins Starfield outside and risks the destruction of my entire clan, I will enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven and awaken the ancestors. At that time you can consider the consequences yourselves. Dead silence. A stifling silence. After the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat finished speaking, it let out a cold snort and didn't say anything else. Its face was still full of malevolence and arrogance. It was completely like a broken pot that was thrown away by a knife. In the face of all this, all the experts inside and outside the Rat Ruined Starfield were dumbfounded, but their faces were filled with suspicion and doubt. They vaguely understood some of it, but they didn't understand it at all. All the large clans had their own foundations, but as for what this foundation was and where the bottom line of their cultivation was, without reaching that level, they had no right to understand or come into contact with it. Yixian had the deepest feelings towards this point. When he was weak, he had thought that the supreme expert of the universe was the foundation of the various clans. Now it seemed that this was just a joke. Later on, he thought that Star Lords and Domain Lords were the foundation of the various races, but reality proved that it was still a joke. Looking at the current situation, it was impossible for a Sector Lord to be the foundation of the various races in the 3 dimensions. After the Sector Lord level was the Universe level. Based on his past habits, Yi Xian might have viewed universe-level masters as the true foundation of the various races in the 3 major dimensions. However, with so many of these lessons, Yi Xian's thoughts became less direct. Of course, this included the matter of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor. This also made Yi Xian feel quite emotional. Hence, he had a vague feeling that universe-level warriors were still not the true foundation of the various races. However, even if there were universe-level powerhouses behind the great races of the 3 Great Plains, from the words of the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Golden Rat, it seemed that this kind of universe-level existence would not appear so easily. For example, in the Space Rat Clan's true ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, an existence that even this Sector Lord Golden Rat had to address as ancestor seemed to be in a deep slumber, and he would need to pay a certain price to be awakened. However, regarding whether universe-level powerhouses were the true foundation of the various races in the 3 dimensions of the universe, Yi Xian still had reservations about this. It was just that he couldn't even come into contact with a universe-level powerhouse, and he had never even heard of a name after the universe level. Regarding the truth of this matter, it was natural that he couldn't find out. At least, for now, Yi Xian clearly did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the worlds above the universe level. This indeed made him feel a faint sense of indignation and disappointment, but this feeling was quickly thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. What he paid the most attention to and was most interested in was the background of the wretched Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as their relationship with the first Demon Emperor and even the entire demon race. Resentment and entanglement. As for this matter, it was obvious that there would be no results from asking these 3 old fellows. They were all so smart that it made one speechless. Yi Xian had already been tricked more than once. However, this Space Rat Clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat was clearly not one of them. If he wanted to solve the doubts in his heart, this old fellow was the best breakthrough point. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he raised his head to look at the Sector Lord Golden Rat in front of him. At this moment, only a few breaths had passed since this Sector Lord Golden Rat had expressed his unyielding attitude. Whether it was the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, or the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, they were all frowning and muttering to themselves. They could clearly see that the Sector Lord Golden Rat's words were not empty bravado. This old fellow was truly angered, and had truly given up on the entire Space Rat Clan, leaving this rat-ruined star field to the demon race's 10 million strong army, and the 3 descending Sector Lord Old Monsters projection clones to torment. He himself would enter the Space Rat Clan's ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. After paying a certain price, he would awaken the slumbering ancestor of the clan and fight to the death. And this was clearly what the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the wretched Mosquito Butcher were worried about. It was precisely because of this that the 3 of them fell into deep thought after confirming that the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord level Golden Rat was not joking, and was preparing to take action for real. They were clearly afraid. Looking at this rhythm, the situation that had just been reversed seemed to have fallen into a stalemate in an instant. On the surface, the demon race's subjugation army had an absolute advantage in strength due to the arrival of the first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. However, in reality they were at a disadvantage. Only one Sector Lord Old Monster had appeared, but the Space Rat Clan could be awakened at any time by paying a certain price. The universe-level ancestor that was sleeping in the ancestral land Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. However, he was now barefooted and not afraid of wearing shoes. He was already acting like a hooligan, almost making a scene. If he really forced him, he would really do such a thing. Although the demon race and even the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher might not have a stronger backer behind them, that kind of universe-level ancestor-level existence was not a magic treasure or something like that that could be carried around. Even if there really was one, it would definitely be sleeping or hibernating in some secret ancestral land. Wait, for a time distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. At least now, they definitely couldn't take it out to fight against the Sector Lord Golden Rat. With such a plan, the demon race's subjugation army, which originally had the upper hand, had now fallen into a passive state because of fear of taking action for fear of breaking the vases. It was truly speechless. Just as the 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters were in a difficult position, and the countless warriors of the demon race's subjugation army were collectively silent, holding their breaths, a loud laugh that did not fit the atmosphere of the scene suddenly sounded out without any warning. Ha ha ha. Chapter 38-26. A great discovery. Whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Yi Xian immediately extended his electronic consciousness and controlled the demon battle roar to move horizontally, narrowly avoiding the enormous spatial rift that was over 10,000 meters long. Before he could catch his breath, Chanas, who was beside him, screamed, "To the right, there's another one coming from the right." Yi Xian immediately turned his head and happened to see a slightly smaller spatial rift, slashing towards him from the right. Without even thinking, he once again used his electronic consciousness to activate the demon battle roar to dodge. However, just as he finished all of this, Chana's desperate screams rang out again. "Down there, there's another one down there. Oh my god, what the hell is this place?" Just like this, Yi Xian continuously extended his electronic consciousness and moved horizontally no less than 10 times. In the end, the demon battle roar quietly hovered in the air. There was no longer any need to dodge the spatial rifts. Only at this moment did Yi Xian and Chanas finally find the time to look into the distance. With this glance, the two of them immediately opened their mouths wide, and their expressions gradually became sluggish. It was no wonder that he had to make more than 10 emergency evasive maneuvers the moment he entered. How was this a normal void in the universe? It was simply a tattered bag riddled with holes. The void was densely packed with countless spatial rifts of varying sizes. Every once in a while, 1 or 2 would appear. Moreover, these void cracks were obviously not fixed. They were moving slowly with some kind of pattern. Fortunately, they weren't moving very fast. Otherwise, this place would have become a forbidden place in the universe. Even Star-Lord level monsters beyond the universe realm would have to suffer a grievance if they came here. At this moment, the demon battle roar was hovering in the void. Seemed safe, but in reality it was not so. Whether it was forward, backward, or up or down, they would soon encounter other spatial rifts of varying sizes. Even if he stayed here without moving, it would not do because the spatial rifts in the surrounding space were slowly moving. The corner of the void where the demon battle roar was currently safe, but after a long time there would definitely be some spatial rifts that would move here. At that time, if he did not avoid it, the only outcome would be to be cut in half. F***CK. No wonder it's called a planar space danger zone. This is clearly a void turbulence zone. The entire star field is like this, filled with spatial rifts, and it's still moving slowly. This is simply a star field level killing field. Any existence or matter that enters it will be crushed to death if they are not careful. Even Yi Xian's heart trembled as he looked at everything in front of him. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and Charnas, who was beside him, turned green as he urged, Russell, Lord Shah, let's retreat. This place is not meant for humans to stay in. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed. It is indeed not a place for people to stay. However, since this place is so dangerous, Di Xiaofeng still brought his fleet in. This means that the benefits inside are definitely not small. At the very least, it's worth it for him to take the risk. Yi Xian was thinking about something else. At this moment, his words sounded as if he was responding to Charnas, but in reality, he was muttering to himself. Strange, they only came in for a while, why did they all disappear? A whole 8 strongholds of all sizes. In this kind of environment, it's impossible for them to travel at full speed. Why did they disappear so quickly? Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the distance to the right, attracting his gaze. A gigantic blade mantis that was around a few thousand meters in size leaped up and nimbly passed through 2 spatial cracks. It landed in a corner of space further away and lay dormant for a few seconds. Then, it jumped up again and headed into the distance. This blade mantis was clearly transformed from a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters. To be able to shrink its body to such an extent, it could be seen how compact the machinery inside was. Even Sha Baofeng was unable to easily achieve this level of mechanical fusion ability. With his machinery fusion ability, If he were to completely fuse with a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, he would at most be able to shrink the mechanical battle bugs to around 5,000 meters. So that's how it is. Seems like these guys have come prepared. They must have explored this star field many times before. Otherwise, if it was their first time here, they definitely wouldn't have been able to think of this method so quickly. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. His eyes instantly lit up. It was clear that the giant blade mantis that he had just seen was one of the 6 strongholds with a diameter of 50,000 meters that had followed Di Xiaofeng into the origin of evil star field. As soon as the 8 strongholds of the opposing fleet charged into the origin of evil star field, the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race who were controlling the battleships immediately activated their machinery fusion ability, turning the 8 strongholds into 8 different sized mechanical battle bugs. Then they spread out and used the agility of the mechanical battle bugs, and their super explosive jumping ability, to quickly move forward while dodging the void crack. This discovery caused Yi Xian to once again realize how extraordinary the item hidden in the depths of the origin of evil was. This was because in the Heavenly Legacy race, not just any core member of the upper echelons could possess this kind of machinery fusion ability. One had to meet 2 conditions. One had to be a trusted aide of the Patriarch D, in order to be able to open up this most powerful secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race. Secondly, one had to have a certain level of talent. Otherwise, even if it was a trusted aide of the Patriarch, after opening up this machinery fusion secret technique, if one's talent was insufficient, they would not be able to grasp it in the end. It could be said that any upper echelon of the Heavenly Legacy race who had grasped the machinery fusion secret technique, even if they had only grasped it to varying degrees, would definitely have an extraordinary and influential status in the entire Heavenly Legacy race. And right now, Di Xiaofeng was leading a fleet into the star field of all evil. Including him, 8 starry sky fortresses of different sizes were all advancing into the depths of the star field, using this kind of mechanical fusion method. That meant that, including Di Xiaofeng, the Heavenly Legacy race had sent out 8 extremely talented trusted aides of the Patriarch this time. Yi Xian had already completely taken over Sha Baofeng's memories. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Legacy race, the so-called young Patriarch, Di Xiaofeng, definitely didn't have the ability to simultaneously invite 7 other upper echelons with the ability to fuse machinery to help him explore. Therefore, if there were no accidents, their operation this time should have been ordered by the Patriarch D. In other words, the target in the depths of the star field of all evil was what the Patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy race needed. Chapter 38:27. Although the Space Mouse clan was a mouse, they loved to make holes. In the entire Rat Ruin star field, not only all the stars, but even the void had been made countless holes by them, densely packed and uncountable. But as a powerful clan, the Rat Ruin star was their ancestral home, so the buildings that should be built were naturally still there. At this time, Yi Xian, Grandpa Emo, and Emo Qigong were welcomed into a palace building on the Rat Ruin star. This was the royal palace of the Space Mouse clan. The so-called feast was actually some spirit fruit, spirit wine and the like, but it was quite sumptuous. There were some spirit fruits that Yi Xian had never even eaten before, which were the specialties of the Rat Ruin star field. After both sides sat down, the realm lord of the Space Rat clan, the Golden Rat, went straight to the point and looked at Yi Xian. Little friend Linghu is indeed extraordinarily courageous. The Linghu clan of the human race's immortal dynasty, the Heavenly War Empire, has produced a true Qilin son. However, with little friend's unparalleled talent in medicine, tools and array, I'm afraid a small Linghu clan doesn't have the foundation to cultivate you. I wonder what your master is. This was clearly a test trying to get Yi Xian to talk and ask about his background. Senior, you must be joking. What master is there? The so-called medicine, tools and array are just false praises from the outside world. Messing around? Yi Xian sneered and dealt with it in a few words. Then he looked serious and brought up the business. Back to the point, Senior Golden Rat, what this young master said before was actually a joke. This time, this young master's real purpose in coming to the Rat Ruin star is to take your Space Mouse clan. Take them down. What? The smile on Realm Lord Golden Rat's face disappeared in an instant, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Linghu Chong, do you think this venerable one is easy to bully? Do you believe that this venerable one can kill you on the spot? Sorry, you really don't have this ability. Otherwise, you can try. Yi Xian ignored the dumbfounded Grandmaster Emo and Emo Qigong beside him. They were also stunned by his words. Facing the reprimand of the Realm Lord Golden Rat, he remained calm and unafraid. Then he changed the topic and continued. Also, Senior Jean, aren't you a little too excited? This young master hasn't even finished his words and you're already in a hurry to get angry. Is there a need for that? What if, as this young master said, you would welcome him with open arms? Ridiculous. Do you think I'm cheap? The Realm Master Golden Rat was so angry that it was panting heavily. But in the end, he didn't know whether it was because he was stunned by Yi Xian's calm demeanor, or because he was certain that he wouldn't be able to do much, but after a few soft snorts, he suppressed his temper and sat down again. He sneered and said, "But I don't think you'll be able to do anything. Why don't I listen to what you have to say?" In short, this young master has decided to give your Space Rat clan a gold member. After all, you joined the alliance early, so naturally you should be given preferential treatment. When the Realm Lord Golden Rat sat down, Yi Xian smiled faintly and said such words. Not only did the Realm Lord Golden Rat not understand, but even Grandmaster Emo and Emo Qigong beside him were confused. Didn't they come to crusade? How did it become a gift? Moreover, what was this so-called gold member? Gold member? What the hell is that? Hearing that the other party had just said to take them down, and in the blink of an eye, it became a gift, the Realm Lord Golden Rat was stunned and asked subconsciously. It's very simple. A gold member represents strength and nobility. A clan with a gold member will have a gold elder seat in the Alliance Elder Council. For example, the first-generation Demon Emperor, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher are all gold elders of the Alliance. The clans and forces they represent are all gold members. This kind of gold member can only be obtained by a few clans that joined the Alliance in the early days. Later clans, no matter how strong they are, can only become silver members at most. As a gold elder, the resources provided by the Alliance each year are naturally different. Of course, this is only the individual benefits. In terms of clans, when the benefits are distributed, the gold member's share each time is different from that of an ordinary member. Can be said that they are not on the same level at all. After all, below the gold member there are silver member, bronze member, and then the most basic ordinary member. Hearing this, everyone in the room basically understood a little. Yi Xian's intention was to establish an alliance, and when he said to take them down, it was only to persuade the Space Rat clan to join the alliance. And as an elder who joined the alliance early, the Space Rat clan would directly become a gold member of the alliance. In the Alliance Gold Elder Council, they would have a gold elder seat. Whether it was the Gold Elder or the Space Rat clan as a gold member, when the alliance's benefits were distributed in the future, they would obtain more benefits than the other silver, bronze, and ordinary members. All of this was very easy to understand. Yi Xian's words were easy to understand, and the temptation he gave was not small. After all, the first-generation Devil Emperor, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Old Devil Mosquito Killer were only gold elders. If the Space Rat clan joined the alliance, then the clan Sector Lord Gold Rat would also become a gold member of the alliance. This definitely did not lower his status. In terms of cultivation strength, this Sector Lord Gold Rat was compared to the first-generation Devil Emperor and the others. Although they were both large realms, in terms of small realms he was slightly inferior. But all of this was not the key. The real key was actually this so-called alliance. What exactly was it? This old man understands. The Space Rat clan's Sector Lord Gold Rat nodded, and his tone softened a lot. After all, the other party was only here to pull people into the alliance. He completely misunderstood when he said to take them down, and did not mean to subdue them. With Mo Etienne, Mad Mosquito Killer, and Old Devil Mosquito Killer as gold elders, the standard of your alliance is indeed not bad, high-end and classy, but, halfway through, the Sector Lord Gold Rat suddenly changed the topic. But why should my Space Rat clan join this? Right, this senior does not even know what this alliance is called, so how can I be sure that after joining there will be benefits? This question was straightforward but also to the point. If there were no benefits to joining the so-called alliance, then what was the point? Not to mention a gold member. Even if they were given a purple gold member, it was just an empty title. The name of the alliance has not been decided yet, but this matter is not urgent, we can slowly think about it later. Chapter 38-28. As for the benefits you speak of, Senior. Halfway through, Yixian suddenly changed the topic. The entire alliance will be firmly united, and we will no longer be enslaved by the Tianji race. This is the greatest benefit. Although this sentence felt like a pie in the sky, one had to admit that this was indeed the case. The mysterious disappearance of the Tianji race and the migration of the entire race had always been a huge stone in the hearts of the races of the first universe. Even the races of the Federation of the second universe and the human race of the third universe were deeply worried. Everyone knew that once the Tianji race reappeared, the first universe would definitely be filled with a reign of terror. The demon race had found an excuse to suppress them, but their goal was to seize the opportunity before the Tianji race reappeared to take over the races of the first universe and gain the upper hand. After all this talk, it's back to the main topic. This sovereign finally understands. You guys are making this alliance, but it's just a change in the soup. In the end, you still want the demon race to replace the Tianji race and become the new overlord of the first universe. The interest of the realm lord Golden Rat that had just been piqued instantly dropped, and the expression on his face gradually turned cold. You're wrong. The alliance won't have an alliance leader. The demon race can't be the only one. Everything will be decided by the Alliance Elder Council. Once you join, your space rat race will also have a seat as a Gold Elder. You'll have the right to participate in any major decision of the Alliance. What's there to worry about? Yixian continued to guide the Realm Lord. In addition, if you join the Alliance, besides not having to worry about being enslaved by the Tianji race, there are also many practical benefits. They will be distributed according to the rank of the member. As for the specific details, the Elder Council will naturally come up with a plan when the time comes. As for these so-called benefits, there will be many in the future. In addition to the planes of the first universe, the Alliance will also explore and develop other unknown planes. The Celestials' legacy race is a large race with countless warships and fortresses. For them to vanish without a trace in such a short period of time is already extremely unusual. Moreover, the migration of the Celestials' legacy race was clearly a hasty decision. They have been exploring the unknown planes of the universe outside the three major planes this entire time. If I'm not mistaken, they must have made a major discovery, which is why they decided to migrate. For even DE to be so anxious, it can be seen just how great the temptation of that unknown plane is. This is also a benefit to the Alliance in the future. If you don't join the Alliance with just the strength of your space rats, do you really have the strength to seize these benefits from the Heaven's legacy race? Even if we don't talk about what we just said, just the star field of the source of all evil in the first universe is a super pie. At this point, Yixian paused and waved his hand to retrieve two small spatial boxes from his undying world. Inside each box was a cubic meter of netherworld furnace lotion and 9 colored meat paste. As of now, all three universes are aware of the good fortune in the depths of the core of the root of all evil. Senior knows how big that cake is. Almost all the races of the Second Universe Federation have moved in full force to seize it. This in itself explains the problem. However, this time they went for wool and came back shorn. They suffered heavy losses and didn't get anything. Inside these boxes are netherworld furnace lotion and 9 colored meat paste. This young master obtained them from the netherworld furnace. In the future, the Gold Elder of the Alliance will receive a portion of the supply every year. At this point, Yixian didn't say anything else and handed the two spatial boxes to Sector Lord Metal. Last time, he obtained tens of thousands of cubic meters of netherworld furnace lotion and several thousand cubic meters of 9 colored meat paste from the netherworld furnace. For the sake of establishing the alliance, he didn't feel any heartache to use a little as a sweet date to win over the various Sector Lord old monsters. As for the all-evil origin liquid, there was no need to even think about it. Yixian had only obtained over 2,000 drops last time. Now he only had a little over 2,000 drops left. Netherworld furnace lotion? 9 colored meat paste? Sector Lord Wuxia took the small space box, a look of doubt appearing on his face. He then probed the small space box with his divine sense, and his face suddenly changed as he sucked in a breath of cold air. See this thing. The current him was already a Sector Lord level existence. Ordinary heaven and earth treasures had almost no effect on his evolution path. Even the most rare treasures had very weak effects. However, The lotion and meat paste in these two spatial boxes emitted an aura that shocked him. Even Sector Lord level experts would have great use for them. The effects would definitely be extraordinary. More importantly, there were enough of them, each containing 1 cubic meter. If Senior leads the spatial mouse race to join the alliance, then this 1 cubic meter of Netherworld furnace lotion and 1 cubic meter of 9-colored meat paste will be your salary as a gold elder for the next year. At this point, Yixian paused again and glanced at Sector Lord Metal Rat. He keenly caught the flash of greed in the depths of his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He continued, and this Netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste are only the salary that the Alliance is currently giving to Gold Elder. In the future there will be better things. Netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste, one is a byproduct of the Netherworld furnace, and the other is the raw material of the Netherworld furnace. Neither is the official product of the Netherworld furnace. Just the byproducts are already so shocking, and the raw material is condensed from the flesh and blood of primordial life forms of the universe level and above. It's easy to imagine how high the final product's grade will be, and how heaven-defying its effects will be. And now, although this young master still doesn't know what the final product of the Netherworld furnace is, since we were able to obtain the Netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste, this in itself explains the problem. At the very least, the allied forces of the various races of the Second Universe suffered great losses and paid such a huge price in the source of all evil star field. But in the end, they didn't get it. Did they get a little bit of lotion and meat? Young friend is indeed amazing. Realm Lord Golden Rat's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his greed grew even stronger. He looked at Yixian and said, although this venerable one did not personally go to the source of all evil star field, one of my race's domain lords led an army there. This venerable one still knows a little about everything that happened in that star field. All the top powers of the 3 Great Plains have returned with their halberds defeated. Only young friend has obtained this Netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. This is enough to prove young friend's methods. As he spoke, Realm Lord Golden Rat suddenly changed the topic and asked, I wonder what position young friend has in this alliance. Alliance leader or... There's no such thing as an alliance leader. Yixian waved his hand, shook his head and said, this young master has already said that the alliance only has the Gold Elder group. Everything will be decided by the Gold Elders of the Elder group. Moreover, if one wants to enter the Elder group, one must have a cultivation at the Realm Master level or above, so this young master doesn't even need to therefore. This young master will enter the Elder group. As for the specific position for the time being, this young master should be considered a CO. Realm Lord Golden Rat was stunned and didn't quite understand. CO. Chapter 3829. Chief Executive Officer? This new term made the Spatial Rat Clan's Sector Lord Golden Rat stunned. Then he seemed to understand something, and his face showed a slightly strange expression. Yixian's meaning was very clear. The entire alliance and all the matters were decided by the Gold Elders, but the implementation of these decisions was the responsibility of Yixian. In other words, the one who showed his face outside was Yixian. The entire alliance's power was under his control. The Sector Lord Golden Elders were in the back, equivalent to his backing. Although he wasn't the alliance leader, he had real power. In the entire alliance except for the Gold Elders, he was definitely the #1 person in the alliance. However, this didn't matter. As long as he could get the benefits he deserved, he could just let this brat do what he wanted. As a Gold Elder of the Alliance, he could just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Moreover, in addition to the Golden Elder's personal salary, the clan enforced that each Golden Elder represented would also be allocated a certain amount of resources every year. It seemed that this alliance that didn't even have a name was indeed worth joining. Thinking like this, the Spatial Rat Clan Sector Lord Golden Rat immediately decided to join the alliance. However, this matter wasn't announced to the public. Even the ordinary members of the Spatial Rat Clan didn't know. After all, Yixian said that the alliance's existence was still a secret, equivalent to an underground organization, temporarily not known to the public. Therefore, the matter of the Spatial Rat Clan joining the alliance was currently known to only a few of the upper echelons of the royal family. Ha ha ha. In this way, this lord and little friend will be allies in the future, one of us. Just joining the alliance he received a year's salary. Whether it was the Netherworld Furnace Lotion or the 9-colored meat paste, they were all top-grade resources that even he was moved by. The Sector Lord Golden Rat's mood was obviously very good. He raised his head and laughed, and with a flip of his hand, he had already stored the 2 small spatial boxes into his body. Then he changed the topic and looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, since we are already allies, we are no longer outsiders. This senior has a presumptuous request, and I hope that little friend can help us. My Space Rat clan will definitely be grateful. He had just made the decision to join the group, but as soon as he turned around, he immediately started making requests. Even though he was asking for help, Yi Xian was still very surprised. Howsy was Howsy after all. He had no sense of shame. He was simply too shameless. However, the other party was speaking so politely, and the other party was a Gold Elder of the Alliance's Elder Council. Yi Xian didn't know how to refuse for a moment. Thus, after furrowing his brows, he finally nodded reluctantly and asked the Space Rat Clan Sector Lord Level Golden Rat to tell him what the matter was. If there was no problem, there was no harm in agreeing. Little friend, don't worry. This matter is absolutely not dangerous. Otherwise, this senior wouldn't have asked. After all, you and I are now allies. How could this senior let you be in danger? Seeing Yi Xian nod, this matter was basically no longer a problem. The Sector Lord Golden Rat was overjoyed, and there was clearly a faint trace of craftiness in the bottom of his eyes. Then he pretended to sigh and said, "The bloodline of my Space Rat clan originated from the Void Rats of the Desolate Era. This matter is no longer a secret. Little friend should know about it." When he heard him mention the Void Rats, Yi Xian was startled again. He originally thought that this greedy old guy wanted to beat around the bush and ask for more benefits, even if they could only see the substantial proportion of the Alliance's resources in the future. He didn't expect that after he opened his mouth, he would actually mention the legendary Desolate Void Rats. This really made Yi Xian a little baffled. I wonder what this old guy is planning. Unfortunately, even though the bloodline of the Desolate Void Rats flows in my Space Rat clan, it isn't very dense. If it wasn't for this old man wouldn't have been stuck at the 4th level of the Sector Lord realm for so many years. I haven't broken through for 10,000 years. When he spoke up to hear, the Sector Lord Golden Rat faintly sighed and shook his head before continuing. The matter this old man is asking for little friend's help is related to this. In the depths of my Space Rat clan's true ancestral ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, there's a secret realm called the Rat Mound. There's the bloodline remains of the Desolate Void Rat, the ancestor of my clan's bloodline. However, because the realm of this Desolate Void Rat is too terrifying, even though it has fallen for countless years, its fleshly body hasn't decayed, and the aura of pressure within its body is very strong. Not to mention this body, even the universe-level ancestors that have awakened from their deep slumber in the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven are unable to enter that Rat Mound's secret realm. This situation is similar to the scene in the core hinterland of the source of all evil star field. That Netherworld Furnace's pressure is so terrifying. All the top powers of the 3 universes have returned in defeat. Only Little Friend's methods are extraordinary. To actually be able to enter the Netherworld Furnace and obtain the Netherworld Furnace Lotion and 9-colored meat paste. I believe Little Friend must have some kind of secret technique that can resist this terrifying pressure. So this body wants to ask for Little Friend's help. Go to that Rat Mound and help this body collect some precious blood and precious flesh from the remains of the Desolate Void Rat ancestor. Cough cough, although this is a little disrespectful after all, the Space Rat clan has the Void Rat bloodline flowing in our bodies. However, it is after all too thin. If we can obtain the Desolate Void Rat ancestor's precious blood and precious flesh, even if it's just a little bit, due to the purity of the bloodline, to the entire Space Rat clan, that's also an extremely significant matter. This body is even more confident that after studying the precious blood and precious flesh, it will definitely bring benefits to the entire clan. My stagnant cultivation strength will also usher in another breakthrough because of this. Speaking of this, the Realm Lord Golden Rat suddenly stopped. After all, the help he was asking for at this moment was to let an outsider go to the depths of their clan's ancestral land and cut off the flesh and blood of their ancestor. This matter, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he probably wouldn't have the face to say too much in detail. Yes. On the side, Yi Xian, Grand Elder Emo, and Grand Elder Emo were already dumbfounded. Even the patriarch of the Realm Lord Golden Rat Clan, the chief of the Realm Lord Golden Rat Clan, Rat Chen Sui, and the other star lords of the other clans were all a little embarrassed. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were wandering. Obviously, they felt that this matter was a little unkind and too embarrassing. However, although it was embarrassing, they still couldn't resist the temptation of a real desolate void rat's precious blood and precious flesh. Even if it was the bloodline primordial ancestor, it was already dead after all. If it could be turned into visible and tangible benefits, why not? Chapter 38:30. Yixian seemed to be in a dilemma. He raised his hand to touch his forehead and sighed. Alas, it's really difficult. This kind of thing that destroys the precious remains, this young master has never done it before. Cough, cough. Before Yixian could finish his pretentious words, a cough came from beside him. Turning his head to look, he saw that old Master Mo and Mo Qigong's necks had swelled up and were faintly red. They seemed to have choked on their own saliva. The Realm Lord Golden Rat, the Space Rat Clan's clan leader Shu Wandong, the chief elder Shu Qian Sui, and the others were all full of disdain. You've never done something like destroying the precious remains? Come on, you. How many of them have you roasted and eaten? Whether it was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the immemorial little demon ape, they all had the same virtue. Listening to the awkward coughs and looking at the disdainful faces of the core members of the Space Rat Clan, even if Yixian was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear it at this moment. He quickly coughed and changed the topic. Cough, cough, this senior golden rat, this young master is indeed a little embarrassed. After all, you and I are allies. This matter of destroying the precious remains of the primordial ancestor. Well, for the Space Rat Clan, for Senior's cultivation breakthrough, this young master will try this matter. Try it, I can't guarantee success. No guarantee, no guarantee, who dares to guarantee this kind of thing? Hearing Yixian agree, the Realm Lord Golden Rat rubbed his hands excitedly. He seemed to be very excited and quickly said, Little friend, as long as you agree to help after entering the rat tomb, just do what you can. If you really can't do it, this venerable will give up. In short, it's all up to little friend's safety. It's all up to you. Since he had already said so, it was really hard to refuse, so Yixian could only helplessly take this matter. At this moment, no one noticed that deep in the eyes of the Realm Lord Golden Rat, there was a flash of fierce and greedy light. After a while, the group came to the depths of the rat-ruined star field and stood on the side of the vast and deep black abyss. In addition to Yixian, Mo Qigong and Mo Qigong also came, and only 3 people of the Space Rat Clan came. They were the Realm Lord Golden Rat, the Chief Elder Shu Wandong, and the Chief Elder Shu Qian Sui. You too, Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven is a forbidden area of our Space Rat Clan. Even our clan members, except for some special existences, are not allowed to enter. Is of course. Oh. Elder, and. Elder. Elder. Is. Right mind. 2. Although with their strength in front of the Realm Lord, the Golden Rat, they were basically unable to show their faces. However, if they were to follow him and keep an eye on him, they would feel more at ease. However, when they thought about how Yixian still had the Shenong cauldron in his hands, and how there were millions of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil within the cauldron, including the 2 Domain Lord level ferocious beasts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, the 2 of them immediately felt relieved. Realm Master Metal waved his sleeve, grabbed Yixian, and leaped into the black abyss in front of him. The entrance to the spatial passageway leading to the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven was this black abyss. It had no bottom at all. After jumping in and passing through the spatial passageway, one would directly enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and Yixian felt his vision blur. When he could see clearly again, he was already in a small independent space. This was the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven, the true ancestral lair of the Spatial Rat Clan. However, the word Grotto Heaven only sounded nice. This small independent space was actually a rat hole. This void was similar to the universe outside. It also had stars and a starry sky, but it was not large. It was an independent small plane of average size, at most a few tens of millions of miles wide. Just like the Rat Ruins starfield, the stars and void of this Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven were all filled with rat holes. This was the nature of rats, and it was unlikely to change. The only difference was that all the rat holes in this rat ruins grotto heaven, whether they were in the void or on the stars, exuded an ancient aura. It was obvious that they had existed for a very long time. Yixian had already expected this. This was the true ancestral lair of the spatial rat clan. The clan's heritage was all in this rat ruins grotto heaven, and it had been passed down for at least tens of thousands of years. Very soon, some experts of the spatial rat clan crawled out of the rat holes in the nearby void and stars. They all respectfully greeted the sector lord, the golden rat. Then they glanced at Yixian with a slightly strange expression, turned around and returned to the rat holes behind them. Yixian found that they were all relatively young experts of the spatial rat clan. They should be the younger generation of the clan, but they were all extraordinarily talented and strong. Although he did not see any of them in the cosmos state, they were all above the Genesis state. Some of them were even in the cosmic state. They were not far away from the cosmos state. After being stunned for a moment, Yixian quickly understood. It was obvious that those young experts of the spatial rat clan were qualified to reside in the ancestral lair of their clan. Like Shu Wushuang, they were highly valued and nurtured by the clan. Apart from those extraordinarily talented juniors, there were obviously powerful Cosmos State, Star Lord, and even Genesis State spatial rats in this rat ruins grotto heaven. Yixian followed the sector lord, the golden rat, all the way forward. At first, there were obvious movements from the rats along the way, and some juniors of the clan would show up from time to time. However, the deeper they went, the weaker the movements in the surrounding rat holes. In the end, the surrounding void was dead silent. However, Yixian could vaguely catch some auras that made his hair stand on end. They were escaping from the rat holes of a few stars. They were at least sector lord level spatial rats, and they might even be universe level existences. However, they had obviously not woken up and were in a deep sleep, not yet born. It was also at this moment that the sector lord, the golden rat, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped in the void. It turned around and glanced at Yixian, then raised its hand and pointed at the void in front of them. Do you see that? There's a foggy area in front of us. It's only 100 kilometers deep. Through the foggy area is the rat ruins. It's a super huge planet. Chapter 38-31. In fact, even if the Realm Lord Golden Rat leading the way in front did not stop, Yixian would have to stop at this moment. At this point, he had already vaguely felt a murderous aura from the void. It was coming from the direction of the thick void in front of him. Based on his experience, this level of aura should belong to the primordial age, which was the level of the void ladle. It was still one level lower than the golden divine dragon and the void giant tortoise. Previously, in the netherworld furnace, Yixian had seen the remains of many primordial age beings. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this level of aura and could not be wrong. In other words, the primordial void rat on the superstar in front of him should be a primordial age mighty being, not a primordial age supreme being. As for which side it was on in the primordial age war, Yixian could not determine. The primordial void battlefield he saw in the inheritance picture was too vast. He did not even recognize all the primordial age supreme beings on both sides, let alone the primordial void rat that was one level lower. In the inheritance picture, Yixian did not see it at all. There was no related memory in his mind. According to his speculation, this primordial void rat either did not participate in the primordial age war and died of old age in the depths of the ancestral land's lair, or it was seriously injured in that battle and returned to the ancestral land's rat ruins grotto heaven to recuperate on the giant planet behind the thick void fog ahead. But in the end it still died. Its injuries were too serious. But all this was not important. What was important was that the remains of the primordial void rat left behind was definitely a treasure to Yixian. Since he had come this time, he must find a way to harvest it and take it away. This was the fundamental reason why Yixian agreed to help the Realm Lord Golden Rat. Of course, Yixian would still share a bit of the precious blood and flesh that the other party needed. After all, the two of them were already allies, and he had obtained such a huge benefit for no reason. He had taken away the entire corpse of the clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, so when he ate the meat, he would at least get some soup. Give it to me. If this void rat was a supreme of the ancients, Yixian wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from its remains without the help of the headless infant corpse. After all, a supreme martial artist was a supreme martial artist, and a supreme martial artist from the mysterious primordial era. Even if he had fallen for countless years, he was still not someone Yi Xian could easily face. But the primordial era would not be a problem. Of course, he was still unable to enter by himself. Even if he wore the undying nirvana armor that had advanced into a starry sky treasure, it was still impossible because he would face the danger of his body exploding apart. However, if he summoned the Shinnon Cauldron and used its power to protect him, he should be able to barely do it. Although Yi Xian could not fully activate the power of the Shinnon Cauldron, it was only enough to protect him. He should be confident in being able to withstand the pressure of the remains of the primordial era. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned the Shinnon Cauldron. However, he didn't reveal its complete form because it was too huge. Moreover, the power of the cauldron would be divided and become thin. Therefore, when the giant cauldron was summoned, it was only 300 meters in size. Yi Xian stood at the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. His figure rose and fell within the dazzling 9-colored mist, faintly discernible. Sure enough, as soon as the 9-colored fog wrapped around his body, the cold pressure that he could faintly feel instantly disappeared. Yi Xian's heart calmed down. He turned around and nodded towards the Realm Master, the golden rat not far away. Then he activated the Shinnon Cauldron and charged towards the dense fog area in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he entered and disappeared. This cauldron is indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't refined by this brat, and I heard that the refinement method of a treasure cauldron is unknown, even a sector lord can't forcefully do it. Otherwise, I would have killed him and snatched this cauldron. It would be the same even if I entered the rat tomb myself. Seeing Yi Xian rely on the protection of the Shinnon Cauldron and safely enter the dense fog area in front of him, the eyes of the Realm Master Golden Rat, who was left outside, immediately burst out with an intense light of greed. He sighed and muttered to himself. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. His originally dejected expression suddenly brightened up and his eyes burst out with light again. But it doesn't matter. As long as the legend is true, the bloodline primordial ancestor in the rat tomb can be revived. At that time there will be a primordial era almighty overseeing my space's rat clan, devil dweller and mosquito. Even if Old Two and the mad mosquito emperor come to denounce me, what can they do to me? Now, I can only hope that this brat has a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste. Otherwise, even if the legend is true, moreover, the dark furnace lotion and the 9-colored meat paste that I sent into the bloodline primordial ancestor's body did work as a catalyst. It activated the remaining will to live in the bloodline primordial ancestor's body. However, we don't have enough treasures like this. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the bloodline primordial ancestor to fully awaken. There shouldn't be a problem. That brat must have a lot of stock. Otherwise, why would he be so generous and give me 1 cube each? This matter is safe. There shouldn't be any accidents. Now the most important thing is to use my clan's secret technique to construct the sacrificial altar so that I can send the netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste into the rat tomb. And it only has the effect of a medicine, throwing a brick to attract jade, so I don't need too much. I have to keep some for myself. Just 1 foot, no, half a foot will do. After saying that, the Realm Lord Golden Rat's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, it scuttled into a rat hole in the void not far away and disappeared. He had to return to his cave abode before he could do anything. This was because everything was too important. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. The dense area. After entering this area, although Yi Xian was protected by the Shinnon Cauldron's 9-colored fog, he didn't feel any pressure at all, let alone being harmed. Even so, he still couldn't see anything in this area. His naked eye's vision was only about 100 meters. When he extended his divine sense or spiritual power, it was at most 1,000 meters. Compared to the depth of the dense area, which was 50 kilometers away, it was simply insignificant. Fortunately, it was only 50 kilometers away. With the protection of the Shinnon Cauldron's power, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that his speed was fast, but it wasn't too slow either. In less than a minute, he felt his vision suddenly widen. His divine sense and spiritual power were no longer restricted. He finally passed through the dense fog area. What appeared in front of him was the interior of a vast and boundless planet. The dense area just now was equivalent to the atmosphere of this superhuge planet. Even the atmosphere was hundreds of miles thick, so one could imagine how huge this star was. Even in the three universes of the outside world, such a huge star was probably not common. Chapter 38-32. This star, known as the Rat Mound, was desolate. Its main color was gray and gloomy. It was filled with a strong aura of decay. The vicissitudes of life were very intense. With one look, one could tell that no one had set foot on this star for countless years. On the surface of the planet, there were plains, towering mountains, and even dry oceans and rivers. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's gaze was focused on the remains of a giant rat. Everything else was ignored in this instant. This was indeed a giant rat. It was lying on a vast plain, but its back was actually taller than the mountains on both sides. It was at least 1,000,000 zhang tall. Its body length was even more terrifying. It was estimated to be close to 1,000,000 zhang long. The rat's corpse was like a small star. Its entire body was purple gold and exuded an incomparably noble aura. There was not a single strand of hair on it. At this moment, Yi Xian's figure was still enveloped and protected by the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, so he couldn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. However, according to his guess, if he didn't have the protection of the Shenong cauldron, he would be so close to the remains of the primordial void rat. If he was close, he would have exploded and died. This primordial almighty void rat was just 10,000 li ahead. Although it had fallen for countless years, primordial almighty beings were extraordinary. Its precious body had not decayed, but it was a little thin. After countless years, the purple gold precious body of the void rat had lost some of its energy essence. However, there was still a part of its flesh that made Yi Xian very interested. Yi Xian had collected the precious bodies of primordial beings at the bottom of the volcano in the farmer god cauldron. The highest realm among them was only a sector lord level one-legged golden crow, and it was incomplete. However, what lay in front of him was the treasure body of a supreme being from the primordial era, and it was complete at that. This was absolutely rare, and even Yi Xian was excited. He immediately activated the Shenong cauldron and shot forward. During this process, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and swept the area. When he arrived in front of the giant purple gold void rat, he still spent some time flying around it. His goal was to see if there were any treasures left behind. But in the end, he came up empty-handed. Yi Xian had expected this. From what he knew, these powerful creatures of the primordial age basically fought with their bloodline divine ability. Very few of them had Dharma treasures. But if there were, those magic treasures would definitely all be natural miraculous treasures, which were no small matter. Therefore, even though he knew that he might not find anything, Yi Xian still took a detour to investigate. If he was lucky and this purple gold void rat happened to belong to the kind of ancient almighty who had once obtained a natural wonder treasure, then he would have made a huge profit. Although he failed in this matter, Yi Xian was not disappointed. After all, this huge purple gold void rat in front of him was the best treasure. After he thought of a way to cut it up, he could slowly enjoy it. Not only could he enjoy the supreme delicacy, this kind of ancient almighty flesh and blood had a terrifying effect on the evolution of the body of a starry sky master. It was absolutely a flesh and blood medicine nurtured by heaven and earth. Although he was excited, Yi Xian did not forget the instructions of the golden mouse waiting outside. After all, he was the one who dug the well. Without that old guy to act as a bridge, Yi Xian would not have been able to enter the Space Rat Clan's forbidden ground, the Rat Ruins Heaven Cave. He would have missed the opportunity in front of him. After summoning the withered demon Bloodblade, Yi Xian gave it a try. Although he could cut open the purple gold fur of this purple gold void rat, it was only a shallow cut. If he wanted to cut a large piece of meat, he estimated that he would have to wait for a very long time. It was like grinding water, which made him very anxious. In desperation, he could only summon a wisp of Shenong tricolor flame and condense it into the shape of a saber. The tricolor flame on the sharp edge did not disperse. With one slash, he easily cut off a large piece of meat about half a zhang in size. Yi Xian hurriedly withdrew his hand, his face full of pain. This was the precious flesh of an ancient almighty purple gold void rat. Realm Lord Golden Mouse only needed to give him a little bit. Having to cut off such a large chunk, Yixian was very distressed. After putting away the saber condensed from the Shenong tricolor flame, Yixian directly used a small space box to store the half-zhong in size of the rat's meat. With a flip of his hand, he put it into his body and muttered stingily, "Since you already gave me half a zhong in size, forget about the precious blood. This purple gold void rat. After all, it has been dead for countless years. There shouldn't be much precious blood left in its body. I'll collect it later and keep it for my own use." So it was decided. The reason for this was actually Yixian's consideration. Generally speaking, this kind of powerful ancient creature's bloodline inheritance was left in its body's life essence blood, such as heart blood and the like. Even the Almighty of the primordial era, whose body was as large as a planet, did not have much life essence blood like heart blood. Hundreds or thousands of drops were at most. As for this purple gold void rat, it had been dead for countless years, and most of the ordinary blood in its body had probably dried up. The chances of the remaining blood containing life essence blood were too high, and if it accidentally gave a drop to the Realm Lord Golden Rat, that old fellow would really be able to rely on that precious drop of life essence blood to obtain some kind of bloodline inheritance that belonged to this purple gold void rat. That was definitely not what Yixian wanted to see. Although they were allies, the space rat race was different from the demon race. On the surface they were on the same side, but Yixian did not really treat them as one of his own, and the other party was even more so at this time. Yixian was completely unaware that the Realm Lord Golden Mouse, who had just become allies, had already begun to scheme against him the moment he left. Otherwise, Yixian would not even hand over this piece of rat meat that was only equivalent to the top-grade flesh and blood medicine. It was also at this moment that Yixian flipped his hand and put away the small spatial box that contained the 5-foot piece of top-grade void rat meat into his body. In another direction extremely far away from this huge planet, a faint golden light quietly burst forth and disappeared in a flash. Immediately after, a pot of netherworld furnace lotion and a handful of 9-colored meat paste suddenly appeared. They were all about half a foot square in size. Although the amount was very small, after all, this kind of thing was not small and its level was extraordinary. Therefore, the moment the netherworld furnace lotion and the 9-colored meat paste appeared, the corpse of the purple gold void rat that was as large as a meteor trembled slightly as if it had sensed something. All of this was done by the Realm Lord Golden Mouse. In fact, he had indeed succeeded. Chapter 38-33. Xiu! Xiu! Two sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From the distant void, a 9-colored object shot over like a meteor, but it was very small. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the purple gold void rat and disappeared into the gap between its slightly open mouth. It was clearly a lump of 9-colored meat paste and a drop of netherworld furnace lotion. Their sizes were not big, only half a square foot. Yixian's pupils shrank. He was so angry that he cursed on the spot. Bastard, shameless scoundrels are indeed unreliable. When he saw this small lump of 9-colored meat paste and netherworld furnace lotion, he understood everything. Although he still didn't know what the Realm Master Gold Mouse was scheming, this old fellow was playing some tricks behind his back and wanted to trick him. It was a nail in the board, a definite fact without a doubt. Presumably, this was the reason why the primordial purple gold void rat's precious body suddenly trembled. Fortunately, although this matter was strange, he did not see any danger for the time being. Yixian was indeed angry, but he was not flustered. He had already decided that the half a square foot chunk of purple gold void rat's flesh that he had just cut off was not fated to be with the Realm Lord Golden Rat outside. How dare you play tricks behind my back? Not to mention the rat's blood and flesh, I won't even give you a strand of rat hair. Yixian made a decision while secretly hating in his heart. He threw this matter to the back of his mind, and with a thought, he summoned the undying world within his body and let it float about 3 meters in front of him. Just now, when the primordial purple gold void rat's precious body trembled, the Yinluo in Yixian's undying world also throbbed. This could not be a coincidence, there must be a connection. Yixian released the Yinluo at this time to find out the reason. Master! Following the appearance of Yu Yinluo, Corpse Ancestor Hamba's figure flashed as he rushed out of the treasure. He stood in front of Yixian, slightly bowed, and saluted him. Yixian suddenly felt uncomfortable. When the Corpse Ancestor Drought Demon was at its peak, Its original body was in existence at the level of a supreme being from the primordial era. Although it was only a trace of its spiritual sense that had been left behind in Yanluo to reconstruct its body, when she bowed to Yi Xian and called him master, Yi Xian still felt goosebumps on his back. Illusion. He originally wanted to say a few polite words, and at the same time he wanted to get closer to Han Kuei. Han Kuei had a devilish figure. If he became familiar with Han Kuei, he would be like Xinyuan Ziying and Duan Mushaocha in the future. Han Kuei would rush over to hug him when he was excited. That would definitely feel very good. However, before Yi Xian could finish speaking, he immediately noticed a change. He was stunned for a moment before he involuntarily cried out, "Hamba, your cultivation strength. Damn, it's actually a late-stage Star Lord?" Yi Xian was shocked. If he didn't remember wrongly, the last time he absorbed nearly a third of the innate Yin chilling spirit liquid in the Yin pool of the Yin demon clan's ancestral grounds, before the drought demon fell into a deep slumber, his cultivation was clearly at the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe realm, which was also a half-step Star Lord. Even if she had made a breakthrough, she would only be in the early stage of the Star Lord realm at best. However, that was clearly not the case at the moment. Hamba, the corpse ancestor, had reached the advanced stage of the Star Lord state after a single seclusion, which was a leap of almost one major realm. If it was in the early stages, then it wouldn't be a big deal. It wasn't like Yi Xian hadn't jumped by a large realm before. However, this was the increase in cultivation after the 15th great realm, the universe realm. This time he actually managed to reach a large realm. This was simply unacceptable and could be said to be terrifying. However, after Hamba explained a few words, Yi Xian understood. He immediately sighed. Comparing people to people was truly infuriating. Although the other party only left a wisp of spiritual sense origin in the Yanluo, after all, the memories of the past were still there, including some cultivation insights. Therefore, after obtaining a large amount of innate Yin cold spiritual liquid to reconstruct the treasure body, the rise in the cultivation realm was simply a matter of course. It was not at all difficult. There was no bottleneck. To put it bluntly, she wasn't cultivating at all, she was recovering. Naturally, it would be quick for her to recover. According to such a speed, if he were to obtain another fortuitous encounter like the fortuitous encounter within the Yin pool, then it wouldn't be a problem for corpse ancestor Hamba's cultivation to directly rise into the ranks of region lords. This was naturally a good thing for Yi Xian. At that time, he would have another region lord realm expert under his command, which was a top-notch combat strength. Even though the realm lord realm experts had appeared in the 3 universes, they basically wouldn't make a move and would stay in their clans. The strongest combat strength in the outside world was the region lord realm. Yi Xian already had 2 under his command, which were the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. If Hamba, the corpse ancestor, was added, their overall strength would instantly soar by a large margin. Moreover, his identities as Linghu Young Master, the Netherworld Young Master, and the ancient ape demons had been exposed. The Yanluo was obtained by the Netherworld Young Master, and it had nothing to do with Prince Xian and the other identities that hadn't been exposed yet. In other words, if it was necessary, Yi Xian could utilize the Yanluo without any pressure at all. This caused Yi Xian's mood to instantly improve because he had another region lord realm expert that he could utilize at any time. This was an extraordinarily happy matter. However, this pleasant surprise was obviously not limited to just this. Yi Xian was still feeling happy when Hamba suddenly spoke, and it caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. Ho Qing is about to appear. Ho Qing? Corpse ancestor Ho Qing? Yi Xian was stunned, and then he was overjoyed once more. He turned to look at Hamba and asked, "Where is she? Where is she?" Ho Qing was one of the 4 corpse ancestors, and she was a woman as well. Unlike Hamba's fiery temper, Ho Qing's style was charming and cold. This caused Yi Xian to feel extreme anticipation. He truly wanted to see these 2 corpse ancestors with completely different styles and bearings stand in a row before him. It would definitely be pleasing to the eye. Moreover, as one of the 4 corpse ancestors, once Ho Qing awoke and was able to reconstruct her true body, even if her cultivation wouldn't reach the Star Lord state so quickly, it was believed that it wouldn't be long before her strength would grow to the Star Lord state or even the Region Lord state. After all, she wasn't cultivating, and just like the corpse ancestor in Hamba, she was merely recovering. In that case, it wouldn't be long before the number of region lords under Yi Xian's command would reach a terrifying number of 4. Back in the root of all evil star region, only 8 region lords had been gathered by the various top powers of the 3 universes in a short period of time. After all, some small races had a certain amount of resources. However, there were no region lords in their races. However, Yi Xian alone had 4 region lords under his command. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause countless people to cry out in shock. A young junior whose strength was merely at the 13th great realm, the Genesis realm, had 4 old monsters under him. What sort of concept was this? Chapter 38-34. Although Ho Qing's source of consciousness has been awakened, she can't show up yet, unless she reconstructs her true body. After hearing Yi Xian's words, corpse ancestor Hamba immediately explained. He pointed at the giant rat's corpse on the ground and continued. This purple gold void rat's cultivation isn't low either. Back then it was in existence on the same level as me and Ho Qing, a supreme being from the primordial era. Although he's already dead, his true body is still there, and the pressure inside him is too strong. I've regained my Star Lord state and reconstructed my true body, so I'm naturally able to resist it. After all, too much of the pressure has been lost over the years, and it's no longer at its peak. But Ho Qing is different. She's only a strand of spirit sense. If she appeared under such circumstances, she would immediately be injured by this powerful pressure and probably fall into a deep slumber again. But she has to come out this time, because her hope of reconstructing her true body is inside the purple gold void rat. Damn it! What should I do? Yi Xian immediately became anxious when corpse ancestor Ho Qing, who had just awoken from his spiritual sense, fell into a deep sleep again. Although there were several extremely famous primordial era Yan Xiu spiritual sense origins sealed within this Yan Luo, after such a long time, other than the corpse ancestor Hamba, who had spontaneously awakened when he obtained this treasure, the other Yan Xiu spiritual sense origins were all sealed within this Yan Luo. They had been sleeping all the time. Now that he had finally met someone who had woken up, if they immediately fell into a deep sleep after waking up, that would be 2F** ket up. It was simply depressing. Who knew when such a good thing would happen again? How long would it take? While feeling depressed, Yi Xian suddenly recalled the second half of corpse ancestor Hamba's words. He was stunned for a moment before turning to look at the enormous purple gold void rat and asking, "Oh right, you just said that Ho Qing's hope of reconstructing his true body lies within this dead rat's body? What's going on?" Dead rat? Hamba was stunned for a moment. She then shook her head and smiled bitterly. Fine, it's indeed a dead rat. Cough cough. However, Ho Qing's hope of reconstructing her true body is indeed inside this dead rat. My Ho Qing cultivates the corpse Tao. If I want to reconstruct my true body, my spiritual sense origin must obtain a wisp of the essence of the corpse Tao. Originally, there was a wisp of the essence of the corpse Tao in Yan Luo, but because I woke up first, I used it. Actually, Ho Qing had already awakened half a month ago, but she never came out. Without the corpse Tao origin essence to fuse with, if her origin essence stayed outside the treasure net for too long, it's very likely that it would disperse. In the past half a month, Ho Qing has been cultivating in the treasure net, consolidating the origin of her spiritual senses. Earlier, she and I both sensed a strand of the origin of the corpse Tao, so she alerted you out of excitement. She doesn't want to miss this opportunity. And the direction of the essence of corpses. When he spoke up to this point, corpse ancestor Hitorigami pointed at the corpse of the violet gold void rat that was enormous like a meteor, and then a bright light flashed in his eyes as he said, "It's within that violet gold void rat. There's a essence of corpses in the dead rat's body?" Yi Xian was shocked. He exclaimed, "Is it a zombie? Is it going to turn into a zombie rat? That would be incredible." His cultivation realm when he was alive was clearly displayed here, and it was rare that his precious body was still intact. If by any chance he really turned rigid, wouldn't that mean that an ancient almighty zombie rat would appear out of nowhere? Who can suppress it? You're thinking too much. How can the corpse of a primordial age zombie turn into a zombie so easily? Hamba was stunned. Black lines appeared on her forehead. She explained again. She pointed at the corpse of the purple gold void rat and continued. This purple gold void rat has indeed died. However, before it died, it left a trace of its essence of consciousness in its body, just like how Ho Qing and I were sealed in the Yanluo. It's the same as the Yanluo. His purpose was to leave it for the future. If he could obtain rare treasures like the all-evil origin elixir in sufficient quantities, he might be able to use it to allow this wisp of spirit sense origin to live a second life. It's like being reborn from the ashes. Unfortunately, he never got this opportunity. Although time didn't decay the body of the primordial age mighty void rat, the trace of its essence of consciousness he left in its body was gradually attacked by the corpse aura. In the end, its consciousness was annihilated. After countless years of nurturing, it finally turned into a trace of nothing, the essence of corpses without any consciousness. And just now, the 2 half-foot square lumps of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste suddenly appeared in the inner space of the rat tomb star. The reason why the corpse of the void rat trembled slightly was because the essence of corpses sensed the aura. Although the purple gold void rat's essence of consciousness has been annihilated, it left behind a trace of obsession in the essence of corpses. This trace of obsession sensed the aura of the netherworld furnace lotion and the 9-colored meat paste. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, so naturally, there was a weak reaction. At this point, a look of relief appeared on Hamba's face. What a good trace of obsession. Although it's troublesome and needs to be refined, if it weren't for its existence, the essence of corpses wouldn't have emitted its aura because of the obsession. Ho Qing and I wouldn't have been able to sense it. Speaking of which, all of this is fate. Yixian roughly understood. At the same time, he basically guessed the scheme of the Realm Lord Golden Rat waiting outside the Rat Tomb Star. It was clear that the situation of the purple gold void rat in the Rat Mound Star's returning ruins had been passed down by the spatial rat clan. Just like a legend, the Realm Master's Golden Mouse, who was scheming against Yixian, happened to know of this legend. He knew that the netherworld furnace lotion and the 9-colored flesh paste were extremely likely to allow the strand of spiritual sense remaining in the purple gold void rat's body to obtain a fortuitous encounter and live a second life. Of course, a mere half-foot square was definitely not enough. The half-foot square lumps of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste that he had secretly sent into the Rat Tomb Star through some kind of method was actually just a medicinal primer. The purpose was only to activate the essence of consciousness left in the purple gold void rat's body. When the time came, this essence of consciousness would naturally make a move on Yixian. According to his guess, Yixian definitely still had a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste in his hands. This was enough to allow the purple gold void rat to revive and live a second life. Chapter 38-35. Yixian sneered inwardly after roughly analyzing the scheme of the golden rat waiting outside the rat mound. However, he didn't dwell too much on this matter and quickly threw it to the back of his mind. After all, although the other party was shameless, his scheme had failed in the end. Furthermore, he would have to pay a certain price for this. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to obtain a single strand of the purple gold void rat meat that Yixian was originally going to give him. This way, his hatred would be resolved. The most important problem in front of them was still the matter of corpse ancestor Ho Qing reconstructing his corpse Dao true body. Yixian quickly turned to corpse ancestor Hitorigami and asked, "Then what should we do now?" The 2 half-foot square chunks of netherworld furnace milk and 9-colored meat paste should be in the hands of the corpse Dao origin by now. If there are enough of these top-grade materials, although they won't be able to transform the purple gold void rat's huge body directly, the corpse Dao origin will be able to. Because of that strand of obsession, it will be able to give birth to a new corpse Dao consciousness. Just like Ho Qing now. At that time, this corpse Dao origin will no longer be able to be used because it will have been branded with the unique aura of other corpse Dao consciousnesses and can no longer be refined. When he spoke up to hear, corpse ancestor Hamba stopped speaking, and then he revealed an expression of relief once more. Fortunately, the 2 handfuls of nether furnace milk and 9-colored flesh paste were truly too little, and they were only half a foot in size. So, the strand of obsession left behind in this strand of corpse Dao quintessence didn't have the chance to grow into a completely new strand of corpse Dao consciousness. What we need to do now is to draw it out of the purple gold void rat's body, and refine that strand of obsession with your Shenong unusual flame. After that, This corpse Dao origin can be sent to Yanluo and given to Hoqing's spirit sense origin to reconstruct his corpse Dao true body. Of course, it's only a strand of corpse Dao origin. Hoqing's corpse Dao true body will only be in the initial stages of reconstruction, just like me when I first came out of Yanluo. At that time, his cultivation will only be able to recover to the universe realm. Don't you still have a large amount of innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid? When the time comes, we can send it to the Yanluo together. Besides, the Netherworld Furnace Lotion is also very useful for the recovery of the corpse Dao true body. This time, Hoqing's fortuitous encounters have clearly surpassed mine. Before this, I only managed to collect large amounts of innate yin essence liquid from the yin pool in the ancestral lands of the demons. Besides the natural yin chill nectar, Zhou Qing will obtain a huge amount of nether furnace elixir as well. If nothing unexpected occurs, then once she absorbs all of this and falls into deep slumber to refine and absorb the elixir, her cultivation will recover to the Region Lord realm when she wakes up once more, and she won't be at the second rank after refining and absorbing the elixir like me. He was only in the advanced Star Lord state when he woke up. That doesn't matter. Yi Xian could hear a hint of disappointment in Hamba's words. He immediately cracked into a smile. I still have several tens of thousands of cubes of Netherforge elixir. Apart from supplying it to Hoqing, you also have some. Moreover, it's not just the Netherforge elixir either. I also have the final product of the Netherforge elixir, the All-Evil Origin elixir. I still have a little over 2,000 drops on hand. If you need it, I can supply you with the same amount. In short, whatever she has, you will have. You even have the All-Evil Origin elixir? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Hamba exclaimed in pleasant surprise. That's great. This time we only need 10 drops each. We can't bite off more than we can chew. The All-Evil Origin elixir doesn't have any weakening effects, so we can keep using it. 10 drops will be enough for both Hoqing and me to break through to the Region Lord realm. We'll be able to break through to the next level. Then it's decided. Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the huge remains of the purple gold void rat on the ground again, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Then let's begin. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Hamba's figure vanished. He transformed into a wisp of blood-red light that charged into the purple gold void rat's body. Yi Xian didn't go down. Instead, he waited in the void above. After a short while, the blood-red light flashed once more. Hamba held a ball of pure black energy in his hand as he moved forward to greet Yi Xian. The black ball of light seemed to be ordinary, yet some obscure talisman markings and numerous chains continued to emerge and vanish within it, and it revealed a wisp of an ancient and distant aura. Moreover, a strand of blood-red threads could be faintly seen moving about in the surroundings, and it was filled with unwillingness. If nothing unexpected happened, then this strand of blood-red threads was the remaining trace of obsession within this ball of corpse Dao quintessence. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and withdrew a strand of the Shenong tricolor flames. At this moment, Hamba tossed the ball of corpse Dao quintessence into the air before Yi Xian. The Shenong tricolor flames immediately enveloped the ball of black corpse Dao quintessence, and then the refinement immediately began. Of course, this kind of refinement wasn't to refine it for his own use and brand it with Yi Xian's divine sense aura. It was only to refine the strand of blood-red obsession within this ball of corpse Dao quintessence. In Yi Xian's opinion, this was obviously simpler and should be completed quickly. But the reality surprised him greatly. Under the envelopment of the Shenong tricolor flames, this ball of black corpse Dao quintessence stood there quietly without moving at all. However, the blood threads that had been roaming inside it suddenly struggled violently at this moment, as if they were avoiding something. If this was the case, then what they were avoiding should be the power of the Shenong tricolor flames. Sure enough, it was worthy of being a strand of obsession formed by the primordial purple gold void rat's spiritual sense origin. For a while, even the Shenong tricolor flames couldn't do anything to it, and couldn't refine it immediately. Time passed slowly. The unusual scene in front of him made Yi Xian's heart jump to his throat. If even the Shenong tricolor flames couldn't refine the blood-red obsession in this ball of corpse Dao quintessence, then it would be difficult for Yi Xian to use other effective methods. Unless the headless infant corpse took action. Fortunately, this stalemate didn't last for too long. After about 10 minutes, The strand of blood-red obsession in the black corpse Tao quintessence finally slowed down. In the end, it finally stopped moving. But it wasn't completely refined and disappeared. Instead, it still existed in the black corpse Tao quintessence. Did he fail? This strand of obsession couldn't be refined at all? When this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian suddenly panicked a little. The situation was beyond his expectations. Not only him, but even the corpse ancestor Hamba in the void showed a worried expression and frowned. Chapter 38-36. Just as the blood threads of obsession in the black corpse way origin were forced out and refined into a faint blood-colored mist, which was wrapped in the Shenong tricolor flame, a familiar system notification unexpectedly sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the essence of the spiritual sense origin. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? Essence of the spiritual sense origin? Yixian was startled for a moment before he came back to his senses. Obviously, the so-called essence of the spiritual sense origin was referring to the faint blood-colored mist that was wrapped in the Shenong tricolor flame. It was what he obtained from refining the blood thread of obsession. After all, this blood thread of obsession was originally the essence of the spiritual sense origin left behind by the purple gold void rat. Because the spiritual sense origin had been nourished by the corpse qi in its remains for countless years, it had now turned into a corpse way origin and was about to become the corpse ancestor Ho Qing. And a strand of essence had turned into the blood thread of obsession. Now that this blood thread of obsession had been refined, it had turned into a faint blood-colored mist that could be absorbed by Yixian. Seemed to be a good thing. If it wasn't, the system wouldn't have issued a notification asking if he wanted to absorb it immediately. Yixian had already figured out the routine for this. However, now was not the time to absorb it because according to Yixian's estimation, once he absorbed this thing, he would probably have to go into seclusion to break through on the spot. After all, this purple gold void rat was not an ordinary existence. It was at the level of a remote antiquity expert. As the essence of the spiritual sense origin left behind by the purple gold void rat and refined by the Shenong tricolor flame, how could its grade and effect be inferior? Yixian seemed to have seen the moment of his breakthrough, but he couldn't predict whether it would be by one or two small levels. It wasn't that he couldn't go into seclusion to break through on the rat's grave continent, but there was an urgent matter at hand, which was the matter of the corpse ancestor Ho Qing reconstructing the corpse way true body. Soon, Yixian absorbed the faint blood-colored mist into his body, along with the Shenong tricolor flame that enveloped it. Then, the purest black corpse Tao origin drifted toward the primordial desolation treasure Yanluo floating in the void and entered it. This was not the end. Following which, Yixian took out a large amount of innate yin-chilling spirit liquid, netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste from his undying world, and threw them all into the Yanluo net. Finally, it was another 20 drops of all evil origin elixir. Of course, it wasn't just for Ho Qing. Hamba's share was included as well. She was about to enter Yanluo anyway. It really is the all evil origin elixir, a top-grade item. Even during the primordial era, when my true body had yet to perish, I would still feel envious when I saw something like this. Seeing that Yixian had indeed sent 20 drops of evil origin liquid into the Yanluo, corpse ancestor Hamba's face immediately bloomed with a smile. He bowed towards Yixian and said, "Thank you, master." With that, she blushed and leaped into the Yanluo net. This was the first time Yixian had seen her behaving like a girl. He was immediately a little dazed. Before he could react, another voice rang out from the Yanluo net. "Thank you, master." This was obviously not the corpse ancestor Hamba. His voice was even more flirtatious and emitted a charming feeling. Just hearing his voice made Yixian's body go weak. It was definitely the voice of the corpse ancestor Ho Qing, who was famous for her charm. Cough cough cough. You guys recover well. Yixian's expression wavered slightly. He immediately felt a little awkward. He coughed lightly and casually gave them some instructions. Then, he waved his hand and stored the Yanluo net into his body. Perhaps the next time he used this treasure, if the corpse ancestor Hamba and Ho Qing had already come out of seclusion, then Yixian's subordinates would immediately have 2 more charming domain lords under his command. After dealing with the matter of corpse ancestor Ho Qing, Yixian immediately started to check the attributes and effects of that strand of spiritual sense essence in the database of the devouring system. This rat tomb continent was the best place for closed-door cultivation. He was the only one in the entire planet, and there was a thick layer of over 100 kilometers above his head. Even an old monster like the Realm Lord wouldn't be able to enter, so Yixian naturally didn't have to worry about being disturbed during his closed-door cultivation. After understanding, Yixian was even more pleasantly surprised. This fruit of essence was extraordinary. Not only could it increase the strength of the divine sense and stabilize the cultivator's primordial spirit, it even had the effect of tempering the body. In other words, it was tempering the body and primordial spirit at the same time, making the two more closely connected. Good stuff. It seems that this time's seclusion definitely won't be as simple as breaking through a small realm. Muttering to himself, Yixian couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Now, in terms of body, blood, and cultivation, he was already at the 13th realm, Primordial Realm 6. Once he activated the three-headed, six-armed ancient demonic ape state, his cultivation would be at the 3rd level of Universe Realm. If he was able to break through another 3 small levels this time, Yixian's cultivation would be able to step into the Great Circle of Genesis Stage 9 in one go. At that time, he would be able to consume the level 14 liquid. Once the level 14 liquid was successful, his cultivation would advance to the level 14 cosmic light stage. At that time, after activating the three-headed, six-armed ancient demonic ape bloodline ability, his cultivation would jump 2 small realms from his original foundation, reaching the 5th level of Universe Realm, close to the late stage of Universe Realm. With the effect of the essence of this canopy's spiritual sense source, it's obvious that there won't be any problem for me to break through 2 small levels in one go during this seclusion. But this isn't enough. It's best to break through to the 9th level in one go. At that time, I can immediately take the level 14 liquid. As he muttered to himself, Yixian quickly came to a decision. Whatever, I'll use another drop of all evil origin liquid. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be a problem for me to break through 3 small ranks with the help of the essence of this canopy. After making his decision, Yixian clenched his teeth and directly took out a drop of all evil origin liquid from the undying world within his body, and handed it over to the devouring system. Then, he gave the system the order to immediately absorb this drop of all evil origin liquid and the essence of spiritual sense that he had just obtained. In his mind, the familiar sound of the system notification rang. Yixian quickly sat down cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and entered a state of cultivation where he forgot everything. After an unknown amount of time, when Yixian opened his eyes again, the anticipated system notification rang in his mind at the first moment. As expected, the familiar sound of the system notification actually rang out 3 times this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of blood and qi. Current realm. Primordial Realm 7. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of blood and qi. Current realm. Primordial Realm 9 Perfection. Primordial Realm 9 Perfection. After breaking through 3 small realms, Yixian finally reached the peak of this realm. Chapter 38-37. Xiu. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a wave of his hand, a faint blue light shot out from the undying world within Yixian's body. It suddenly stopped and floated in front of Yixian. This was a medicinal test tube. The material of the test tube was a top-grade flawless ice crystal. The light blue liquid inside was the level 14 liquid that Yixian had just condensed not long ago. On the path of physical evolution, using this kind of genetic cultivation fluid will allow one to reach the 15th realm, the Universe Realm at most. Looking at this test tube of light blue grade 14 liquid, Yixian couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the time when I first took the first test tube of the grade 1 liquid, everything seemed so close before my eyes. Who would have thought that I would reach the grade 14 liquid so quickly? After the grade 15 liquid, I can no longer use this method to refine the body tempering medicine. I have to use the farmer god cauldron to refine it like how I refine the heaven and earth great medicine. In other words, after taking the grade 14 liquid this time, I can only use this method once more. It seems that I have to start using the farmer god cauldron to refine the flesh great medicine immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I will be stuck at the Universe Realm and be unable to advance on the path of cultivation. At this point, Yixian helplessly shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to think too much about it and quickly threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. With a thought, The tube of light blue liquid floating in front of him opened and shot directly into Yixian's mouth. Once again, Yixian crossed his legs and closed his eyes to meditate. Once again, he entered a state of cultivation where he forgot about everything around him. Very quickly, a pained expression appeared on Yixian's face. This was the effect of the grade 14 liquid. It was really breaking through the shackles of his physical body's potential. This wasn't the first time that Yixian had experienced this, but every time he felt extreme pain. Although his cultivation had increased, each time he used the gene cultivation fluid, its effects would also increase. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the desired effect. He wouldn't be able to break through the shackles of his body's potential, tearing apart the shackles that shackled his body's vital energy and blood. The entire process did not last very long. After all, he had already laid down the foundation beforehand. The remaining energy from the all-evil liquid and the essence of the spiritual sense that he had just swallowed was still surging endlessly in Yixian's body. The shackles on his potential had long been loosened. Because of this, as the medicinal effects of the level 14 liquid spread out, coupled with the remaining power of the all-evil elixir and the essence of spiritual sense, the clanking sounds of the chains vaguely coming from Yixian's body grew louder and louder. Finally, with a loud clang, the chains that shackled his physical body and chi and blood were shackled. The shackles were finally completely torn apart, no longer binding him. At this moment, the speed of the energy surging in Yixian's body suddenly increased. If it was a turbulent river before, then it was now a majestic and surging lake. It was completely different from before. The next moment, Yixian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, opened his eyes. A sharp light shot out from his eyes, appearing incomparably cold. In his mind, the familiar system notification sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of vital energy and blood. Current realm Cosmic Rank 1. Cosmic Rank 1. This was equivalent to Yixian breaking through a total of 4 small realms this time. According to his previous speculation, the increase of 2 small realms in his original body could be exchanged for a small increase in his strength in the state of the 3 6-headed demonic ape real form. Previously, Yixian could display the strength of Cosmic Rank 3 in the state of the 3-headed demonic ape real form. Now that his original body's vital energy and blood had increased by 4 small realms, then if there were no accidents, once the demonic ape real form was activated, his cultivation strength would reach the terrifying Cosmic Rank 5. He was not far from the late stage of the universe realm. In order to verify whether this speculation was correct, Yixian immediately stood up and activated the demonic ape real form with a thought. Soon a 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demonic ape appeared out of nowhere. The cultivation aura that exuded from its body was indeed Cosmic Rank 5, just as Yixian had speculated. There was no difference between them. However, this was not the strongest combat strength that Yixian could display at the moment, because in the state of the demonic ape real form, he still had the bloodline power of the 9 changes of the demonic ape that he had just obtained not long ago. With every change, his cultivation strength would increase by 1 small realm. 9 changes of the demonic ape. First change. Following Yixian's roar, the ancient demonic ape's body size increased again in the next moment. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged in its body, converging into a tide-like power. The vital energy and blood of the 3 ancient demonic ape real forms were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, the body of the ancient demonic ape, which was originally 100 feet tall, directly leaped to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation aura. Rank 6 Cosmos Realm. 9 changes of the demonic ape. Second change. After the second roar, the familiar feeling came again. The vital energy and blood of the 3 real forms surged again, and the magnitude exceeded that of the first change. Before the first change, the ancient demonic ape real forms were 1,000 feet tall, but now they had soared to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation aura. Rank 7 Cosmos Realm. Roar. 9 changes of the demonic ape. Third change. Yixian once again raised his head and roared. Following the activation of the third transformation of the devil ape, the endlessly surging vital energy within the 3 true bodies once again soared. It surged like a roaring river, directly causing the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape's true body to rapidly expand like a balloon. From the original height of 1,000 feet, It rapidly grew to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, until finally it was 100,000 feet. Cultivation Aura. Rank 8 Cosmos Realm. In less than 3 breaths, Yixian activated the ancient demonic ape-real forms, directly activating the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the demonic ape-real forms. Although it was only activated to the 3rd change, the size of the ancient demonic ape-real forms had already reached a height of 100,000 feet, and the strength of the ancient demonic ape-real forms had increased by another 3 small levels. Now that he had reached rank 8 Cosmos Realm, he was only a small level away from rank 9 Grand Completion. If he could use the 4th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape-real forms now, not only would the ancient demonic ape-real form soar by another 10 times, but it would also reach a terrifying height of 100,000 feet. The strength of the ancient demonic ape-real forms would also increase by another small level, reaching rank 9 Cosmos Realm. Moreover, the ancient demonic ape-real forms would have reached a height of 300,000 feet due to its size, and its vital energy and blood would be so abundant that it would make one's hair stand on end. Therefore, although the strength of the ancient demonic ape-real forms would be at rank 9 Cosmos Realm, the strength of the ancient demonic ape-real forms would be enough to shock even the Star Lords. 100,000 feet ancient demonic ape-real forms, how terrifying would that be? Chapter 38:38. Yixian was very satisfied with his harvest. It was a pleasant surprise. Not only had another great figure from the primordial era awakened within the Veil of Dusk, if nothing unexpected happened, then the cultivations of Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing would rise into the Region Lord realm upon awakening from their closed-door cultivation. Yixian was far more powerful than before, and he would come in contact with more and more powerful Star State experts in the future. His subordinates at the Universe State were basically useless to him. Subordinates at the Star Lord State were the minimum requirement to become his generals. Only those at the Domain Lord State would be able to take charge of things on their own. It could be said that Corpse Ancestor Hamba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing had definitely given Yixian a pleasant surprise this time. Although he already had 2 Domain Lords by his side, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Tortoise, they were ferocious beasts after all. There were some things that Yixian couldn't order them to do. However, Hamba and Ho Qing didn't have such concerns. Moreover, they were hiding in the Yanluo, which was much more convenient. Even though the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Tortoise were also in the Shenong Cauldron and were carried by Yixian, the Yanluo didn't have to worry about that because it would cause too much of a commotion. It was just a small handkerchief that was as light as a feather. In addition to these, Yixian's own cultivation had also increased by too much. Now, he was already in existence at the 14th level of the Cosmic Light Realm. If he were to activate the Devil Ape's bloodline and enter the true body of the 3-headed 6-armed Devil Ape, and then use the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape 3 times in a row, Yixian would be able to use the 3rd transformation of the Devil Ape. His current strength would reach the 8th rank of the Universe State. Just this strength on the surface was enough for him to fight a Star Lord head-on. If he added some other techniques, Yixian was confident that he wouldn't lose in a battle against a late-stage Star Lord. But that wasn't the end of it. In addition to the above, there was also the corpse of a primordial almighty being waiting to be collected. Not only was the body of the purple gold void rat huge like a small star, but its body hadn't rotted away even after it had fallen for countless years, and its life essence was still preserved in its body. This level of precious blood and flesh was something that even a Sector Lord level existence like the Golden Rat longed for. Yixian had never obtained such a thing before. At most, he had obtained a 9-colored meat paste made from the minced flesh of a large number of beings of the same realm. Although the effect of the 9-colored meat paste was similar to that of the purple gold void rat's corpse, the path was completely different. The 9-colored meat paste could be used to refine medicine, or the energy within it could be directly extracted. However, it could not be roasted with the Shenong tricolored flame. The roasted meat paste would be a large piece, and it would be tasteless. No matter how good it would be a waste. However, the complete flesh of the purple gold void rat was different. Yixian could cut down wherever he wanted to eat, and the roasted meat would be golden and oily. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. Just thinking about it made Yixian want to eat immediately. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time. There was still a Sector Lord Golden Rat waiting outside. Yixian had been inside the Rat Mound planet for more than a day. The golden rat of the space rat clan wasn't a good person, so Yixian naturally wasn't worried about it. However, he had to consider the feelings of Grandpa Emo and Emo Qigong, who were outside the Rat Mound Grotto heaven. After all, the space rat clan was just an ally that had just joined, and couldn't be completely trusted. Not only Yixian but Grandpa Emo and Emo Qigong also felt the same. And this time Yixian had entered the clan's forbidden ground, the Rat Mound Grotto heaven, alone. If this dragged on for too long, it was impossible for Grandpa Emo and Emo Qigong to not be anxious. If by any chance, the two domain lords of the Space Rat clan who were accompanying them outside the Rat Mound Grotto heaven became anxious and got injured, that wouldn't be good. Although Yixian was angry at the Sector Lord Golden Rat's shameless scheme against him, he didn't plan to fall out with the Space Rat clan because of this. In any case, he had already reaped enough benefits, and the only one to lose was the other party. Since that was the case, he would be magnanimous and not bicker with such a shameless clan. Of course, this was just a nice way to put it. To put it bluntly, it was just one sentence. The more shameless you are, the more I have to endure. Then I'll make good use of you, and in the end, I'll directly kill you. To deal with the Space Rat clan, Yixian planned to use this method to deal with them. With such a large rat corpse, and a primordial almighty existence at that, Yixian simply couldn't do anything to it with his current strength. If he wanted to collect this rat corpse, he could only use the Shenong Cauldron. In this way, the Shenong Cauldron had to show its complete state. Currently, it had only shrunk to a size of 100 feet, so it couldn't be collected at all. Fortunately, this rat mound star was big enough. Although the Shenong Cauldron's complete state was also as big as a star, stars also had sizes. The Rat Mound Star was the kind of superstar that was extremely rare even in the three universes. After the Shenong Cauldron showed its complete state, it wasn't small either. It was a huge star. However, compared to the Rat Mound Star, there was still a gap. With a thought, Yixian activated the Shenong Cauldron, making it show its complete state. The inner space of the star's 100 miles thick atmosphere was just enough to fit it. Then with a whoosh, the huge rat corpse that was as big as a small meteor on the ground was collected by Yixian into the Shenong Cauldron. It directly landed in the sealed storage area at the bottom of the central domain volcano. During this process, the huge rat corpse passed by the central domain volcano and was coincidentally seen by Yi Jioming and Meng Mashan, who were still imprisoned at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Although the huge rat corpse's ancient aura was greatly weakened because it entered the Shenong Cauldron, but that aura still surpassed the Sector Lord level. On the spot, Yi Jioming and Meng Mashan were paralyzed with fear. Their entire bodies fell to the ground, their faces filled with shock. They muttered to themselves, "Heavens, what a huge rat corpse this! Could it be the Space Rat clan's bloodline ancestor? It has to be at least an existence that surpasses the Sector Lord level. What did young Master Ling Hu do? Even an existence that surpasses the Sector Lord level was collected by him and prepared to be roasted? This is too crazy." As the corpse of the great primordial purple gold void rat was taken away, the terrifying pressure in the void of the Rat Mound Star instantly weakened by a large margin. However, because the star was too vast, even the thick fog atmosphere above their heads was hundreds of miles thick. Therefore, the pressure gradually weakened. Since it was outside the Rat Mound Star, it should not have been detected so quickly. Chapter 38-39. The only good fortune on Rat Mound Star was the corpse of the primordial great power purple gold void rat. Now that Yixian had taken it into the Shenong Cauldron, there was no longer any value in staying on this star. Yixian directly charged into the thick fog in the sky without the slightest reluctance. His body was hidden within the 9-colored fog at the entrance of the Shenong Cauldron. With the protection of its power, he rushed out from the other side of the thick fog in a short period of time. When his figure appeared again, he was already in the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven outside the atmosphere of Rat Mound Star. Immediately after, a golden light flashed and stopped in the void not far in front of Yixian. It was that shameless golden rat. Ling Hu? Seeing Yixian suddenly appear and rush out of the thick fog atmosphere of Rat Tomb Star, the Realm Master Golden Rat's face was filled with a dumbstruck expression as he stuttered. He had been waiting for a long time. He had been waiting here since a day ago when he set up the formation and sent the 2 chunks of Netherworld Furnace Lotion and 9-colored meat paste into the inner space of Rat Mound Star behind the thick atmosphere. His mood could be said to be fluctuating and uneasy. There was indeed a record in the Space Mouse Clan's clan book about the purple gold void rat's spiritual sense origin, but that was a long time ago and had almost become a legend. Therefore, even the golden rat wasn't sure if this was true. His previous action of sending out the 2 chunks of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste was actually equivalent to a gamble. He was betting on the authenticity of this legend. If he won, then young Master Linghu would enter the inner space of Rat Moundstar and wouldn't be able to come back. The Space Rat clan would have another bloodline progenitor with the foundation of a primordial great power. He himself might even obtain a large amount of treasures. After all, young Master Linghu had a lot of good stuff. As the second reincarnation of a purple gold void rat with the foundation of an almighty from the primordial era, this bloodline primordial ancestor must have a lot of treasures that he didn't want. However, if he didn't win, then not only would the 2 chunks of netherworld furnace lotion and 9-colored meat paste that he had painstakingly sent to Rat Moundstar go to waste, it was very likely that young Master Linghu would find out about this and anger him. At that time it would really be going for wool and coming home shorn. Therefore, the Sector Lord Golden Rat had actually been apprehensive all this time. But now, when he saw that the one who rushed out of the thick fog atmosphere was not a big purple gold rat with a terrifying aura who had lived a second life, but young Master Linghu who had just entered for a day, the Sector Lord Golden Rat's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately became uneasy. So he asked tentatively, little friend, you came out so quickly. How was your harvest? Fortunately, at least little friend has come out safely. The heart that has been hanging in my throat all this time can finally be put down. Shameless. Simply too shameless. This thick-skinned is simply unprecedented. Yixian sneered in his heart, but his expression didn't change. Instead, he went forward with a smile and grinned. Senior, I didn't disappoint you this time. In the end, I brought out some things from that purple gold void rat. Tsk. You don't know? That rat's corpse was lying on a vast plain on Rat Moundstar. The height of its back was at least 1,000,000 feet. Even the peak of a mountain was left behind. Its body was really too big. What? The legend of the purple gold void rat is actually true? Hearing Yixian's words, the golden rat was wild with joy. He was so excited that he almost jumped up on the spot. Rubbing his hands, he finally extended his right hand to Yixian. Come, young friend, many thanks. This time it's all thanks to you. My Space Rat clan will never forget your kindness. Where's the small space box? What did you get? How much treasure blood and treasure meat? Treasure blood and treasure meat. Yixian was startled when he heard this. Then, the expression on his face became a little strange. He sighed and finally said, There is, but there are too many. Not to mention the treasure blood, the treasure meat is like an entire mountain range. But I can't cut it off. I don't know what level of cultivation that damn rat was. Even this young Master Starry Sky Treasure Saber could only cut through the rat's skin. It couldn't cut into the flesh at all. In the end, I had no choice but to use the strange flame of the Shinnon cauldron to burn it. Who knew that once it started burning, it couldn't be stopped? That rat's corpse was too old and had already dried up. Once the flame was ignited, the flames filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire rat's corpse was on fire. At this point, Yixian sighed again. In a panic, this king immediately stopped the flames. Unfortunately, it was still too late. For some reason, that super rat's body actually sprang out a mass of black essence, emitting a thick corpse chi. With a loud bang, it exploded into corpse chi and scattered in all directions. In the end, the corpse energy from the corpse Tao origin ignited and turned into black corpse flames that engulfed the rat corpse. This young lord was almost injured. Fortunately, in the end, I gritted my teeth and rushed forward. In the end, I was able to save a little bit. Oh, it's right here. Saying this, Yixian flipped his hand and a purple gold rat's hair appeared in his palm. This was the spoil of war he was going to give to the realm lord, the golden rat. Originally, he didn't plan to give him a single hair, but after thinking about it, leaving a hair was also good. This old guy might be angered to death. Of course. This is what you brought out from the rat's grave star? This is just a single hair? As early as Yixian described the dangers of the entire process with emotion and expression, the realm lord, the golden rat on the side, was already completely stunned. He stared blankly at Yi Xian, his mouth slowly opening wide at this moment, when he saw that the so-called spoil of war he took out with a flip of his hand didn't have a single drop of treasure blood or treasure meat, only a single hair. The realm lord, the golden rat, felt as if his brain had exploded, and his expression instantly changed completely. The difference in his state of mind was too great. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. In a short period of time he simply couldn't accept it. Look at what you're saying, senior. How is this a hair? This is a purple gold rat's hair. Yi Xian's heart was already blooming with joy, but his face still maintained a brilliant smile. As he spoke, he had already raised his hand and handed the purple gold rat's hair to the realm lord, the golden rat. Senior, take this as a memento. After all, it's the blood of your space's rat clan. Vain primordial ancestor, that huge rat's corpse as big as a star has completely turned to dust, and flew away. This purple gold rat's hair is the only thing this young master saved despite the danger of his life. Keep it well. Squeak. Linghu brat, you've gone too far. Chapter 3840. Squeak. Linghu brat, you've gone too far. The realm master golden rat suddenly raised its head and let out a long and mournful howl. Immediately after, an incomparably furious roar came out of its mouth. At this instant the entire boundlessly vast rat ruins abode started to shake, and it was like the entire abode was roaring. The old fellow was furious. Originally, when he saw that it was Yi Xian who charged out of the thick atmosphere and not the purple gold void rat's second life because of the good fortune he sent, he was already extremely displeased. But because he didn't know what was going on Rat Tombstar, he didn't explode. After that, Yi Xian expressed that he was fortunate enough to not fail his mission and had gained quite a bit. This immediately caused the Realm Master's golden rat to be overjoyed. Who would have thought that the so-called spoils of war that he took out with a flip of his hand would only be a single strand of the purple gold void rat's hair? This was definitely on purpose. Rather than taking out this strand of fur, it was better to say that he didn't get anything. At least he wouldn't feel so disheartened and his old face wouldn't be so shameful. Sector Lord Golden Rat was now completely sure that the other party had done this on purpose in order to get back at him for plotting against him behind his back. The 2 small chunks of Netherworld furnace lotion and 9 colored meat paste that were sent into Rat Tombstar space had clearly been discovered by him. And from those 2 items even an idiot would be able to deduce some things. Although he didn't think that Yi Xian had already taken away the entire corpse of the purple gold void rat, and didn't think that he had the ability, he must have obtained some of the precious blood and flesh. At this moment, he deliberately didn't take it out and only handed over a strand of the purple gold rat's fur for revenge. This was originally understandable. After all, the entire matter was Sector Lord Golden Rat's fault. But if the other party was a Sector Lord old monster with the same cultivation level as him, then so be it. He could either lose face and leave in shame or simply admit defeat and apologize face to face. After all, they were already allies. There were some things that had to be said openly. But this brat was only at the 13th realm, Genesis rank 6. What right did he have to show off in front of a Sector Lord old monster? The first generation Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher were powerful, but their projections could only reach the Rat Ruin Star area. It was impossible for them to enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven directly. It would have been better if they had really come. It was guaranteed that every single one of them would be killed, and none of them would be able to return. This Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven was the true ancestral land of the spatial rat race, which had been passed down for countless years. The ancestors of the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven weren't just simply sector lords or universe grades. There were even existences that surpassed the universe grade. Yet now, he'd been mocked by a junior who hadn't even attained the universe realm in front of all the slumbering ancestors. He was simply unable to hold back his anger. These thoughts flashed through the Realm Lord Golden Rat's mind in an instant. Almost in the next instant, before he could finish his roar, a terrifying and domineering aura rushed out of his body and swept toward Yi Xian. The old fellow didn't intend to kill Yi Xian immediately, but he had to completely suppress him and then extort a confession or even search his soul until the last drop of value was squeezed out of him. Since they had already fallen out, the matter of joining the alliance was naturally thrown to the back of his mind. He no longer cared about it. Faced with all this, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. It could even be said that his expression didn't change in the slightest. He had the confidence. On the one hand, he believed that before the information about the purple gold void mouse's treasure body was forced out, this Sector Lord Golden Mouse in front of him would never kill him. As for him, he could directly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape at any time. Although he was currently standing in a small independent space, Yixian had already tried using the interstellar coordinate jump ability in such an environment before, so he wasn't affected at all. He would only need half a breath's worth of time to leave. On the other hand, he had an even more confident reliance, and that was the headless infant corpse. Although the headless infant corpse usually ignored Yixian, no matter how much he tried to take the initiative to contact and communicate, the other party always ignored him and didn't respond at all. However, at every critical moment when it was time to make a move, the headless infant corpse would definitely make a move. After all, Yixian was his host. Regardless of what the headless infant corpse's motive was or whether it had any unfavorable plans against Yixian, one thing was certain. And that was that the headless infant corpse had yet to mature or recover. At the very least, he still needed Yixian for now, so he couldn't just watch him die like this. Of course, if Yixian died, the headless infant corpse could still choose another Starry Sky Master as its host. However, judging from everything that had happened in the past, Yixian was certain that he had some special characteristics. Otherwise, why would the headless infant corpse choose him and never let anything happen to him? Yixian still had a lot of doubts about this, but at least he knew that if he didn't activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and grit his teeth to endure the attack of the Realm Lord Golden Rat in front of him, at the very last moment the headless infant corpse would definitely make a move. In fact, that was exactly what Yixian did. Not only was this a test, but it was also a tactful way for him to express his stance towards the headless infant corpse. If the headless infant corpse made a move in the end, then it would be enough to prove Yixian's conjecture. At the same time, he did this on purpose, and the headless infant corpse was well aware that he didn't want Yixian to continue going to extremes. Presumably, when he tried to communicate with it in the future, there would be some sort of response. It could be said that Yixian didn't react in the slightest when facing the attack of the Realm Master's Golden Mouse. He had several motives. It was like a gamble, but he was certain that the probability of winning this gamble was at least 70%. With such a high probability, it was worth the risk. And the final result was indeed Yixian's victory. Screech! Just as the Realm Lord Golden Rat suddenly made a move, the majestic force that surged out of its body was only a few feet away from Yixian's body. It seemed like it would completely bind Yixian's entire body in the next instant, and immediately invade his body to investigate and search for him. Yixian's left chest suddenly burned inexplicably. At the same time, an earth-shattering screech suddenly rang out without warning, instantly surging hundreds of millions of miles away. The entire vast rat ruins grotto heaven could be heard clearly in every corner. This screech didn't have any cultivation aura, but it had an indescribably terrifying pressure. Not only Yixian, but the Realm Lord Golden Rat in the void in front of him immediately collapsed to the ground. Even the vast and boundless rat ruins grotto heaven began to tremble slightly under this roar, as if there was an earthquake in space. Screech. Chapter 3841. As the vicious howl resounded, the entire vast and boundless rat ruins grotto heaven started to tremble. Squeak! Squeak! In the few planets with the most ancient auras in the distance, there were even a few trembling sounds full of fear coming out from them. These few planets were closest to the thick fog atmosphere of the rat ruined star, so their auras were also the most ancient. The most powerful bloodline patriarchs of the space rat race had to be sleeping in the rat holes on these planets. Yixian had vaguely sensed an aura from the direction of these few planets when he had been following the Realm Lord Golden Rat. It was a terrifying aura that far surpassed the Realm Lord level. It was just a faintly discernible wisp, but at that time, his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. According to his estimations, the ones sleeping on these few ancient planets should be existences whose cultivation had surpassed the universe grade. This was because Yixian had sensed the aura of the Realm Lord level in the outer regions, as well as the aura of a universe-grade powerhouse that had surpassed the Realm Lord level. The auras of the slumbers on the oldest planets were even stronger than the ones on the other planets. What else could it be other than an existence that surpassed the universe grade? At this moment, these ancient beings that had surpassed the universe level were clearly frightened after being awakened by the howl. Even their squeaks were trembling. The Realm Lord Golden Rat was horrified when he saw this. His body was still paralyzed in the void, but he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. Ling Hu Chong, even the immortal patriarchs are frightened to this extent. You cheated. So the immortal grade is after the universe grade? It does sound very high and mighty, but after saying that, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the ancient stars that were trembling. He curled his lips and said, however, the immortal ancestor of your spatial rat race isn't that great, but it's understandable. After all, he's a mouse. Even if he's immortal, he's still a little timid, so it's understandable. This was definitely a deliberate insult that would definitely be heard by the few immortal patriarchs of the space rat race who had been awakened by the squeak. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. The headless infant corpse had already made its move. What else did he have to fear? Taking advantage of this opportunity, he would give the Space Rat clan a good beating and intimidate them. This clan was truly shameless. Even Sector Lord Old Monsters were shameless. If he didn't give them a good scare, then in the future, even going against him in the alliance would be considered light. If there was any conflict of interest, they would definitely stab him in the back. This problem had to be solved. Otherwise, it would be a huge hidden danger in the future. But now, the headless infant corpse had only let out a vicious roar and revealed its might. In Yi Xian's eyes, it was clearly not enough. At the very least, it was far from enough to hurt these guys and make them remember it. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his face darkened. That's right. Didn't you want to suppress this young master? Halfway through his words, Yi Xian paused and shifted his gaze away from the Sector Lord Golden Rat to the ancient stars that were trembling. He sneered. Now that your Space Rat clan's immortal ancestor has awakened, his name is very resounding and frightening. Isn't it time for one to jump out? This young master will kill him on the spot? Little friend, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that, don't be impulsive. We don't know anything, it's none of our business. Bam! Rumble. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, without waiting for the Sector Lord Golden Rat to make a sound, the Space Rat clan's immortal ancestor, who had been trembling in fear, all began to explain in panic. Unfortunately, the headless infant corpse's temper had never been good. How could it listen to these words? In addition, this time, it could be said that it was deliberately forced to make a move by Yi Xian's fearless attitude. It was definitely angry in its heart. Although it couldn't vent it on Yi Xian, it didn't care about the others. Just a vicious roar was not enough to vent its anger. Since it had made a move, it had to spill some blood to be worthy of itself. It was obvious that it didn't care about the Sector Lord Golden Rat at all. It wasn't even interested in making a move. As a result, one of the Space Rat clan's immortal ancestors suffered a calamity. Before they could finish their explanation, a huge explosion suddenly soared into the sky. An ancient star in the distance exploded into a bloody mist, and even the star cracked open. So easily, an immortal-level Space Rat clan bloodline ancestor. He was instantly killed, his body and soul destroyed. However, it was only this one, there had to be a limit to its deterrence. The headless infant corpse had clearly guessed Yi Xian's purpose, so it didn't attack again. Even the vicious roar disappeared. The burning sensation on his left chest quickly dissipated. Obviously, this was the rhythm of the headless infant corpse falling into a deep sleep once again. At the same time, in the other ancient stars, incomparably terrified screams came again. This time, the trembling feeling was even stronger. In the blink of an eye, an immortal-level Space Rat great ancestor with the same cultivation base as them was annihilated so easily. This was absolutely horrifying. The few immortal-level Space Rat great ancestors who were lucky enough to survive were so scared that they didn't even dare to beg for mercy. In the opposite void, the Sector Lord Golden Rat's situation was even worse. At this moment, he was still sitting in the void, his mouth wide open, his eyes wide, and his face covered with golden fur was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was unknown how he did it, but Yi Xian was amazed. Instant kill of an immortal-level ancestor? Heavens! At the very least, it has to be a desolate era almighty. Amidst the shock, The Realm Master's golden rat seemed to have gone stupid as he stared blankly at Yixian. He muttered to himself as his body trembled as if he was sifting grain. An immortal-level bloodline ancestor had disappeared just like that. To him, this matter was like the collapse of the sky. The degree of shock was already, he couldn't describe it in words. Now, he finally realized what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. No wonder the Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Demon, and the Old Ghost Mosquito Demon were so embarrassed in front of him. He had already noticed this, but he had forgotten about it. Now, he had actually offended this murderous god who had a primordial almighty behind him. How could this just be a disaster of extermination? If the god of slaughter in front of him was willing, not only would the entire Space Rat clan outside be annihilated in an instant, even this Rat Ruins cave, which represented the foundation of the Space Rat clan's bloodline, would not be able to escape this disaster. Thinking of this, the Realm Master's golden rat shuddered and finally returned to its senses. It was freed from that dazed state of stupefaction. Chapter 3842. On the other side of the abyss outside of the Rat Ruins, Grand Elder Emo and Grand Elder Emo were standing next to the abyss with worried expressions. Their gazes were fixed on the abyss below, but they couldn't see the end. All they could see was darkness. Beside them, the patriarch of the Spatial Rat Clan, Shu Wandong, and the chief elder of the clan, Shu Qinsui, were sitting cross-legged. There was a small table in front of them and they were drinking. There were several plates of spirit fruits and spirit wine on the table. The two appeared to be happy and content, forming a sharp contrast to the worried Grand Elder Emo and Grand Elder Emo. The reason the two of them had been staying here was to watch Grand Elder Emo and Grand Elder Emo. Although the two of them did not know the details of the plan the Realm Lord's golden mice would carry out after entering the Rat Ruins, they could basically guess some of it. Moreover, before the Realm Master, the Golden Mouse, brought Yixian and leaped into the abyss in front of them, it had secretly sent a sound transmission to the two of them, indicating that if there were any unusual movements within the Rat Ruins and the two of them couldn't hold themselves back, then they could take down the two of them depending on the situation. This was clearly a hint that the Realm Lord's Golden Rat would make a move against young Lord Linghu in the Rat Ruins. In fact, this was what Shu Wandong and Shu Qinsui wanted to see. They didn't have a good impression of this so-called young Lord Linghu and the demon tribe. It could even be said that they were extremely resentful. After all, their Dao child Shu Wushuang had died at the hands of young Lord Linghu. It could be said that Shu Wantong and Shu Qinsui had been waiting impatiently for a long time. They were waiting for some strange movements to occur in the Rat Ruins' heavenly abode. That would prove that the Realm Lord Golden Rat had already made his move, and they could seize the opportunity to capture Grand Elder Emo and Grand Elder Emo Qigong. This opportunity would soon arrive. Rumble. In the depths of the abyss below, there was a sudden rumbling sound, accompanied by a faint whistling sound. This was the sound of the headless infant corpse suddenly making a move. The infant corpse's whistling sound caused the entire Rat Ruins to tremble slightly. Although the power of this whistling sound didn't reach the void outside the Rat Ruins, the entire Rat Ruins was trembling. Naturally, the Black Abyss, which was connected to the Rat Ruins through a spatial passage, also reacted. Hearing this rumbling sound, Shu Wandong and Shu Qinsui were both surprised. It seemed that the Linghu brat had extraordinary means. He was most likely going all out inside. Even the Black Abyss, which was connected to the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven through a spatial passageway, had produced such a commotion. It was clear how big the commotion inside the Grotto Heaven was. However, no matter how big the commotion was, it was nothing more than a dying struggle. Since the Realm Lord, the Golden Rat, had already made a move, then no matter how heaven-defying young Master Linghu's methods were, or how monstrous his talent was, he was destined to fall here. Regarding this point, both Shu Wandong and Shu Qinsui were incomparably certain. The first Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Monarch, and the Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher could not enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven directly. Even if they could, they would die in the end. If something were to happen, any one of these existences would be able to suppress everything once they woke up. Because of this, Shu Wandong and Shu Qinsui were stunned for a moment before joy appeared on their faces. They had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and now they could finally make a move. Grandpa Emo and Grandpa Emo, who had been paying attention to the depths of the Black Abyss, suddenly had a change of expression. Yixian had been gone for almost 2 days, but there had been no response. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the depths of the black abyss, and there was also a whistling sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the battle. Even if they couldn't be sure that it was related to Yixian, they couldn't relax at all. Come. They immediately turned to look at Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui, demanding to enter the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven to see what happened. Using this as an excuse, Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui fell out on the spot. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they instantly became sinister as they let out a stern shout. Presumptuous! Who do you two think you are? You dare to make such a request? Even your ancestor, the Devil Emperor, doesn't have the qualifications to enter my clan's ancestral grounds. You two ants who aren't even region lords actually dare to act so arrogantly. How can we convince the others if we don't capture you? As they spoke, the two old fellows had made a move at the first possible moment. However, it wasn't a means of crushing, and it was merely a means of restraining and suppressing. After all, no matter if it was Grandpa Imo or Grandpa Imo, both of them possessed extraordinary statuses, and they were higher-ups of the Demonkin Imperial clan. Young Master Linghu was bound to be crushed and killed, so the Spatial Mouse clan had to at least keep these two higher-ups of the Demonkin Imperial clan as hostages. Otherwise, how could they force the entire army of Demonkin Imperial clan to leave behind their battleships and resources before obediently withdrawing from the Rat Ruin Stellar region? The two old fellows were region lords, whereas Grandpa Imo was merely at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star-Lord realm. In other words, he was only a quasi-region lord. Imo Qigong was even weaker, so they practically didn't have the slightest ability to resist the attacks of two region lords. They were restrained at the first possible moment, and they couldn't even struggle. Yes, at this moment, they'd practically shed all pretenses of cordiality. Grandpa Imo and Grandpa Mo's hearts sank as they realized that the situation was bad, and they instantly roared. Shameless scoundrels! Both of you actually went back on your word. What exactly happened to Linghu? Is your spatial rat clan seeking your own death? Don't make a mistake. How presumptuous! Before Grandpa Imo could finish roaring furiously, the patriarch of the Spatial Mouse clan, Shu Wandong, had suddenly shouted with a grim voice and interrupted him, and then a savage expression appeared on his face. Linghu? He's probably dead by now. As for the two of you... Shu Wandong's words had stopped abruptly when he spoke halfway. His mouth opened wide while a dumbstruck expression covered his face. His gaze moved past Grandpa Imo and Grandpa Imo to look towards the depths of Blackwater behind them. In his field of vision, there were two figures flashing swiftly from the depths of Blackwater. Who else could it be besides young Master Linghu and the Realm Lord Jin Shu? But this wasn't the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter was, young Master Linghu wasn't just standing at the front with his hands behind his back, while a cold and arrogant expression covered his face. On the other hand, the Realm Lord, Jin Shu, was following behind him with his back slightly bent while a fawning smile covered his face. That demeanor, that appearance, it was completely the posture of an old servant following behind his master. Chapter 38-43. Although Shu Wandong regained his senses in time, he immediately retracted his power and removed the restraints on Imo Qigong and Imo Qigong. But at this time, Yixian and the Realm Lord Golden Rat had already arrived above the Black Abyss. They were less than a kilometer away, so they had undoubtedly seen this scene. Although the two of them hadn't seen what had happened before, they could guess what had happened with a casual guess. Yixian's face instantly darkened, and a cold snort came from his nose. He thoroughly understood the shamelessness of the Space Rat clan. They were truly a shameless clan. When this cold grunt entered his ears, Gold Mouse was terrified to the point his soul almost left his body, and he was deeply afraid that he would suffer calamity as well. After all, an eternal bloodline ancestor had perished in the blink of an eye within the Rat Ruins abode, and he wasn't even worth a fart when compared to that ancestor. If that person really wanted to mess with him, he reckoned that a single roar from that existence would be enough to scatter his soul. While his heart trembled, the Realm Lord Golden Rat's face turned cold. Taking advantage of the fact that Yixian hadn't reacted yet, he rushed to the cliff at the edge of the Black Abyss. What the F***CK? You two old bastards, is this how you treat our allies and distinguished guests? This old man is so angry. Slap! Slap! The Realm Lord Golden Rat cursed in exasperation while raising his hand to slap Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui. Moreover, his strength wasn't weak at all. Two dignified old fellows at the Region Lord realm were actually slapped to the point they spun in circles on the spot, and when they finally stopped with great difficulty, their faces were covered in dumbstruck expressions. This slap completely stunned Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui. At this moment their minds were in a mess, buzzing. They really couldn't understand why their ancestor was like this. Even if he couldn't suppress young Master Linghu, he shouldn't be so afraid of him, right? On the side, Emo Qigong and Emo Qigong also opened their mouths wide. At this time their minds were also full of question marks. The old monsters of the Space Rat clan were actually slapped in front of them. This was 2F** King Unreal. After a cup of tea's time, in the Imperial Palace of the Space Rat clan on the Rat Ruins planet, Yixian and Emo Qigong had just sat down in the palace under the Realm Lord Golden Rat's extremely attentive guidance. As soon as they sat down, the Realm Lord Golden Rat kept flipping his hand as if fawning, taking out some rare spirit fruits and spirit wine from his storage treasure. These were all things that he couldn't bear to take out before, but now he took them out as if they were free, fawning over presented them to Yixian. A standard servant's conduct that couldn't be any more standard. In the face of all this, Grand Elder Emo and Grand Elder Emo were completely numb. Even now, their faces were still sluggish. As for Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui, who still had a red handprint on their faces, they stood awkwardly in the distance, not daring to sit down at all. They just stared blankly at the old ancestor serving them like slaves. The faces of Yixian and the other two were filled with hopelessness. At this moment they must have begun to doubt life. In the entire palace only Yixian was calm, as if everything was supposed to be like this. He was leisurely enjoying all kinds of rare spirit fruits and spirit wine, happy and contented. When he was almost done eating, he raised his eyelids slightly and said casually, "Okay, everyone sit down. We are allies, don't be too polite. Also, it's time to discuss the next step of the plan." Realm Lord Golden Rat answered in a panic, and sat down carefully with Shu Wandong and Shu Qigong. Yes, little friend, you're right. You can make the decision. This venerable one. No, this old man will do as you say, without a second word. Senior, you're too serious. You're the ancestor of a clan. This kind of hard work on the battlefield will do it. Yixian nodded his head, then changed the topic and continued. The Devil Cultivator's expedition this time will not stop. The various races of the first universe must unite. Now that the Devil Cultivator and the Space Rat race are allies, isn't there a saying in the first universe that the top 3 races are? Since that's the case, the next goal is fine. Go to the Hell Ant clan. What do you think, Senior? After saying that, Yixian turned to look at the Realm Lord Golden Rat, who was smiling. No problem, little friend, I'll hit whoever you want. This old man can't kill him. The Realm Lord Golden Rat did not even think about it and immediately agreed. A ferocious look appeared on his face, as if he was a golden fighter. Seeing this, Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with stars. I said you don't need to do anything. Yixian frowned and deliberately looked a little impatient. The Realm Lord Golden Rat quickly shut up and even raised his hand to lightly slap his face. Seeing this scene, Shu Wandong and Shu Qiansui felt a buzz in their heads and almost fainted on the spot. This was the effect that Yixian wanted. He didn't know if the Realm Lord Golden Rat would tell these two old guys the truth about everything that happened in the Rat Ruins, but Yixian was going to take one of them away. Therefore, he had to give them a good beating so that they wouldn't be disobedient. After calculating in his heart, Yixian changed the topic and made a decision on the spot. Alright, Senior, as the ancestor of a clan, just stay in the clan. Senior Shu Wandong is the clan leader, so it's not appropriate for him to go to war. Elder Qiansui will lead a Space Mouse race fleet, and form a formation with this young master, and the demon's army of millions. The allied forces will jointly suppress the Hell Ant clan. At this point, Yixian turned to look at Shu Qiansui and asked, as for the time for the army to mobilize, within a day, can the Space Mouse race's expedition army be assembled? The latter was still a little confused. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. His eyes were wide open as if he was stupid. No problem, it's enough, one day is enough. On the side, the Realm Lord Golden Rat quickly took over the conversation. As he spoke, he fiercely glared at Shu Qiansui and scolded. Old bastard, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear little friend talking to you? I'm warning you, this time when you lead the army out, you must listen to little friend Ling Hu's orders. If I find out that you're complying in the slightest or slacking off, I'll personally slap you to death when I return to the clan. A day later, after entering the rat-ruined star field and stopping in the void outside the atmosphere of the Space Mouse race's ancestral land for 2 days, the demon's army of millions of battleships all turned around and headed out of the rat-ruined star field. Chapter 3844. As the demon army with tens of millions of battleships turned around and sailed out of the rat-ruined star field, the higher-ups of the various scout fleets in the first universe, who had been waiting outside the rat-ruined star field for the past 2 days, were stunned for a moment. Then they heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh. In their opinion, this peace talk was clearly over. The final result was that the demon army had retreated, and its pace of dominating the first universe was finally stopped by the Space Rat clan. For these slave clans, this was obviously great news. This was because if the Space Mouse clan made concessions in this peace negotiation, then only the Hell Ant clan among the top 3 clans of the first universe's slave clans would have the ability to stop the demon from dominating to a certain extent. If the Space Rat clan remained neutral and did not participate in this matter, then the Hell Ant clan had a chance to stop the demon army. However, if the Space Rat clan and the demon army formed an alliance and participated in this expedition, then the Hell Ant clan would be in danger. Once the Hell Ant clan fell into the trap, the top 3 slave clans in the first universe would combine forces, and none of the other clans in the first universe would be able to stop the demon army from dominating. This situation was exactly what they did not want to see. For the various clans in the first universe, they had been enslaved by the Tianji clan. Now that the Tianji clan had withdrawn from the world and moved away, they had just regained their freedom. Who would be willing to immediately become a subordinate slave of the demon army under such circumstances? Therefore, it was definitely a happy ending for the demon dwellers to be stopped in their tracks. Of course, this did not include the demon dwellers. This was not something that the other slave clans would care about. With this kind of joy, the various scout fleets that had been lying in wait outside the rat-ruined star zone for the past few days to pay close attention to the subsequent development of the situation were basically ready to return home. They had to report this great news to their respective clans as soon as possible. After all, this time the demons suddenly sent troops to suppress the Space Rat clan. They had an ulterior motive, which had already shocked the core higher-ups of the first universe's servant clans to the point that they couldn't sit still. It was also at this moment that the upper echelons of a scout fleet saw an unexpected scene with sharp eyes. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately exclaimed softly, causing a wave of exclamations. Look, behind the 10 million battleships of the Devil Dwellers, there seems to be a fleet with a scale of 3 to 4 million. This is almost half of all the battleships of the Space Mouse clan. What's the situation? Could it be that the peace talks are not over yet? But if that was the case, why did the Spatial Mouse clan send out nearly half of their army? Do you want to continue the war with the demons? Cut the crap. Can't you see that the demons' 10 million battleships are retreating from the rat-ruined starfield? If they want to continue fighting, why would the Devil Dwellers retreat? Heavens, this is not a retreat, this is an expedition. The demons and the space rats have reached an agreement. The latter has been roped in and dispatched nearly half of their army to join the demons' crusade army. This is the rhythm of rushing to the next target. It's over. It's over. The demon dwellers and the space rats have joined hands. The new overlord of the first universe is about to appear. Along with these exclamations, a huge Starry Sky battleship army with a total military strength of 14 million slowly sailed out of the rat-ruined star field and began to assemble at the edge of the star field. The demon dwellers' 10 million army, and the space rats' nearly 4 million battleships that followed behind. At this time, the battleships of the two clans gathered together to form a terrifying army, completely disintegrating the last trace of hope in the hearts of the commanders of the scout fleets of the various clans in the distant void. The demon dwellers and the space rats had joined hands. Moreover, judging from the formation of the entire army, this alliance was obviously led by the demon dwellers, while the 4 million battleships of the space rats were just following on the right side like vassals. This was definitely a super heavy bomb, and there was no doubt that it explained a problem. That was, the demon's conquest of the first universe's races had not been stopped. Although the Space Mouse clan had not fallen, they had been persuaded by the demon and willingly became the vassal of the demon's conquest of the various races. There must be a deal between them. The demon dwellers had promised them benefits, but no one knew what they were. In fact, for the commanders of the scout fleets of the various clans in the first universe, this was actually not important. The important thing was that the demon dwellers' army was about to embark on another journey. If there were no accidents, the new overlord of the first universe was basically inevitable. Even the commanders of the various clan scout fleets had basically guessed which clan the army of 14 million battleships assembled by the demon dwellers and the space rats would send troops to conquer next. Almost without much hesitation, the scout fleet from the Hell Ants turned around and left immediately, performing a space jump and disappearing directly. They would rush all the way at the fastest speed to report this shocking news back to their clans. This was because even a fool could guess that the next target of this terrifying army of the demon dwellers and the space rats would definitely be one of the top 3 clans in the first universe, the Hell Ants. In fact, it wasn't just the Hell Ant clan's scout fleet. After a brief moment of shock, the commanders of the scout fleets of the other first universe's slave clans that were waiting in the distant void outside the rat-ruined starfield also issued orders one after another. Return to your clans immediately. Even the second space battle of the demon dwellers' army in the Hell Ants' ancestral land, the Nether Ants starfield, was not in the mood to investigate at this moment. There was basically no suspense in the result. In the face of the 14 million battleships of the demon dwellers and the space rats, the Hell Ants could not resist at all and would definitely be taken down in the end. The day when the top 3 clans would unite as a force was not far away. For all the other slave clans, this was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. They had to return to their clans immediately and report back the information, so that their clans could make countermeasures to deal with this matter and try to buy as much time as possible. Rumble. Boom. As the scout fleets of the various clans in the distant void retreated one after another, in the void at the edge of the rat-ruined star field, the 14 million battleships that had been assembled were also activated under Grandpa Mo's order, and sailed into the distance in a grandiose manner. The Starry Sky. Chapter 3845. The Hell Ant Star Area was the ancestral land of the Hell Ant clan. However, this star area was also called the Nether Ant Star Area, because according to legend, the bloodline of the Hell Ants originated from the Nether Ants of the Primordial Age. The Nether Ants were the same as the Void Rats. They belonged to a mysterious clan from the Primordial Age. The real Nether Ants and Void Rats had long gone extinct in the present world. According to legend, the true underworld ants were almost completely undying and indestructible. Of course, this was a relative statement, referring to the fact that conventional methods were no longer able to threaten their existence. However, all living things in the world had their natural enemies. Since the Nether Ants had already vanished without a trace in the current world and were suspected to have gone extinct long ago, then during the primordial era, there were surely living beings that were their natural enemies. It was a creature said to have lived in the legendary Nether prison. Its whole body was covered in black flames. The Nether Ants were most famous for their shell, which was called the Nether Armor. Every inch of the surface of the Nether Armor was covered in black flames. These flames came from the Nether realm and eroded everything in the world. Even the primordial spirit and consciousness could not resist and directly burned the soul. Compared to the infernal ant, the Hell Ant didn't have the terrifying infernal flame, but it could secrete a kind of black liquid inside its body. This liquid was extremely cold and had no temperature, but even the hardest undying void metal couldn't resist this kind of liquid. The corrosion of the Hell Ant liquid. After a long time it would definitely be eroded and penetrated. Even Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, if nothing unexpected happened, theoretically speaking, it wouldn't be able to withstand the bites of the Hell Ants. It should be known that even the void-swallowing beast, which was known as the Void Soldier Ladle, could not bite through the indestructible void metal. However, if Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, which was mixed with a piece of indestructible void metal, encountered a large group of Hell Ants, the result would most likely be a group of Hell Ants. Ants biting an elephant would still end up in tragedy. The reason why the Hell Ants could become one of the top 3 servant clans in the second universe was similar to the Void Rats. This clan's reproduction ability was also terrifying and their numbers were too large. The entire Underworld Ant Star region was almost 3 times the size of the Demon Fiend Star region. Every star in the Underworld Ant Star region was inhabited by a large number of Hell Ants. This kind of life form had very low requirements for the environment. Even if it was not a habitable star but an abandoned mineral star, they could still roam freely. Another reason why they were able to become one of the top 3 races was similar to the Space Mouse. It was because their bloodline was extremely valued by the Heaven's Legacy race. The Hell Ant's body secreted a terrifying corrosive black liquid, Hell Ant Liquid. To the Heaven's Legacy race, this was a rare material that was absolutely necessary for industrial construction. This was because it could be used to break down almost any kind of hard metal. Moreover, this hellish ant elixir had many other miraculous uses, including a miraculous tempering effect on the bodies of the Heaven's Legacy race members. Moreover, even in the 2 camps of the human race in the third universe, the Hell Ant liquid secreted by the Hell Ants was a sacred body tempering product that was hard to find, especially for starry sky powerhouses who walked the path of body tempering. As for the top families who researched gene cultivation fluid, they were even more eager to obtain it. This was because the Hell Ant liquid, after being processed and added to the cultivation fluid, could greatly improve its effect. It was said that some powerful beings of the universe directly used the Hell Ant liquid to cut off their hair and purify their marrow, and use it to forge their body. The Hell Ant liquid was secreted by every Hell Ant powerhouse. Of course, the quality of the Hell Ant liquid secreted by their bodies was also different due to the different cultivation realms. After all, it came from the main body of different life forms. In addition to the Hell Ant liquid, the most precious thing in the Hell Ant clan was actually the Underworld liquid in the Underworld pool. Before Yi Xian captured the Infernal Ant clan's Heaven and Earth Taoist Yi Jiuming, he had heard from him that every year, Yi Jiuming would be able to obtain 10 drops of nether liquid from the Holy Land's nether pool to baptize his ant armor. As time passed, although the black ant armor on Yi Jiuming's body had yet to evolve to the level of the Nether Ant clan's unique nether armor, which was able to produce black nether flames, its hardness was truly outrageous. Yi Xian used the Shunnong pestle to transform into a big-headed black club, and struck it with all his might, not leaving it behind. It left a small mark. Yi Xian could be said to be deeply affected by Yi Jiuming's hard black armor. At that time, the shock this opponent gave Yi Xian was almost the same as that of Shi Wanjin, who possessed the 9 Berserk Lion transformations and had already comprehended the 4th transformation. Once Shi Wanjin's 4th transformation was activated, he could instantly obtain a bloodline true body that was 100,000 zhang tall. His blood and qi were terrifyingly abundant, and he was simply an unkillable cockroach. Although Yi Jiuming did not have that ability, his black armor was too hard. Even the Shunnong pestle, the accessory of the Shunnong cauldron, could not leave a white mark on it. This was enough to explain the problem. Shi Wanjin only got 10 drops of Underworld liquid every year, and he could obtain such a hard black armor. It was obvious that this Underworld liquid was extraordinary. Otherwise, the Underworld pool would not be called the Hell Ant clan's holy land. No one had ever entered it. In this expedition against the Infernal Ant race, other than subduing them like the Spatial Rat race and bringing them into his own alliance, Yi Xian didn't plan on letting go of the Underworld liquid in the Underworld pool, which was the Underworld Ant race. However, this matter gave him a headache. After all, on one hand he had to recruit people into his alliance, and on the other hand he had to scheme for the Holy Land of the Hell Ant clan. No matter how he thought about it, these two matters conflicted with each other. If he wanted to have the best of both worlds, he had to come up with a foolproof plan. Otherwise, he could only choose one of the two. If that was really the case, Yi Xian was not willing to accept it. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. It was impossible for an army of 10 million battleships to travel from the rat-ruined star field to the Underworld Ant clan's ancestral land in the Underworld Ant clan. It would take about half a month for them to arrive. After the army set off, Yi Xian spent an entire day thinking about this matter. But no matter how he thought about it, he could not come up with a perfect plan. Helpless, he could only temporarily put this matter to the back of his mind. There were still 13 to 14 days before the long journey would end. Yi Xian really did not want to waste this period of time. Bored, He simply went to an independent cabin on the top floor of the fleet's flagship, the West Expedition. He took out a large amount of cultivation resources and handed them all to the devouring system to absorb the energy. Then, he sat cross-legged in the cabin, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate in seclusion to break through. According to his experience, he had just broken through to a new realm with the help of the gene cultivation fluid. After stabilizing for a while, it was the best time to break through a small realm. There was basically no possibility of failure. Everything would happen naturally. Chapter 3846. After breaking through another small realm, Yi Xian was excited, but he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly, because a strong sense of pressure suddenly descended upon them. Once he reached the great circle of the cosmic realm, he would have to use up the level 15 liquid he had. Now he was already at the cosmic realm's second order, only 8 small steps away from the great circle of the cosmic realm. In other words, after 8 more small breakthroughs, Yi Xian would use 1 or 2 tubes of level 15 liquid and enter the universe realm. From then on, there would be no more gene cultivation liquid to use. Once he reached level 9, he could only stare at it helplessly, unable to break through, and his cultivation would stagnate. Unfortunately, after level 15 liquid, this kind of concoction method could no longer be used. According to Yi Xian's speculation, some methods and elements needed to be introduced to refine the flesh medicine. The Shenong cauldron was a treasure, so he was not in a hurry in this regard. The key was that using this method to refine level 16 liquid was still a new topic. He had no experience to refer to, so he needed time to explore. It seems that after this expedition against the Hell Ant clan ends, this young master will not be able to participate in the subsequent crusades against the other clans of the first universe. Helplessly, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. I have to calm down and carefully deduce and study the method to concoct the level 16 liquid. Yes, it's concoction. After the level 16 liquid, I can only obtain it through this method. Fortunately, once the Hell Ant clan is incorporated, the top 3 slave clans of the first universe will be combined into one force. Even if all the other clans unite, the strength of the 2 sides will be evenly matched. With Grandpa Emo in charge of commanding, the Hell Ant clan and the Space Mouse clan will each send a domain lord old monster. With them in charge, there will be no problem. However, I have to find a way to obtain the Hell Ant clan's nether liquid. This kind of thing is extremely extraordinary. Just like the Een Demon clan's innate Coldeen spirit liquid, it is very difficult to find elsewhere in the world. Perhaps it will have a certain effect on refining level 16 liquid with the Shenong cauldron in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. No matter what, he had to obtain the Hell Ant clan's nether liquid. After pondering for a moment, he decided to start with Yi Jiuming and see if he could make a breakthrough. After all, Yi Jiuming was the universe Taoist of the Hell Ant clan, so he naturally knew more about the clan than Yi Xian. The Western Expedition was a huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Its interior was incomparably spacious due to the use of folded space. Yi Xian found a spacious area and waved his hand to bring out the farmer god cauldron. Of course, it was not in its complete form. It was only 1,000 meters in diameter. Otherwise, it would really explode. Then in a flash, Yi Xian stepped into the Shenong cauldron and disappeared from the mouth of the cauldron. Ever since the native ferocious beasts were brought out of the root of all evil star region, the millions of native ferocious beasts had basically been living inside the farmer god cauldron. For this expedition, Yi Xian bringing the farmer god cauldron was equivalent to bringing an army of millions of ferocious beasts. It was the same for the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. If it were not for the war in the outside world, they would not be willing to leave the space inside the farmer god cauldron. When these native ferocious beasts were in the root of all evil star region, they had fought many battles. Almost every ferocious beast had stored some bloodline true bodies of the masters of various races in the Federation of the Second Universe. These were all meat ingredients. Originally, they had kept these meat ingredients in their storage magic treasures because they wanted to wait for Yi Xian to roast them when he was free. However, now that they were in the farmer god cauldron and the strange tricolor flames were right in front of them, they could do it themselves. Yi Xian had deliberately released tens of thousands of farmer god tricolor flames of different diameters in the central region of the farmer god cauldron space. When these native ferocious beasts needed to roast their meat, They could take out their own ingredients and find a suitable farmer god tricolor flames and roast them themselves. The reason why Yi Xian's meat had made them drool before was not because of how good Yi Xian's roasting skills were, or what kind of secret ingredients he had in his hands. He did not need those. The power and effect of the farmer god tricolor flames was the best catalyst. Even ordinary meat could instantly become a top-grade delicacy after being roasted by the farmer god tricolor flames. After discovering this, the millions of ferocious beasts were immediately overjoyed. They identified the space inside the farmer god cauldron and refused to leave. Although there were only about 10,000 farmer god tricolor flames, even if the millions of ferocious beasts wanted to roast their meat at the same time, there would only be a few hundred spots lined up next to each flame pillar. At most, they would have to wait for half a day before it was their turn. Such a scene was truly spectacular. The millions of native ferocious beasts were all holding various kinds of precious meat in their hands. They lined up in an orderly manner in front of the tricolor flames that rushed out of the volcano crater, waiting for their meat to be roasted. If this was recorded and sent out, it was estimated that the three universes would be in an uproar. Young Master Ling Hu's methods were too heaven-defying. The entire native ferocious beasts, the root of all evil, had been trained by him into a standard foodie. After Yi Xian entered the farmer god cauldron, the first thing he saw was this scene. Even though he already knew that it might be such a scene, seeing it with his own eyes, Yi Xian was still a little stunned. This was because he clearly saw that in front of the two largest tricolor flames, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hare, were the primordial porcupine and the primordial hare. The tortoise was clearly at the front of the line, roasting its own meat while drooling. He didn't look like an old monster of a domain lord at all. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't dare to stay here for long. With a flash of his figure, he directly came to the bottom plane of the central domain volcano and appeared in front of the mountain wall cage where Yi Jiuming, Meng Masan, and Shi Wanjin were imprisoned. At this moment, Shi Wanjin was still in a deep sleep. His Taoist foundation had been destroyed, but Yi Xian was soft-hearted last time and gave him some nourishing things. Looking at him now, he should be absorbing and recovering. Although his Taoist foundation had been taken away and there was no hope for him to recover, if he was lucky, he could at least recover some of his cultivation base. Strength. At least he wouldn't die or become a cripple. After all, this brat had now become Yi Xian's servant. If he really didn't care, Yi Xian's heart would be a little bit unbearable. In the other two cages, Yi Jiuming and Meng Masan were sitting on the ground in the cages with a lifeless face. Both of them had a pair of big panda eyes and deep eye circles. At first glance, it was obvious that they hadn't had a good sleep recently. It was estimated that they hadn't rested at all. Suddenly looking up and seeing Yi Xian coming, Yi Jiuming and Meng Masan were stunned for a moment, and then their bodies shook together. They hurriedly got up in a panic, holding the bars of the cages in their hands and begging Yi Xian. Fellow cultivator Xiaohu, no, young master, just let us go like farts. We can't live here. When I look up, millions of fierce beasts are lining up to roast meat. It's so scary. Chapter 3847. These two guys were obviously scared out of their wits. As soon as they saw Yi Xian, it was as if they had seen their savior. The first thing they did was to jump on the pillars of the cage, wishing they could squeeze out of the narrow gaps between the pillars. They kept talking, and in the end, before Yi Xian could even respond, they had already sworn oaths. Moreover, they swore that they would be loyal to Yi Xian from now on. Otherwise, their fates would be very miserable. Yi Xian shuddered at the thought of it. It seemed that it was true. No one in the starry sky dared to make a joke of a Tao oath. Even though there were only heavenly laws in the three universes today, and there was no heavenly will, the Tao oath was the most feared invisible sword above the heads of the starry sky masters. Of course, the reason why Yi Jiuming and Meng Masan surrendered so readily this time was not only because they were frightened by the millions of fierce beasts roasting meat around the crater day and night, but also because of the despair in their hearts. Last time they had seen with their own eyes that Shi Wanjin, who had sworn to die, was turned into a little sheep in the blink of an eye by some terrifying means of Yi Xian. Since then these two guys had not rested much. Every time they closed their eyes they would have nightmares. In fact, Yi Xian's slave seal was only a preliminary mutation at present, and could not be used on starry sky masters at all. Previously, Shi Wanjin's Dao foundation had been destroyed and his cultivation had been completely lost, so he was lucky enough to succeed. If he really used it on them, there would be no possibility of success. But they did not know this. In the opinion of Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan, if they took the initiative to swear allegiance, they could at least retain their status as subordinates and not slaves. Compared with Shi Wanjin, who had lost his Dao foundation and became a slave, the two of them had no damage to their Dao foundation and their cultivation was still the same. Moreover, they had only sworn allegiance to him, so they were not slaves. This was absolutely a great blessing. Of course, this was only their wishful thinking at present. Whether young Master Linghu would agree or not was still uncertain. It was precisely because of this that Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan immediately shut their mouths after swearing the Dao oath. They held onto the bars of the cage and looked at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes. She was extremely nervous. She was afraid that he would flatly refuse. If that happened, it would really be over. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to agree. He fell into deep thought. Both Yi Jiuming and Meng Mashan had already made a Dao oath, so there was naturally no need to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Moreover, Yi Xian hadn't taken away their Dao foundations, so there was no need for them to doubt the authenticity of this matter. Moreover, Yi Xian hadn't taken away their Dao foundations. It was not impossible for them to be loyal to their own race. However, this matter required a reasonable method. Otherwise, if they were suddenly released, even if the two of them returned to their respective clans, they would be secretly monitored and listed as suspects who had defected to the enemy. This was indeed a problem, but Yi Xian quickly understood. Putting aside the heaven and earth Dao child of the giant ferocious clan, Meng Mashan at the very least, if he wanted Yi Jiuming to return to his clan, this was the best opportunity. Taking advantage of the alliance with the Hell Ant clan, expressing goodwill to the other party and handing over the heaven and earth Dao child of the Hell Ant clan, who was imprisoned in his hands, was originally a reasonable thing to do. However, just sending one of his own pawns to the Hell Ant clan was clearly far from enough for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's main goal in coming to interrogate Yi Jiuming this time was actually the underworld liquid in the holy land of the underworld pool. Originally, I wanted to come down and take you out, forcing out the bloodline true body, so that Brother Pig and Brother Turtle could roast some wine. Since the oath has been made, then let's drop this matter. Yi Xian held back his laughter in his heart, but his face was extremely serious, even revealing a cold intent. These simple words almost scared the two fellows in the cage to the ground. Fortunately, they heard Yi Xian say that he would drop this matter, so they resisted. Otherwise, they might have fainted on the spot. Don't worry, I won't let the fierce beast brothers come down to harass you. Yi Xian nodded, then turned to look at Yi Jiuming on the other side. As for Yi Jiuming, this young master happens to be in the Nether Ant Star domain right now, so I can send you back now. However, this young master came to the nest of the Hell Ant clan this time with a purpose. Since you have already pledged your loyalty to this young master, since you have pledged your loyalty, then take this opportunity to prove yourself. Hearing that Yi Xian happened to be in the Nether Ant Star domain right now, Yi Jiuming was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Young master, if there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. Although he was still unwilling to harm his clan, Yi Jiuming also knew that even without his help, with young Master Linghu's monstrous methods, he would definitely succeed in the end no matter what scheme he had. Including the fact that he had come to the Hell Ant clan this time and coveted a certain treasure. Including the fact that he needed Yi Jiuming's help. If Yi Jiuming did not agree, he would directly use the secret technique that he had used to deal with Shi Wanjin. It was straightforward and saved him trouble. Yi Jiuming was a smart person. Although his loyalty to his clan was still there, he could clearly see the situation. The only thing in his mind now was to act as a buffer between his clan and Linghu Chong, the young master he had just recognized. Now that young Master Linghu had come to the Nether Ant Star domain, he would definitely not give up without some gains. After weighing the pros and cons, he made a decision to help young Master Linghu get what he wanted and send this great Buddha away as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yi Jiuming asked tentatively, "Young master, the purpose of your visit to the Hell Ant clan?" Nether liquid. Since they were on the same side, even if Yi Jiuming was the Taoist of the Hell Ant clan, Yi Xian did not hide anything. He waved his hand and said, Originally, I wanted to empty it like the Een Demon clan's Holy Landine pool, but now for your sake, this young master will only take half. Alright. Pooh. Yi Jioming was so shocked that he almost vomited blood on the spot. His expression immediately became strange as he muttered, "There is no such thing as all in half. The nether pool is different from the Een pool of the Een Demon clan. It is not a ready-made pool of nether liquid. The nether liquid is secreted from the remains of the nether ancestor. In the Hell Ant clan's Holy Land nether pool, there are 2 nether ancestor remains. These 2 nether ancestor remains will drip a drop of nether liquid every day. In other words, the entire Hell Ant clan only produces slightly more than 700 drops every year." Chapter 3848. Underworld Ancestors Remains? There are 2 of them? That's great. Before Yi Jioming could finish, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He nodded and continued, "That's great. Keep one and take the other. Isn't that half of what I just said?" This time Yi Jioming really vomited blood. His face was filled with shock as he stared blankly at Yi Xian. After confirming that he wasn't joking, he shook his head and bitterly smiled. Forget it. If you want to take one away, then take one away. As long as young master has the ability to take away the remains of the underworld ancestor, it's fine. At least you left one for my Hell Ant clan and didn't cut off the supply of underworld liquid. What? You can't take it? Yi Xian frowned. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he continued to ask, "By the way, what is this underworld ancestor?" Underworld ant? Doesn't that mean that there are 2 bloodline primordial ancestors remains in the underworld pool of your Hell Ant clan? That's a primordial ancestor level existence. Of course, it's not a real primordial underworld ant. It's a primordial ancestor level existence. It doesn't exist now even if it's just a corpse, Yi Jioming said seriously. But these 2 underworld ancestors aren't much different from the real primordial underworld ant. They're the first-generation descendants of the primordial underworld ant, the bloodline primordial ancestor of the Hell Ant clan. Although they're not real primordial underworld ants, they have the purest underworld ant bloodline. Their underworld armor is extremely tough. Even though they've been dead for countless years, they're still burning with black underworld flames. I'm sure you've heard of the underworld flames. Even the current Hell Ant clan's patriarch doesn't dare to touch it. Because of this, it's basically impossible to take the remains of these 2 underworld ancestors. They've been in the underworld pool for countless years. That's where they're buried. As for the nether liquid, it's actually the best hellish ant liquid. It's the secretion of the 2 underworld ancestors' remains. Although the 2 underworld ancestors have been dead for countless years, some functions of their remains are still functioning normally. That's why the nether liquid was created. So the nether liquid is the hellish ant liquid secreted by the nether ants, who are half a step away from the desolate era. Yi Xian nodded solemnly and said, "Although these are the remains of your race's bloodline ancestor, they've been dead for a long time. Besides, I'm not taking them away for other purposes, such as roasting them, but to collect the nether liquid. I'm refining a level 16 liquid. If I succeed, a tube of it will allow a Cosmos State expert to advance to the first level of the Star Lord state. According to my analysis of the characteristics of the nether liquid, the formula of the level 16 liquid should require the addition of the nether liquid. So, if you can help me take it away, I'll be able to refine it. I'll give you one of the netherworld race's skeletal remains after the level 16 liquid is formed." What? Level 16 liquid? Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, Yi Jioming cried out involuntarily, "Young master, did you say something wrong? When you were in the First Universe's Science and Technology faction, the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War Empire, didn't you refine a level 12 gene cultivation fluid? The next level to be refined should be level 13. That's more like it." Young Master Linghu had risen to fame precisely because of what Yi Jioming had told him. 80% of the Tuoba family's resources had been consumed by Yi Xian, who had appeared as Linghu's young master. In the end, he had successfully refined the level 11 and level 12 liquids. Yi Xian had given the formula and the finished product of the level 11 liquid to the Tuoba family, but he had only given 1 vial of the level 12 liquid. He had intended to leave the Heavenly War Empire without giving the formula. As a result, the head of the Tuoba family turned against him. In the end, Yi Xian demonstrated the Dongshu shuttle's killing array system, and the three wonders of pills, tools, and arrays were known throughout the three planes. Although it was already in the past, counting the time, it was actually only half a year ago. Therefore, it was no wonder that Yi Jioming was so shocked. Half a year ago, he had just refined a level 12 liquid. Now, he said that he was going to refine a level 16 liquid. No one would believe this if they heard this. As a matter of fact, Yi Jioming was both shocked and overjoyed. He was currently in the universe state, the 15th realm. The level 16 liquid was just right for him. It had to be noted that, under normal circumstances, it would take not only a long time to break through from the universe state to the Star Lord state, but also opportunities and luck. Although there were many Star Lords in the three planes of the universe, it was easy to understand when one thought about the large number of universe state experts. Only one Star Lord would appear in 1,000 universe state experts. The rest would never encounter such an opportunity to break through in their entire lives. Although Yi Jioming was the universe state sex Dao child of the Hell Ant clan and had the support of his clan, it was almost inevitable that he would break through to the Star Lord state. Even so, it would take at least 100 years. However, if he was given a vial of the level 16 liquid, he would instantly become a Star Lord once he successfully broke through the shackles of his physical potential. That was the wonder of the gene cultivation liquid created by the Eternal Dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. It had a unique temptation. Even though the gene cultivation liquid of the Eternal Dynasty was hard to come by, and the highest level known was only the level 12 liquid, using this method to cultivate would still promote, there were still countless Star Lords who had evolved in terms of life level. It was too convenient. A vial of gene cultivation liquid represented a breakthrough in a major realm. The temptation was irresistible. I don't need to lie to you about this. Yi Xian saw that Yi Jioming was excited. He smiled and took out a small space box from the undying world in his body. After opening it, there was a row of gene cultivation liquids in the box, from the level 10 liquid to the level 15 liquid. The 6 vials of gene cultivation liquids were different in color. Although they were motionless, there were countless tiny runes that looked like nanos appearing and disappearing at all times. When one's eyes sank slightly, it was as if one's entire mind was about to be pulled in. The aura vaguely revealed was even stronger than the previous one, making one's breath stop. Yi Jioming and Meng Mushan's eyes were wide open. Level 9 liquids can be obtained in the Eternal Dynasty as long as one has the strength. As for the level 10 liquid, although the Tuoba family has already concocted it, there isn't much of it. It's difficult to find a vial on the market. While speaking, Yi Xian waved the small space box in his hand. There are 6 vials of gene cultivation liquids in here. This is a set, from the level 10 liquid to the level 15 liquid. They were all concocted by me. I still have a few sets of such high-level liquids that are no longer available on the market. This undoubtedly confirmed what Yi Xian had just said. The level 15 liquid was already completed. Naturally, the level 16 liquid would be concocted next. Chapter 3849. Naturally, the Holy Land of the Hell Ant clan was not a place that could be entered casually. In fact, back when he was in the Space Rat clan, Yi Xian would not have had the opportunity to enter the forbidden ground of the Space Rat clan, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. Of course he could force his way in, but in that case, he would have to subdue the Hell Ant clan with violence. Although the combined forces of the demons and the Space Rat clan did not have the strength to do so, it would undoubtedly leave behind a hidden danger. Moreover, the Hell Ant clan might have a universe-level ancestor in hibernation. If he were to force his way in and alarm that level of existence, he would have no chance of winning unless the Headless Infant Corpse made a move. The Headless Infant Corpse was Yi Xian's greatest trump card, and could not be used frequently. Therefore, Yi Xian basically planned to rope in the Hell Ant clan like the Space Rat clan. Since that was the case, he naturally could not force his way into the Holy Land of the Hell Ant clan unless there was an unforeseen event in the Holy Land. Moreover, Yi Xian had to be in the Hell Ant clan and had reached an agreement with them and become their ally. At that time he would naturally have a reason to enter the Holy Land. As for taking the opportunity to obtain the remains of the Hell Ant clan's underworld ancestor, he would just have to act according to the circumstances. However, Yi Xian needed a spy in this matter, and Yi Jioming was naturally the best candidate. After a brief discussion, the two of them came up with a preliminary plan. Then Yixian left the internal space of the farmer god cauldron. After keeping the farmer god cauldron in his undying world, Yixian entered his cabin again. With the terrifying calculation ability of the devouring system, he deduced everything related to using the farmer god cauldron to refine the level 16 blood and flesh medicine. Soon he was engrossed in it and forgot the passage of time. When Yixian came out of seclusion and walked out of his cabin, he discovered that they had already arrived at the underworld ant star field. The subjugation fleet took a short rest in the void outside the underworld ant star field. Then, with the millions of fortresses leading the way, they sailed into the underworld ant star field in a grandiose manner. Compared to the Rat Ruins galaxy, which was full of holes in the universe, the Nether Ant galaxy appeared to be very normal. In fact, it was not just normal, it was excessively normal. The void was the same and so were the stars. However, the strange thing was that no matter if it was the abandoned mineral star or the inhabited star, the surface of the land was as if it had never been developed. There were almost no man-made structures. On the surface of the mineral stars there were at most some mining pits. On the surface of the planets that were full of life there were oceans, continents, and forests. There was not a single building to be seen. But in fact, these planets were indeed the habitat of the hellish ant clan. The reason why he couldn't see a single hell ant was because they were all underground. The worlds below the surface of these planets were the nests of the hell ants. Yixian, the higher-ups of the fleet, Grandpa Imo and Mo Qigong, and the others had long known about this. Therefore, as they followed the fleet into the Nether Ant Star domain, they saw the stars along the way. Whether it was abandoned or stars or life stars, Lu Biao couldn't see any traces of the infernal ant clan. They were not surprised at all. What really surprised them was that there was not a single warship in the void after they entered the Nether Ant galaxy. It seemed that the entire Hell Ant clan had gone into hiding and given up all resistance, so that the entire huge punitive army could march straight into the city. The news of everything that had happened in the Space Rat clan must have already been sent to the Hell Ant clan. However, the current situation was so strange that it immediately caused Yixian and the others to be suspicious. They couldn't figure out what exactly the Hell Ant clan was doing. According to the star map, the Nether Ant planet, the headquarters of the Hell Ant clan, is in the void more than 20 million kilometers ahead. We have already traveled more than 10 million kilometers into the Nether Ant galaxy, but we haven't seen a single warship of the Hell Ant clan. Not even a single member of the Hell Ant clan. In the command cabin on the top floor of the main flagship fortress, West Expedition, Grandpa Imo frowned with a puzzled look on his face. What exactly are the higher-ups of the Hell Ant clan up to? Are they planning to have a final battle with us on the Nether Ant planet? In short, they won't migrate like the Heaven's Legacy clan. Yixian nodded. He was very sure of this because he had learned some things from Yi Jiuming. The Hell Ant clan's Holy Land was not like the Space Rat clan's Forbidden Ground, the Rat Ruins Grotto Heaven. It was a small hidden space. It was in the depths of the underground nest of the Hell Ant planet. The remains of the two nether ancestors of the Hell Ant clan, who could secrete a drop of nether liquid every day, could not be taken away because they were burning with black nether flames. The Hell Ant clan would not give up the remains of the two nether ancestors no matter what. Therefore, it was impossible for the entire clan to migrate. Demon Linghu and fellow Taoists of the Space Rat clan, welcome to the Hell Ant clan. What brings you here? Right at this moment, a deep and dignified old voice came from the end of the void. Grandpa Imo, who was beside Yixian, changed his expression immediately. He exclaimed, "Realm Lord Old Monster! The Hell Ant clan is indeed prepared. They sent such a powerful existence right away. What do they want? So what if they're Realm Lords? Don't forget that we can have the projections of 4 Realm Lords here at any time." Yixian smiled casually and fearlessly. He stepped out of the main flagship fortress, West Punitive Expedition. Grandpa Imo and the rest of the demons followed closely behind him. In the fleet of the Space Rat clan on the right side of the huge warship army, Shu Qiansui, the leader of the Space Rat clan, stepped out of the flagship fortress with a few Star Lords and stood in the void to show support. Yixian was obviously counting the Realm Lord Golden Rat of the Space Rat clan when he mentioned the 4 Realm Lords who could arrive at any time. There were already the Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and Mosquito Butcher. Including him, there would be 4 Realm Lords on this day. With the descent of the projection clones of these 4 Sector Lord level old freaks, even if the other party sent out 2 Sector Lord level old freaks at the same time and used their true bodies to confront the subjugation army, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat. Furthermore, the Sector Lord level nether ant that spoke up now was merely a single one. Therefore, Yixian was very confident. At this moment, he stepped out of the flagship fortress and went to the void outside. However, he didn't summon the Shinong Cauldron to protect himself like he did in the Space Rat Clan's Rat Ruins planet zone. Chapter 3850. In the distance at the end of the void, a few figures quickly appeared, stepping on the void. These experts were all the higher-ups of the Hell Ant clan, but at this moment, they did not reveal their bloodline true bodies. They appeared in human form. The leader was a Sector Lord old monster named Ant Blooddome. The aura within his body was faintly discernible, displaying the supreme aura of a Sector Lord. Following him were 2 old monsters at the State Lord level. They were the clan leader Ant Song and the clan leader Ant Ba. Behind them were a few ordinary elders of the Hellish Ants, all of whom were Star Lords. Seniors of the Hellish Ants, I'm Linghu. Greetings. Since the main character had already appeared, he didn't seem to have any intention of starting a war. Yixian was certain in his heart. He cupped his hands towards the air in front of him, then continued, "This time, I didn't come to the infernal ant race with the intention of starting a war, but to discuss a grand plan with the infernal ant race. Since it's a grand plan, let's talk about it in detail. Linghu, my young friend, please come to the nest of my race's ancestral land." Ant Shueqiong, the Sector Lord, smiled casually. "I'll take my leave first. I'll wait for you in the nest." Then, he turned around and left with the experts of the Hellish Ants. They had come quickly and left even faster. The 2 parties had met for less than a minute. By the time Yixian and Grandpa Imo came back to their senses, the enemy was no longer at the end of the void. He had already returned to the nest on the Hellish Ant planet. Grandpa Imo frowned again and reminded Yixian, "That guy's attitude is a bit weird. We have to be careful. None of the Sector Lords are stupid. If there wasn't the precedent of the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan Sector Lord old monster might have played some tricks. However, with the precedent he had a lot of things to consider. At the very least, he had to figure out the real reason why the Space Rat clan was unexpectedly subdued. I won't attack until then." Yixian lightly smiled and didn't mind. After that, he, Grand Elder Imo and Imo Qigong boarded the flagship of the Western expedition and followed them through the void. As for the other warships, they remained where they were. This was also a sign of their stance. An enormous planet with life soon appeared ahead of them as they flew at full speed. However, there were still no buildings on the surface of the planet. A Star Lord of the Hellish Ants was waiting outside the atmosphere. The West expedition stopped. Yixian, Grandpa Imo, Elder Imo, and the Chief of the Space Rat clan, Rat Chin Sui, stepped out of the battleship. The Space Mouse clan expert cupped his fists and turned around to lead the way. After a short while, they passed through the atmosphere, entered the interior of the star, and landed in a huge valley. There was a cave in the valley that was large enough to accommodate a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was the entrance to the underground world of the Nether Ant planet. After entering, he realized that the underground space was even bigger. The whole planet was like a super fortress. The surface of the planet was just the hull, and the inside was the living space. The interior of the planet had been hollowed out. There were plains, canyons, and even oceans inside. It was quite a breathtaking sight. There were buildings inside the planet. Ant Shueqiong, the Sector Lord of the Hellish Ants, had already set up a banquet in a magnificent hall. He stood up to greet Yixian and the others when they arrived. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It didn't look like a war was about to break out at all. Once they were seated, Ant Shueqiong went straight to the point and asked the most important question. "Everyone, may I ask what the relationship between the demons, young Master Linghu, and the Space Rat clan is?" "There's no hurry." Yixian waved his hand and said with a casual smile, "First of all, I have to make one thing clear. I don't mean any harm by coming here. This is a Dao disciple of my clan. I'm sending him out to show my attitude." As he spoke, Yixian activated the Shinong Cauldron, which was only 100 meters long and stood at the center of the hall. Then a man dashed out of the cauldron. It was none other than Yi Jioming. Even Grandpa Emo and Mo Qigong, and the head of the Space Rat clan Shu Qian-sui, were surprised by this action. As for the hellish ants, when Ant Xuechong saw the Shenong cauldron, his eyes narrowed. Then he turned to look at Yi Jioming, who was standing in the hall and looking around blankly. The latter's body was deliberately in a sorry state, and he was even slightly injured. However, his complexion was still good. At least, compared to the Tao disciples of the second universe who were on their last breaths, it was a world of difference. Ant Xuechong's expression relaxed as he waved his hand and said, "Go get a drop of underworld liquid and heal your injuries." Then, after Yi Jioming left, Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the Shenong cauldron. Then he cupped his hands towards Yi Xian and said, "Thank you, little friend Linghu, for showing mercy." The core higher-ups of the Hell Ant clan were obviously aware of the fact that the Heaven and Earth Tao children who had been redeemed by the various races of the second universe were all on their last breaths and had long been crippled. Because of this, when they saw Yi Jioming return in one piece, other than Blood Ant Sky, the other high-ranking members of the Hell Ant clan who were present, their expressions also softened a little. If this old man's guess is correct, little friend should have reached some kind of agreement with the Devil Cultivator and the Space Mouse clan, right? Ant Xuechong smiled faintly as his gaze swept across the crowd. In the end, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. This old man has a good idea of the situation in the first universe. The Heaven's legacy race will return sooner or later, and the various slave races should not be in a state of disunity. Otherwise, their fate will be the same. What are the details of the agreement between us? This was clearly asking for details and intending to join the group. Yi Xian had long since had a plan in mind, so he immediately said, "We have formed an alliance. Of course, the name has not been decided yet, because the alliance is currently in a secret state and will not be known to the outside world. And this time, this young master's intention is to give your Hell Ant clan a gold member spot." The so-called gold member represents strength and nobility. A race with a gold member will have a seat in the Alliance Elder Council as a gold elder. Right now, the Alliance already has 4 gold elders. They are the first-generation Demon Emperor, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, and the Space Mouse Clan Sector Lord Senior Jean. The races and powers that the 4 of them represent are naturally all gold members. Only the few races that joined the Alliance at the beginning of its establishment will have similar gold members. There will not be more than 9 of them in total. No matter how strong the later races are, they can only become silver members at most. Below the gold members there are silver members, bronze members,